Hello, guys, and welcome back to the DPC. We have Division 2 starting up anew in Friday for you two. And it is... there you go. I did it, Richie. Don't shake your head. We have a great match to start us off today. It's Myth Avenue Gaming versus Vessuwan. Vessuwan, who dropped last season. They came back through the open qualifiers. Excited to see a team that has only changed their offlaner. Let's see how much that does for them. And Myth Avenue Gaming, who despite doing a pretty good job last season, did not make it to Division 1 and therefore decided to completely shuffle their whole roster.
Yeah, should be pretty exciting. They did not make it to Division 1, as you say. They came through as a heavy favorites, I would say, from the opens and the closed qualifiers, and ended up placing in third place with a 4-3 scoreline. So AG 7-0 and Polaris were 6-1. So it wasn't like one of those 4-3 and then they lost tiebreakers. Nope, they just weren't good enough, honestly. And so they did not make the cut. But of course, Avo, we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves because we can check in with what our results were yesterday, because we did the first two games, of course, but it was that third game right after we left. It was Boom Esports. I don't know if you actually ended up catching that game, but it was a little bit shaky for Boom.
Yes, it was. But it was still a 2-0 overall for Spawn. Yeah. I mean, I did expect them to actually struggle a little bit more with Spawn. If there's anyone they're struggling with, I think the opponents I'm kind of looking at for Boom are Spawn, Myth Avenue Gaming. I'm not really sure how I grade them. We'll see this match. And then probably QWE. Yeah. So I'm not that surprised.
Yeah, I agreed. It was pretty interesting as well because I stuck around for the interview. I think it was FBZ, as I recall, did the interview with them. And that's what they asked him. They was who do you think your toughest opponent was going to be? Or who do you think your toughest opponent is in Div 2? And he said, to be honest, it was Spawn. So they got past Spawn with a 2-0 and, you know, still a 2-0, a little shaky in game 2, but they got through it. So that does bode well, I would say, for the confidence of the team, you know, to finally get a win underneath their belts. Must feel good after the... honestly, I mean, it sucks to be one of the relegated teams because you have to wait like 2 months, basically, before you play Dota again. So
it doesn't bode well for their potential Div 1 performance, I will say. If they're struggling with Spawn, I feel like their Div 1 is going to be even harder. I haven't seen, like, at least in those matches, I didn't see incredible improvement, but I think over the course of the league, maybe we see something better. Maybe there are some third-party tournaments for C, you know, unfortunately now that PTS is not here, that we might get to still see where they practice with some tougher opponents, because I'm particularly curious about that. However, I do think their value, Myth Avenue Gaming, I think this team is a huge question mark for me. So I can't wait to see them today.
Yeah, and speaking of matches today, of course, they're not going to be the only match. We have 3 matches every single day. We're kicking it off with Vessuwan versus Team Myth Avenue Gaming. We'll talk a little bit more about that one, of course, as it is about to get underway. But later on, we also have Team QWE, which, of course, is the stack with
Mongolian
Chris and former... that is the Mongolian match. Good point.
New Mongolia versus Old Mongolia. The battle of the historians, truly.
QW is pretty much Lil Gun with the addition of Krish. We got to speak with him after the match.
And no Kishka. They also have a new 4. No Kishka. I mean, Kishka used to be part of the Lil Gun stack, right? And he's not there anymore.
And Team Tough is mostly comprised of some newcomers. We saw them take a loss yesterday in their opening match versus XERXIA. So we'll see if they can hope to bounce back against most of their countrymen. Of course, Krish outstanding. And our final match, of course, is Boom once again versus Team XERXIA. So we'll see if Boom can continue to bounce back to Div 1 or if maybe there are a few more roadblocks for them in store.
Yeah, that one would be a surprising loss for Boom if they lost against XERXIA, because I feel like they have similar issues, both teams, in terms of consistency, except one team has consistently been better overall, right? You know, Boom's consistency is, they just need a larger sample size. If you get 1,000 games, then they actually find consistency, right? But they just don't get those games usually in Div 2. That said, I mean, it looks good, honestly. I think we have some interesting matches today. For the first match, let's talk about it a little bit, as we also can look about the rosters. Yeah, okay. We're going to talk about the teams first. Vessuwan versus Myth Avenue Gaming. So, Vessuwan, we've mentioned it a couple of times, but this team, they're I guess the Thai hope, you can argue, still the fully Thai team, or almost Thai, because one is Laotian, that comes from open qualifiers. Last season, we actually had decently high hopes for them. I expected mid-table results at least, and they really bombed, honestly. But to be fair, we casted a lot of their games, and I remember a lot of the games being kind of close to them accomplishing something, and either throwing or not really finishing. Very similar to SMG in the first season. So, you know, it could have still been a period of adaptation. That's right. They made one change, if we can now talk about the rosters as well. Their change was their offlaner. So now they have RTP as opposed to Tigger. and that is going to be a maybe welcome addition to this team.
Yeah.
Whereas the rest of the team is the same.
It looks like they did the DPC thing. I'm trying to see what match they made that change, because he was a stand-in for them. Yeah, so they did play 4 matches with RDP. It looks like they did kind of replace him or make that change towards the last half of the season, and it didn't work for them. They did run 2-5. They did find at least 1 win with RDP, but then they lost the rest of their matches. So pretty short honeymoon period for this team, unfortunately. We'll see if they can try and recover that for themselves.
Let's look at Myth Avenue Gaming in terms of roster changes, because like you said, this one was more well-known, whereas Myth Avenue Gaming went all over the place, right? So even though you recognize some of the same players, they're not actually in the same positions. So Young God will be the new carry. Miracle is now in position 5, actually. They've gotten in Yamate as their offlaner, which I believe here would be NWP. Yeah, and this graphic, I'm assuming it's NWP. And Playhard comes from Bleed as well to become their new 4, replacing Kishka. Whereas XERXIA will be, I believe, the only player who actually keeps his position as the mid laner.
That's right. Then the only thing I want to add here is that Young God and Yamate, or whatever he's going by these days, coming from the same team. So they are going to be making that change together as they end up joining this roster. This one might be a little bit of a fan favorite. It's got some old names between Miracle, Yamate especially. XERXIA's, I think, a bit newer, at least from my radar. It's been playing, only since 2021. Had a stint on 496 as well, RSG, from what I'm looking at. So should be a pretty exciting match for us that is about to get underway, as our draft is now just starting. Do you have any predictions for this one? I'm personally excited to see Miracle once again change a big position, still in the safe lane, but this time to position 5.
I think Myth Avenue Gaming should do considerably better, frankly. I don't still value Vessuwan that high, like you said, because of some of the issues they had. And I think against weaker opponents, maybe they can be mid-table this time, but I still don't think they're ready for the top of the table. And I think Myth Avenue Gaming this season, I would expect them to be top 2, top 3 at least. I mean, well, they already were last season, but actually improvement overall, because last season there were too many games where they either got stomped or they stomped, and I'm hoping they find at least the middle ground. It's not a very good sign for a team that does that. It's a better sign to actually lose more games, but them being close, than to get stomped or stomped, because that means you're pretty much a cheese team. That's never good.
Yep, a little bit of consistency. We'll see if they can get that underneath their belt. I'm trying to see if this team's been playing any games in some other small tournaments that have been going on. But for a while, I'm unable to find anything too conclusive on that. But we'll see. I think that you brought it up earlier casually. The loss of BTS, I think, is going to hit this region especially hard. It was them and the Americas, right, that I think were the biggest beneficiaries. Always getting the BTS Pro Series in between the DPC kind of seasons.
That's very sad.
Yeah, and that's going to be a little bit brutal for the scene here. But we'll see how they look to recover as they do make a couple of changes. Dude, look at that Vessuwan house. Are you seeing that? They got a neon sign.
Yeah.
Sick.
Huh? I mean, to be fair, Vessuwan is, even though they're not a big org in Dota, right, or in general in esports, they are a big, I guess, business, you could say, right? Because they have, I believe they're involved in the internet cafe business in Thailand, and they have a couple of different ventures because they partner with a bunch of the different gaming companies in Thailand. So they're not particularly small, right? I'm assuming this team house is something they use for other things as well. But once again, the guys you can see on the screen is actually Lackles, who is the drafter, and he was the coach for them last season. He will continue to be the coach this season. We did have some issues with their drafts last season, Richie, if I recall correctly. I thought their drafts were just okay last season.
Well, we'll see how they continue. The opening between this Rubik Dawnbreaker becoming very quickly a favorite among Division 2, whereas we were a little bit more surprised to see this hero whenever it popped up in Div 1. I think it had a handful of games in Div 1. I think this is already maybe matching how many appearances we saw from the Dawnbreaker already. This is the second game in Div 2 in as many days.
C loves this hero. Yeah. And I don't really understand why. Because even in Div 1, in the first season, right? C was the one region that was picking Dawnbreaker a little more consistently. In the major, it was the only region that picked it, right? Like, it's just a hero that apparently still does it here, I'm assuming, in high-level pub.
I have a theory.
What is the theory?
My theory is that this is a little bit more of like the true quote-unquote offlaners slide towards the Tricore lineup instead of going for the NP. NP, very much a greedy core, ranged hero at that, and it has that global mobility that does kind of at least keep him, quote unquote, an offlaner because you join fights early, you rotate early, you push towers early. Dawnbreaker, of course, doesn't bring the same amount of tower push, but her lane aggression is, of course, unmatched and unrivaled by many other offlaners, especially in NP. Even in NP, I would say, who does still have a relatively easy time in lane. But this hero also brings you a good amount of team fight as well as that global presence that still allows you to kind of be relevant in this kind of tri-core kind of a world. So maybe that could be it, honestly. It seems like a much easier, like if I'm a normal offlane player, right, and I'm only playing like Centaurs, Slardars, I don't know, Tide Hunter, you know, I think the jump from that to an NP is a lot bigger than the jump from a Slardar to a Dawnbreaker, right? I think
I can see your point. I see your point. I wouldn't say that's like, to me the idea is actually based on a video I saw. I don't know if you watched a video where Chemo, the coach from XERXIA, talked about Cuckoo and the Blacklist NP. Did you get to see that at all? I
don't believe so.
Okay. I mean, it's a Tagalog, so I had to watch it with like the help of subtitles and in Facebook posts, which I follow, right? And they translated somewhat. But essentially what I understood from the Facebook post translated to me is that he did an analysis of why Blacklist kept losing with MP, right? And it's a hard analysis because Blacklist keeps losing regardless. So it's like, how did you figure out is the MP or not? So he said that one of the issues that they had was that Cuckoo was not utilizing the MP properly because Cuckoo was too passive of a hero, right? And he believes that's not the purpose of the MP. He believes you have to be much more active, which you actually see when they played on Tino, right? And that is one thing that I noticed, that especially for Div 2 teams, the idea of being super active on these small timings on the MP, having the right teleport, setting up for the MP, making sure you use this global potential is 10 times harder than Dawnbreaker, which goes ult ready, go, right? Like it's a 90-second cooldown. You don't have to go on every time the ultimate is ready on, or sorry, the teleport is ready on MP. It feels like a much more straightforward way, a much easier way to play that hero. And if you go healing, which is the route right now, you literally only play on the ultimate, right? I feel like that more straightforward way is easier and probably yields you more success than an NP, which has, as you said, to battle with your carry for farm, which feeds into your idea that you were talking about, how it's more of a kind of a win condition-ish hero. But at the same time, has to itemize depending on the match, has to play around really small timings, and the lane is always just okay compared to Dawnbreaker's destroying lane.
I would also add that I think a big benefit that Dawnbreaker has is because of the nature of the ultimate, you counter NP, no pun intended there, but two,
100%.
And a lot of other range cores, right, which is just good. But second, it's reactive, and I think just playing a reactive hero in offlane is much more natural for this position, rather than having to all of a sudden become, like you're saying, whether it's big timings or small timings or these kinds of things. Like I think forcing yourself to make moves on a right-click based hero, on a hero that doesn't have a big team fight ultimate, the same way that hard. Like an Enigma Blink Dagger is, or a Tide Hunter Blink Dagger. You know, these are much more like straightforward kind of initiations compared to NP, where it's like your presence is a little bit more
damage.
In damage, in your lane shove, you know, in these kind of invisible kind of ways, right, in the team fights, not your ginormous traditional offlane contribution. So yeah, it's a good point. It's probably
that's a good point, by the way, the lane shove, right? Like a lot of teams are like Tundra, for example, are experts at using these kind of things. Also, XERXIA, I would say, actually copies that style, but not everyone's good at using this whole idea of, oh, the lanes are pushed, now we have more vision, let's take an unfair fight, right? That's a harder style to develop. But we continue to talk about the drafts. Let's go for Myth Avenue Gaming because we didn't talk about their draft too much. Miracle, he's played 5 before. Brief stunt. He's done every position. He just kind of bounces
he's
around.
Played a lot of positions. This guy
CM is something he does enjoy when I used to watch him 5. So not surprised that he's picking it here. Lane Dominator, he likes those ideas of like, I win lane, therefore I take objectives, therefore I take over the map. And the Broodmother also suits his style. It's the same idea of Miracle's obsession. He was actually one of the first pros to ever talk about objective-based gaming and the importance of it, right? So this makes sense. Another fast mid laner in Tusk, that's a favor for XE learned last game, or last season. And then you probably pick up the Mirana because you kind of need another support. I'm not really sure. The Mirana just seems like a freebie, like, whatever. It's a weird position for this pick, honestly. They just kind of threw it into this salad of heroes. It doesn't seem to have any setup for her or anything special. He's a fine hero, or she's a fine hero for the lane, but I don't really see the purpose.
I just want to quickly add a little addendum here to Miracle's pretty big portfolio of games.
Right.
He is one of the most diverse players in Dota. He's got a very small amount of heroes that are not that he's not played at all.
Him versus Karoki, essentially.
Yeah. For him, it's a lot of micro-based heroes. The big one that's surprising for me personally is he's never played ENG, he's never played TB, and he's never played Coddle.
There's no way he's never played TB.
This is according to his Dota buff, man.
That must be missing some matches. There's no way Miracle, the Naga Siren special,
man.
has not played
It's
TB.
got all 381 matches of his Bat Rider.
I mean, is this his competitive Dota buff?
This is just as competitive, of course. Yes, in professional Dota. Yep.
I don't know. I that one cast doubt on me. The ENG, I believe you. The TB, I don't know. I'm trying to rack my brain to see if I've ever seen him play TB. I mean, I've watched so many Miracle games.
That one's
fuses together.
That one's the wild one. He's also never played the Dawnbreaker very quickly, but again, just pointing that out. But yeah, back on the main.
Did we watch him play Dawnbreaker last season though?
For Miracle?
No, maybe not. Oh, because he's playing carry. Never mind.
Yeah.
I remember the off-lane Miracle, maybe. Never mind. Ignore me.
But we'll see. It looks like they are going to be needing their carry, of course, with this off-lane Broodmother they're managing to sneak through. Ought to be a mid-lane Tusk then as well.
What weird bends against the Brood, honestly. I feel like they both get overpowered by Brood when she reaches 6. So this means Mag believes that the Pango will just go bottom, or Dawnbreaker will go bottom once it reaches 6 on Brood, and then you just leave. The carry doesn't really matter, just needs to win the lane.
Guess so. I think the concern I have though is that the Snapfire, she's not too bad. She can kind of take lane for a while against Broodmother, but eventually if that Spiderling army is microed well, or you just kind of make a mistake as Snapfire, like you just kind of get ran down and lose the tower. Not a lot of supports that can even stand their ground for a second though, so this still might be okay for Mood Vessuwan, as Myth Avenue Gaming will head into the Faceless Void. Not a whole lot of combos into it, and you have 2 melee cores as well.
The 2 last heroes are just a salad, huh? They really just don't make any sense in their draft. I mean, he's good against like Pango and Dawnbreaker, I guess. That's it. I have nothing else.
Yeah, he's early on. I think Faceless Void is slightly annoyed by Dawnbreaker, but later it's not as big a deal. Because you just kill people, you have enough damage. If you really need it, you haven't got MKB by then. Mood Vessuwan with 10 seconds, by the way, here to pick. Okay, they had a hero locked and loaded. It's Wraith King. All right, there's a counter to Faceless Void.
Yeah, now you can know Lakos is drafting. Guys, is Wraith King is always the counter to Faceless Void. Dude, this hero's not. Dude, it's the counter. Don't worry about it. I played it 15 times in 2013.
Do you think we're going to see Armlet, Deso, Blink, BKB for Wraith King? Or are we going to see Radiance? Are we going to see a little bit of that Radiance love come back? Because remember, we talked about this last time we were casting on Monday.
It was in the interview. Someone told us about the Radiance. Krishna told us about the Radiance lifestealer, right? Yeah.
Right.
So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I think it's a good Radiance game.
Yeah, because he was talking, I believe, about the strength of the item in general, right? Because he was like, Lifestealer's not that good. I'd say Wraith King in a kind of similar position, but it's a good game for him, and Radiance is a good item. Seems like we might see it get picked up here. I don't know. I kind of like the Mood Vessuwan draft a bit more, if I'm being honest with you. I think they have big Brood problems, but
wait, look at what they selected, Richie. It's a position 5 Broodmother.
Oh.
Okay, Miracle must be playing offlane. He must be. Wikipedia must be wrong about this, and this happened.
Okay. But then play hard is then the position 5?
No, he's the 4, and then you put 5 in run. I mean, that's fine. That works fine. You can just kind of swap them around.
Okay, so
like it makes sense because Yamate was mid, and he's played 4 and 5, right?
Right.
I haven't seen him play offlane, or at least it's been a while since I've seen him. But last time he was playing was 4 and 5, and Miracle has played 5 and 4, so I could sell that, but it makes more sense for him to be the offlaner, especially because they had Zeal, so Miracle kind of fits that role more.
Do you think this is going to be something where like they continue to swap roles and just kind of use the flex power of their players as individuals to like draft a bit stronger? Because when I watched Myth Avenue Gaming, formerly known as Drinkwater before, they did this without necessarily changing lanes. Like they would play Doom,
感谢大哥送的人头，
right?
行哦。
And then that's where Miracle would lane, but he was still he was not a win condition, right?
But he's definitely going off win on Miracle. Look,
Yes,
look at that.
this time he
That's
is.
not okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, because I guess Yamate and Miracle, I think, are both older than Dota 2, right? So,
Right.
like, they've been playing this game for so many years. I'm assuming they've played every hero at least 100 times.
You know, Alvaro, technically everyone that plays Dota is older than Dota 2. I don't know if there's any...
That's not true.
Yeah? Name me one player with a Wikipedia page that was born after 2012.
Amar.
Yeah, no. Not yet.
He's not?
No.
Not yet?
Not yet.
Okay. I guess I should have said Dota. Amar is definitely younger than Dota, right?
Yes, he is. That's fair.
Okay. I should have said Dota. I don't know. Yamate and Miracle played so many matches. I think they probably can play most heroes and most roles. Are they good at them? That's my other question. Miracle has always been a little bit of a jack of all trades in this thing.
Right.
But I've always preferred him as carry, personally. And Yamate, I've not seen an incredible performance from him since he was mid, honestly. And that was forever ago.
Yeah, I'd agree with you on that. I think the biggest question mark for them has always been an individual skill, especially, as you say, once you're older than Dota and Dota 2. You know, it does... And these mid lane zoomers are... Look, I mean, they're good, okay?
Yeah, XE Learn is solid, though.
I agree.
I think, yeah.
But when it comes down to actual execution on heroes that you don't play every single time or that you don't specialize in, maybe out of your thousands of Dota games, you only have a couple dozen in particular on this kind of a hero, you know? Naturally, you're not going to be playing at your peak. But what you do still bring is all that experience. You still draw from all of that big well of experience of games that you have. And that's where I've traditionally seen Myth Avenue Gaming take an edge over a lot of opponents, especially in Div 2. That to me is why their games have been some of the most fun to watch, because they tend to just build, like, their item timings are always in sync. Like, they execute on these very high level ideas that you don't see a lot of Div 2 teams usually find success on. So that's what always personally excites me about watching this kind of a team.
I agree. I will say that I think that the Zoom argument is overspent. I think in many cases, the real issue of having old age, especially from when I talk to other ex-pros who complain about their ex-teammates, it mostly has to do with the fact that they're kind of stuck in their ways, and some mistakes are so stuck in their mentality that they refuse to change them, right? As Miracle gets gone on. I wouldn't say Miracle is one of those players, at least in my mind. I think he strikes me as a player that's always been somewhat open, except for about his food choices, which I hear are horrendous. Besides that.
Yes, I'll agree. I don't know anything about his food choices. I can't claim to have any.
Hot pot's the best food.
Really?
That's not an opinion.
You and Winter, huh? You guys really both hate hot pot.
No, hot pot's fine, but it can't be your favorite food. It's like saying it's like being American and saying butter is your favorite condiment. You just can't. Stop being this basic.
I could see what he's saying. Perhaps, you know me. I'm always giving
a certified Winter opinion, but
I'm always willing to give people the benefit of the doubt. But
no.
What if what he meant was his favorite meal is hot pot because you get to enjoy it with friends?
No.
What if that's what he meant? Like a barbecue. Like, I love a barbecue, right? Like, even a traditional American one, right?
He's a Singaporean who thought Johor had worse food than Singapore. So that will tell you all.
Come on, Albert, now. Come on. We just started the broadcast. Why are you already trying to start riots across the causeway?
My name is Winter Dota. At me at Twitter. Yeah, but I wouldn't consider him those players. I maybe would put Yamate in that box, but I think his changing to position 5 really revitalized him as a player, personally. Or 4-5. Oh. So I think he became much more open-minded about it.
He threw himself into the arena, but he had that 20% block, so he actually found himself pretty tanky versus the Tusk of XERXIA.
This guy's a very good tangle. This used to be... I mean, when I first saw BB, he was actually the Tinker Spammer, right? But then, you know, saw his Embers and his Spirits is very good. And the new age of BB, where he's been mostly an open qualifier player, I've mostly seen him just practice the Tango. And I think this hero is probably the best mid laner right now. So it's a good patch run. Very good patch run.
I'm so on the fence about this Tusk hero as well. I can't lie to you. It's like this
as
hero...
As a mid, you mean?
Yeah, as a mid. He either, like, wins the game, and it's like, wow, this is the best hero in Dota 2. This guy really popped off and played an amazing game. Or it's like, he is a position 4 with a little bit more experience who is not farming at all. Like, there's just no in-between for me, it seems.
It's a very C hero. As Miracle dies in the bottom lane, Lionex caught him with a combo of Scatter Blast plus Cookie.
Does not bode well for this Brood Mother lane. especially as already KMP's got the chainmail on his way, which is going to make his lane even easier. Any bit of bonus armor that you can get online versus this Broodmother, and especially with the bonus damage she gets and the lifesteal, you know, you make sustaining against her very difficult. And speaking of sustain, I'm a little bit surprised to see, well, actually not really, right? I mean, you are into a Rubik and especially a Dawnbreaker in this top lane. So keeping on top of her, keeping yourself healthy as this Faceless Void has been seemingly a bit of a challenge for himself.
Yeah, it's a very, very strong lane here up top. I mean, Rubik, I guess, doesn't give you as much kill potential as some other fours. He's more of a laner, but it's going to be enough harassment. Yeah. Middle lane, XERXIA tries to go for another kill. I think he might hit the tower. Fairy Fire saves him. Swashbuckle on 5. He's going to stay. BB's looking for that Swashbuckle, and he realizes he's going to have it soon. So XERXIA retreats immediately. Yep. Well done here. Nice brawling mid lane that's happening.
Boom Buoy's going to get caught. Actually reveals the ward here and is still not going to get the camp to spawn. I thought maybe they're going to rotate the Tusk into this for the kill. Looks like they're asking for the rotation, but XERXIA's too busy picking up the bottle instead. Or sorry, the water in the mid rune. So Boom Buoy's going to get away with this and just be a bit more annoying. But yeah, the one thing I would add is I think Rubik is a great laning partner for someone like the Dawnbreaker. Especially into Faceless Void, you know, instant stun, that lift is a great setup for the Starbreaker. You can throw him back into Celestial Hammer as well for that DPS. It's not a bad combo, not a bad lane by any means. And wow, actually, they did pull XERXIA all the way from the mid lane here. BB
huge.
Took the time to run home and refill the bottle manually, so I'm also a bit surprised. Lots of space created. That's well worth it here for the position 4 Rubik.
Bottom lane, once again, they go for Miracle. Yamato left him alone. Miracle had a massive wand, which will save him for a couple more seconds as the reinforcements come here. He fights back and gets the kill, and now retreats into the trees. Not unscathed, but alive. Yeah. 30 HP to call him his home. Miracle goes back and probably will go heal on the webs here. He's not gonna go to base just yet.
Nice job there. That's where playing a hero like this Snapfire is a little bit more painful. Because if you're any kind of ranged, well, Snapfire is a ranged hero, but because of the like Cookie and Scatterblast, she tends to play a little bit more up close and personal.
Melee, yeah.
Yeah, and not having that damage block, not having the best, you know, armor, does end up really screwing him there.
Oh, what a nice Cookie. Nice. Now they're gonna kill Miracle for sure with the Scatterblast. Good. There we go. Lionex gets revenge for the earlier play.
Really great kill.
Really solid Cookie, honestly.
What I was gonna say though is that Miracle was incentivized to already go for the kill onto the Snapfire. He was lifestealing more, which ended up making a little bit of a difference, right? When you lifesteal for 5 more every single hit, and then you get 4 extra hits off, well, he lives on 20 HP there, right? Yeah. So you do the math. So close. Oh, mid lane.
Arrow set up in the mid lane. They caught BB. Lioness comes to the rescue with the Scatterblast and the Cookie once again. Rolling from BB as he wants to fight against Play Hard. Does not
can't dive tower though.
He has to get away. The illusion room will give him a little more HP, and now he'll get the bounty rune as well. So it's overall a win for BB. Really well played once again by Lionex, who is kind of the MVP of this early game.
Oh yeah, BB's even trying to steal a couple of stacks here, and will steal stacks actually. It's a small one, but you know, again, it starts when you start wasting the time of supports, especially when you consider the wild goose chase that Rubik led him on. This is a pretty big commitment, or it's a pretty big loss for the side of Myth Avenue Gaming. The fact that it goes to BB, especially after they lose the Tusk. And again, Avo, this is where I start to feel a little bit more concerned for XERXIA. And he's going to scale, right? He's obviously going for this Ice Shard snowball build, so he's going to be able to nuke waves and get his items online, but he's still trailing a bit now behind the Pangolier, as is the rest of his team. He doesn't have a whole lot of synergy with his Faceless Void either.
Arrow setup does not work, and they're hoping to set him up for this Dawnbreaker ultimate as XERXIA is stuck here. Ice Shards was trying to get him to the low ground, does not succeed, and now he'll just die in the high ground instead with Pango getting the last hit. Oh, nope. RDP took it from him.
RDP was blocking him. I don't know if you saw the Pango there, desperately trying to find a path in there. No chance. 4 heroes mid lane though, that's a pretty hard counter, and again, why I think this region really loves its Dawnbreaker. You're just instantly in the fight, you just turn these fights like that, run. I mean, you could even have TP'd back to top lane, to be honest, if you were playing against a hero that brings more push, like a safe lane Lycan, but not really a concern against this Faceless Void, who is 1 creep away from hitting level 6. Might end up seeing an earlier Chrono, but you're basically, your combo here is Arrow, or Chrono into Arrow, I should say. Which is sometimes good enough to help you get kills, but it's no Chrono into Ancient Seal into Mystic Flare. You know, it's not the best.
Time to go for Miracle now in the bottom lane. Shield Crash was slow. Now they'll get him with a stun, and with a second one as well. BB will clear the spider up. Another pretty big win as she just got her ultimate, right? So she should be dominating this lane. Instead, she gets killed. More space for Wraithing.
And another big win in the mid lane is Bumbu is able to secure the haste rune, steals that away from XERXIA. Could be a big kill rune, honestly, for someone like the Tusk, especially against the Dawnbreaker without her ultimate. They also clear the Ling army down bottom, which means that now Brood has to waste time building that back up again, even after she hit level 6. Ooh, Arrow is only going to find the Rubik mid. BB continuing to chase. They might actually
RDP trying to use the hammer instead to slow down Yamate here. May go for play hard. Okay, shield crash. Yep. Now the frostbite. RDP slowed further. He throw the kisses randomly. Oh, no, never mind. As Vikash play hard, pretty good kisses actually. End up killing off play hard, but they set up for the arrow against the Dawnbreaker, who heals back up into the magic wand. Here comes the Chrono. What's the damage out of the Chrono? Just the void. Just the void. But he'll get the one kill he was looking for. 4 seconds the next time walk. He'll be fine regardless.
Yep, and he's got max time walk as well. So hence the ultra lack of damage basically inside that Chronosphere. Still able to at least pick off the offlaner, which is a pretty big win for him in terms of showing up and getting something for his time. But
yeah, he's going for Midas too, so it's not bad.
It's a little difficult here, right? You could see what I mean, where this Tusk, this Broodmother. Oh, maybe they get something down bottom.
He did get so much damage reduction with the help of the Dawnbreaker. I think his play hard is going to pay for this. Yeah, buy the play hard. KMP even gets the kill, and he is going to be leading for that Radiance. Richie, very excited about that.
3 quarters though.
Top now.
Bottom for Vessuwan. Good rotation.
Going for Yamate, telekinesis. Do they have enough damage though? The Fate Bolt? Nope, he has no leap charges. So that's going to be the easy kill for Vessuwan. Great rotation from KMP.
Yeah, this is starting to look like a little bit of a scarier early game. I normally hate focusing on things like kills because it's just a very misleading metric, you know, that people tend to hyper-focus on. Especially in pub Dota. I think it has we're trained to have a very negative reaction when you see a kill score like this, and you have to resist that in pro Dota. But I will say, when you have a kill-focused mid laner like a Tusk and a lane-focused off laner like a Broodmother, this does not bode well for your mid game. These heroes, they just rely on getting these early kills, on getting a little bit of early momentum and playing off of that space and pick off advantage that they naturally have with their kind of toolkit. But when you're this far behind, it's going to be real difficult. XERXIA's a full level behind right now on the Pangolier. Maiden's only level 5. Mirana as well, still only level 5, so someone between the two has eaten the tome. We saw kisses from the Snapfire already at minute 8. Now she's level 7, didn't even need the tome. It's going to be troubling. This is a big move from them. They might even struggle to get this kill down bottom against the Dawnbreaker.
RDP now gets Walrus Punch. There's the arrow as well. In comes the Broodmother. That's going to secure the kill against RDP. Okay. They also proceed to go for the tower down bottom.
Yeah, so Vessuwan, because no one made a rotation, it's extremely obvious that they are going to make a play top now, right? Hence Young God's positioning. So this is a pretty heads-up play from him. He's even cut himself a little bit of an escape path. A little bit of dangerous. As he does show again in this lane, maybe trying to keep heroes in the top lane, but he is buying much needed space for the Broodmother just by showing like that. He keeps a lot of heroes tethered in this top lane. At the cost, of course, of his own farm as he does approach that Midas. Just needs one more last hit for it.
Once he gets it, I mean, it's 12-minute Midas. It's not the greatest time, but I guess you went for treads already. So you're not looking for that to begin with. I'm kind of more afraid of this Radiance timing than the Midas, honestly. I think it's going to take a while for you to get online.
And of course that Radiance is scary because KNP can kind of show up to fight already with that item alone. It's such a good item versus the 3 melee matchup. I mean, these are all heroes that are extremely dependent on landing their auto attacks.
And they're all weak to Rubits and Natasha. Like they're also particularly weak to the Radiance, like the kind of spells they have. This potential mischance that happens is really brutal.
Yeah. I mean, each hero has at least one spell, right? You're looking at Time Lock, which one might not hit. You're looking at Tag Team, which is a huge component. Well, he doesn't even have Tag Team yet, of course. And of course, the Insatiable Hunger for the lifesteal, right? So it's a bit difficult. They do have a couple of a bit of counterplay as well, I should say, right? Brood spell, the Silken Bola is super annoying for a lifestealer. If this Brood ever gets online, and it's a little bit of a pipe dream, of course, but...
For a Wraith King, you mean?
For a Wraith King, yes, thank you. Brood as well can really annoy him with that spin or snare. I don't know if we're ever going to reach that state, because it's not been the best Brood game so far.
It's a good call, though.
Is farming it. But, you know, they've got a little bit of counterplay.
Oh, another great cookie. It's up for the enemy mid laner. That's really perfect. With the shards, it confuses the Dawnbreaker, but he ends up confusing himself. Now, it's going to be Yamate who BB goes for. Rolling Thunder's available. Could charge it, but instead decides to kill him with a swashbuckle. Much easier and much less commitment. That single Blightstone guarantees him the kill. Really useful to start with that as a Pango.
Yeah, Young God has the Midas online, so he is farming away, but these supports are... they just feel a little bit rough. Like this Maiden kind of a hero, like if you're not able to really help too much in the lane, at least PlayArt has gone for this Max Frostbite build, so he is going to be at least lending a lot of control, pretty punishing as well against these kinds of heroes, especially this Pango if you do manage to catch him before it gets a full Rolling Thunder. Super annoying for him, right, that long route. But he's going to be smoking up now, Pango that is, BB, on his Diffusal Blade timing. So this is could be a really big blow for Myth Avenue Gaming, especially as they do look bottom towards the Spider.
Yeah, if you get this kill, and on top of that, you set up for the Radiance timing. A miracle. There we go. They use the Diffusal Blade slow to get the kisses off. RDP's here. Why not? He's going for Greaves build, so now you also have, what? You probably have Radiance around Greaves timing as well.
Yeah.
And you just bunch up and nothing, literally nothing defies you. That Chrono will have negative damage with you.
Yeah, it's going to feel really bad. This is really, really rough. Because you've got like decent support into Chronosphere as well. Boombui even now with Max Fade Bolt is super annoying because that's a pretty significant damage reduction. 35% damage reduction inside of your Chronosphere. I know like you do a lot of your damage off of Time Lock, but early on you need all that little bit of damage you can get to really secure these kills, especially because again, your best follow-up to Chronosphere is like Starstorm and Arrow, honestly. Maybe a phenomenal placement into a freezing field out from Play Hard. Yeah. Like that's maybe the play here, but it's a little rich, you know? It's a little rich for my taste. Especially considering the amount of stun. I mean, everyone has a stun on Vessuwan, and Rubik is just phenomenal against a Maiden. It's difficult here, but we're going to see a smoke now from Myth Avenue Gaming. I believe they've dodged out this Observer Ward, and even the scan is going to hit positive. We'll see what they can find here as they go into the jungle.
Okay, Myth Avenue Gaming find BB. This would be a big kill. He still doesn't have the shard, so he is going back to the freezing field as Dawnbreaker comes in, cancels that ultimate, but RDP finds himself in no man's land, trying to escape with a hammer. Still has the mech for healing, so they can chase really far. There's the Chrono, but they have damage in the Chrono. Clearly not, as Miracle's getting pummeled by KMP, who comes with a second life too. They're going to get rid of Boombui quickly. RDP now gets the rooted here with a Frostbite, and they go for XERXIA, hoping to finish off this Tusk, who's now low on mana, does have one more Mango though. Radiance keeps on burning him. Does he have enough for the snowball? If he eats the Mango, yes, but it's way too late. The crit hits him in the face. That's going to be the one kill for Vessuwan. Ends up being a 2-for-1 trade. Winner is Myth Avenue Game by a single support, but they're in the losing position, so yeah, they really desperately needed that kill.
I think this could be Roche, and indeed it is. In between the Mech Aura, the Cookie, the little bit of, oh, they actually don't have a little Shredder yet, but they do have a little bit of minus armor with the Lucky Shot. It's going to go down pretty fast. It was actually pretty funny. I never considered this, Avo, in these early fights, but that Radiance tick is enough damage for you to not be able to sip your bottle. So, and that's kind of a big deal for mid laners.
It is.
You know, being able to sustain a little bit. We saw he was trying to sip on bottle, get a little bit of
HP for the arrow
back, and a little bit of an assist there. Surprised he didn't catch a Skelly, but...
Yeah, but the Skelly's also moved out of the way. You see how coordinated they are?
They're very polite, you know. They said, oh, hello, Arrow, come on in.
These are actually British skeletons. You can tell by the lack of teeth.
I was gonna say you can tell by the dental records or the lack of. Oh, goodness.
One brain cell, Richie.
Oh,
you can have
we truly share it. Oh goodness.
Now we have Greaves online too, by the way, which we didn't have the last fight, was just mech. So it's even harder to deal damage in that Chrono. Which, by the way, I will never get tired of pointing this out, but the one combo they have in the Chrono is Freezing Field, which is the hardest thing to execute.
It's not good. It's just not good. I mean, and what can you do?
This Void just seems like a random pick to me, I swear.
But he's at least trying to build a bit for it. He might die, by the way. Oh, they couldn't hurl enough boulders at him, Avo.
They're still throwing Mortimer's kisses, though. Out of boulders, in with fire, and that's going to be Young God dying. Rolling Thunder even committed. BB will just waste that, but he's okay with that, honestly.
You know what they say, Avo?
If he's mid,
kill him with
that was a little bit crazy. Very crazy. But perhaps the Dawnbreaker, not that crazy, because they continue the aggression. RDP, they're looking for XERXIA. BB
Okay,
doesn't get use of time, he loses the Aegis there. XE learned though out of mana, and the fight continues as he gets stunned by the cookie. He is going to die to the swashbuckle, a Fate Bolt instead is what gets his life. And Playhard manages to retreat thanks to the Moonlight Shadow. It seems like part of Myth Avenue Gaming still wants to fight as KMP is chasing after Miracle, burning down his spiders. They are going to catch up to Playhard in the end, and the hammer will slow him, plus the damage from Dawnbreaker will kill him.
Yeah, I think the real kiss of death for me in this Myth Avenue Gaming draft is, once again, you know, you're in a very healer-rich meta. You're 3 melee against 3 better melee heroes. You know, like Pango fights better into melee heroes because of his kit. He's got Lucky Shot and Shield Crash and a lot of mobility. Wraith King naturally builds into this Radiance, and he's got a little bit of lifesteal, so he fights a little bit better. You know, Faceless Void is a bit of the exception here, but he's the only one that has a kind of a winning matchup into these kinds of items, and he is a hero that does and has mixed damage, right? Time Lock now into Maelstrom, and then eventually, well, sometimes you can see the MKB as well, right? But Tusk and Broodmother simply don't have these options. They're not heroes that want to be building these MKBs, these mixed damage types, you know? Tusk's utility comes from being able to BKB Pierce and repositioning, right, with the Acceptor build. You don't really see like Octarine Core too much on this kind of a hero for him to go for lots of magic damage and to be able to diversify. Same thing for Broodmother, especially as she's much more of an aura carrier here. Like, they have problems. They can't diversify their damage fast enough to really do anything in these Chronos.
No, and even if they were to, like you said, like if you went to go Desolator route because the Chrono disables you, there's no point, right? So it's not even diversifying, it's just enabling your own damage. You have nothing to be able to build damage. It's really just a void. It's really just everything on Young God. And here's what I question. I don't think they're playing particularly well or particularly badly. I just think their draft is the bicycle meme.
Yep.
Actually, I learned... Okay, he does have the BKB this time. This will save him. Freezing Field. Oh, they have damage. They found it. Great Guardian Field. Pango. That's not going to be enough. The damage is here, Richie. They get 2 kills off it.
It's good.
Of course, if there was Wraithing there, that'd be harder. But it's a start. It's a good start.
Shocked that they managed to actually kill there through the Solar Guardian level 2 and the Guardian Greaves. So that is a really great turn of events here for Myth Avenue Gaming. They still also have themselves a Chronosphere, and remember, they lost Aegis here on the side of Vessuwan pretty early on. So this is a pretty nice advantage for them now here for Myth Avenue Gaming. We'll see what they can look to get out from this. Exelorn is underneath the Sentry, so does manage to steal actually a couple of creeps here.
Okay, they got Playhard. That's not that big a kill. It's just a support. Honestly, Myth Avenue Gaming, if you can increase your map control by losing supports like that, you're happy. It's not that big a deal. Oh, we just got Philly for Vessuwan. I would actually give that to the Rubik.
It's also a dieback penalty for Vessuwan on the Pangolier, which is why his death timer is so long. Yeah, so I mean, just makes a little bit of a difference right in this early kind of a game here as not YG, Young God is running away from KMP. Does manage to...
All right, not this way. This is like, if you ever watch those videos where water tries to solve a labyrinth, that's what KMP thought.
I see our YouTube recommended is also very similar, isn't it?
Is that also going to recommend you the other day?
God damn it, even YouTube knows that we share a brain cell.
That's very scary. That actually was not a good thing.
It's very weird how, again, just to show much how we share a brain, that we both got immediately recognized. I knew exactly what you were talking about when you said that.
Yeah,
I remember the thumbnail. I didn't click on that though, but I assume you did.
Yeah. I click on every thumbnail because of the ADHD. I watch 10 seconds of each video. That's where we differ.
This is incredible. You know what YouTube almost gets me with though is that it's when you hover a video, it starts auto-playing. You know?
Yes.
Sometimes I'll watch like too much of a video on mute just through that feature, and then it doesn't count. It doesn't count as me wasting time, Abo, because I didn't actually watch the video.
What I realized about that is I'm actually a zoomer the whole time, and I didn't know that because only a zoomer can do that.
I know.
It makes me feel good.
You're the one who watches Instagram Reels in between casts, okay?
I don't. I watch the ones they sent to me of cute animals.
We've known this.
Talking about cute animals, right now Young God is but a cute animal this game. He has had 0 impact because the draft is not enabling him. And I want to question you, Richie, what item is he's going for Lincoln's, which to me it spells disaster because yes, it's a good at Lincoln's game, but can you afford to buy this item?
No.
Like, really, don't you need to just go desperate damage so you can actually do something in Chrono? Or is Tusk going to cover for that?
They need a, pardon the pun here, they need a miracle fight around like
a miracle fight. Yeah, makes sense.
Around some sort of an objective here. But They're quickly running out of time. I think this Wraith King, he's starting to hit some really big item timings here. I'm surprised to see the Basher before the Blink Dagger, if I'm being completely honest with you. I think Blink Dagger enables you to keep chasing against a team like this, especially against the Broodmother, against the Tusk. Like, these heroes do have some ability. BB, by the way, is going for some kills down bottom.
He's done the Rolling Thunder. Oh, it looks the wrong way. That could have been a kill.
That's a gobble up, huh? No, it wasn't.
No, that was the...
oh, that was the shard. My bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't believe he has the time to go for 2 defensive items like this. I don't know what he builds. I mean, maybe not a butterfly, sorry. Maybe an MKB solves a little bit of his mixed damage problems. Maybe this is a game where, yeah, I'm not totally in love with the Mjolnir. I don't know. I like BKB is good. It's a great BKB game. After that, I think you need like MKB or something.
Wait, Silver Edge, honestly?
Silver Edge is a decent choice.
Like, just for the crits, not necessarily for the break, obviously.
Yeah.
But it would help against Pango.
The reason I'm more of a fan of that MKB is for the mixed damage, right?
Yeah, I'm actually thinking Mjolnir's not bad, but it always feels bad building Mjolnir over Gleitner these days. Gleitner seems like better. But I do think you do need desperately that damage.
Yeah.
I don't know. It seems weird because I see Tusk and I see Broodmother, and they're both like Broodmother's building auras, Tusk is building Scepter. Great builds on their own right, but doesn't solve the issues that you should supposedly have. And once I think Dawn Axe comes online, that Chrono will just be absolutely nullified.
Yeah, this is
that's where
painful.
MKB becomes better, right? That's where MKB actually becomes the item, I think. Once you get that.
I think it's already the item, right? Because I think this is a build that a lot of Dawnbreakers are going for these days, especially as soon as you see Guardian Greaves.
Yes, yes, agreed.
You know it's not going to be the traditional super carry,
right.
you know, Dawnbreaker. Radiant's first item, you know, which even if you have BKB, you still come now with that, was it 10% miss rate? What do you have? 15% evasion, right? So it's still problematic here. I think I'd like to see it.
And what I think sucks is that I understand his point that if he doesn't go Lincolns, he's going to have to overperform in his Void for this game to work. But I feel like that's what you drafted yourself into, you know. Tough, dude. Like, I don't know. It doesn't seem like you prepared yourself for a position where your Void could just bounce around and do this.
Yep.
Alternatively, if you go Lincolns, the other option that he does have, and he is going for Mjolnir, which I think is the right option with the Lincolns build, is that you just cut lanes endlessly. You go for the Shard, and you delay the game until you're strong enough to beat 2 lives of breaking alone.
But then what? I mean, I don't know. I think that's really rich, because then you still don't fight very well around Roche either compared to what Vessuwan want to bring. Like, I just don't think that's a winning strategy. I really think, like, you get your 20 talent, you go for MKB, right? You get this Lincolns. No, you don't get this Lincolns. You just fight off of this BKB. I don't know. It's not a great build either. This is a good pick off.
Okay, they got the Dawnbreaker. They do have Guardian Greaves just yet, and Magic Wand full. And in fact, XERXIA is just going to die at this rate. He activated both. Greaves and Wand, and the damage lacking. Now with a Freezing Field, not so lacking. RDP will actually die. They haven't killed XERXIA either. Wraithking has joined, but he's only really doing the chip damage from the Radiance. He might just die soon. They're going for the support first. Play hard will fall, but in exchange for Wraithking's first fight too. In the trees, though, Young Gun went a bit too far, got stopped by the Pango. The Fusel Blade cancels him, and that's going to be the big kill for Vessuwan. As Lionax tries to hunt down Miracle. No, he just scatter blasted him. Oh, there's Boomboy. There we go. Cookie does not hit. The first one he actually misses this whole game. As in the backlines, KMP gets killed off by XERXIA, who's now dealing much more damage. And Miracle, scarier. Okay, Vessuwan's positioning there was a little bit questionable in how they approached that.
Shocking that XERXIA is able to get this match impact off. I mean, this is the Blink Dagger starting to pay off, but he's playing into a Radiance.
He's playing so well, though. He's doing such a great job.
He's trying to single-handedly convince me that this Tusk can be relevant. Honestly, I wouldn't blame him this game if he just kept getting his Blink Dagger canceled and he just kept missing Walrus punches or whatever. You know, like and he would basically contribute nothing to the game. I wouldn't blame him. He is overperforming, straight up. He's overperforming in this kind of a game, and I really have to give him credit for that because again, this is a game where I thought he'd be doing not a lot. This is an aggressive dive.
RDP. Okay. It doesn't matter. He has to overperform, right?
Yeah,
oh no, Dawnbreaker's here, and now he can just chase after with the Pango Rolling Thunder. That's gonna kill off XERXIA. That's another kill for them. In addition to perhaps the Marana, who's out of leap charges now. They have to cancel his TP somehow. Hammer, Cookie, that's gonna work. Nice, interesting combo there.
All right. Yeah, Boomboy, by the way, doing a great job this game as well. Now that I can focus on Vessuwan since I just casted Curse the heck out of XERXIA. Sorry, bud. He did a great job actually cutting out the Faceless Void in that last fight. And he waited for him to cast Time Walk because he was BKB'd. And then he just stole Time Walk and ran away and kited out the entire BKB duration, basically after the Faceless Void's Chrono. That's painful to watch. And then, of course, they managed to still catch him DD with a nice Blink Dagger and Rolling Thunder to cancel the TP. Young God, he has BKB again, but he doesn't have Chrono for 20 seconds. They also don't have a Tusk, so this Roshan, second Rosh, is going to go the way towards Vessuwan.
Okay.
Who takes Shard?
I mean, this Roche will give him the leeway. I think they need his team fight, so they're messing up the positioning in their initiations a little bit compared to the clean early mid game. And this Aegis, I think, will help him out a lot. However, they gave it to the Wraithing, which I'm surprised by, because now you're going to hyper-ignore him. He's about to reach his level 18, so there's not much else you can do. The 60 seconds is way too low on Reincarnation. So I am a little bit surprised with this Aegis choice. I would have still given it to Pango, maybe even Dawnbreaker, honestly. I don't think this enables more plays by you. I think this is more... I mean, I guess it's high ground Aegis. I guess it's just high ground Aegis.
I agree with you. I think I would have given it to the Pango as well, just so he can be aggressive and try and play off of the strength of roll-up, you know? Maybe they see him as a much more counter-initiating heavy roll because he has gone for the Blink Dagger after the Diffuser Blade instead of the Basher. So maybe that's what they're thinking. Because I also think this does kind of... I mean, it gives you more time to use it, right? You don't have to use Solar Guardian immediately, but at the same time, I do feel like because Myth Avenue Gaming have a very initial, commitment-heavy lineup between Chronosphere, Freezing Field, and Broodmother, I think that incentivizes you to want to use Solar Guardian. But now that you have 3 lives on Wraith King, you kind of want to save it until it's it's the best time to use it. But the best time to use it for me is as soon as Chrono is dropped, regardless or not if you have Aegis or Reincarnation. You know what I'm saying?
You have the ultimate bait now. There's literally zero pressure to help KMP ever, even if he makes a mistake.
Exactly. So, I don't know. Vessuwan, they right now, they're playing this Wraith King as if he's the only core in the game, and they're kind of building that way as well, so this makes sense. So perhaps I'm a little bit more critical of that kind of thought process behind this game. I don't believe that's completely necessary. I do think BB, he's going to go for Basher next, but he probably could have gone for Basher second, actually, and I still would have liked this build. But it doesn't matter. They're winning the game. They're in a pretty good position. They've got the best core-to-core. Right now, Myth Avenue Gaming, they're just hunting down bottom here.
Yeah. I personally, this is the maximum damage for PB, so I actually don't mind it. I think Basher is not as good as if you can afford to not go for it. Okay, PB by Excellent. He knows how valuable this is to go. They tried to steal Walrus Punch there. Clever play by Boomboy, but obviously he didn't cast that last.
Yep. Yeah, I just think Basher into this kind of a lineup has a lot of value. You know, you can bash Faceless Void and Chrono, stuff like that, but you're right.
I agree, this is just as someone who's done the calculations, this is just a Pango way of, I want a max damage output. This is actually the max damage output build compared to Basher first. And that's all he's thinking. I don't think it goes deeper than that. Just because I've done the math on the ultimate. Because I was also wondering people would not go Basher first, right? And so I just did a bunch of calculations as to how much you can output with Rolling Thunder with the Ags, and it's kind of insane if you go for the talents, right?
Well, we'll see how it works out for him. Ags delivered the AC as well now for RDP, KNP, sorry. So now they have that ultimate. Sorry, now they have that aura ready to go. Oh my goodness, nice blink out in time. That was a close one.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I think he wants to die though. He's like, guys, please look. I'm a juicy Wraithing. Come for me.
He's got.
I am all alone.
Level 3 reincarnate now, by the way, as they do.
They caught up to Broodmother. Can they hit the cookie? They need the cookie. They sort of did.
Yeah, easy kill there.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty big because that's your vision guy, right?
Linex has gone for Boots of Bearing here, by the way. That's really interesting.
I saw the drums earlier, and I was like, okay, just casual drums, fine. Full Boots of Bearing.
That's really interesting. I don't mind. I mean, it's basically just everything to buff up the Wraith King. I can't help but wonder if... there's a Chrono top lane onto the Dawnbreaker.
Interesting, as Wraith King tries to TPs. TPs cancelled by the Frostbite. Dawnbreaker is going to survive. Creeps just in time. They activate BKB on Young God as Linex comes to help. In the bottom lane, they already killed Playhard, and KNP wants to go further, try to kill XERXIA, but instead he decides... Instead he decides to go for the tower, as Rubik stole the Walrus Punch. Pretty valuable at cancelling BKB TPs. Dawnbreaker can just always come in with an ultimate, not a big deal, and Lionx, it'll take a while, but it's just a Snapfire. It's a 5. You don't really need him that much.
And now they're not really scared of literally anything because they committed the Faceless Void Chrono already, and his BKB did go for
Mjolnir, by the way. To begin with. But, you know.
Did go for Mjolnir over the Lincolns, by the way, which is why he actually almost got that kill in the top lane. This is fine. I also think Mjolnir first is okay. It's very efficient as well.
Much better.
Yeah, much better than just straight Lincolns. I almost just wish he ignored Lincolns now and just went straight for MKB. I just think the game's that desperate for you. You just need damage. Maybe Silver Edge, you know, or at least the Crystallis. I don't know, like anything, man.
In his mind, he already committed to Lincoln, so he's like, if I go back on my decision now, I will be a weakling. So I'm going to keep him in my quick buy forever, so that nobody knows I went back on my decision.
I do think Vessuwan can do a little bit of a better job in this kind of a game, chasing enemy heroes who dare show on the map, you know? They've got wards down, like, in this bottom lane, so they see where XERXIA is, and now they're TPing. Yeah, this is good. I think they need to, like, force Myth Avenue Gaming to just turtle for the next 5 minutes until Roche is up, and really make them suffer in a game like this. Like, not give any lanes for free, make sure everything is always constantly shoving in. You know, I think this is that type of game for them now. This is good practice as well. You know, really get a foothold. A lot of times what you see in games like this is you'll see in this scenario, just using Radiance and Dire, you'll see Radiance try and get some wards up in the enemy triangle, playing still heavily in the enemy jungle, you know, and shoving mid and top lane continuously. And you're not seeing that a whole lot. Right now, they are setting a trap down bottom, or trying to. But I think that's the one thing that is still giving Myth Avenue Gaming a play back in this game, is the fact that Vessuwan aren't really playing as aggressively as I think they can be, or even should be right now.
Yeah, I would agree with you there. I feel like you're giving the enemy team time to recover, and there's absolutely no need for you to do that, honestly. I also think their aggressive warding game is a little bit on the weaker side. I know you're up against Brood Mothers, and you don't have as much vision as they do, but you're shoving lanes consistently, and I still don't see too many great aggressive wards being put down. Great sentry, like great de-warding of defensive wards, but like the lane ward up top, for example, is just okay. When you have this much map control, I'd expect stronger warding. Lane ward down bottom, which just cuts the Brood Mother, so that was pretty good. And they somehow don't get the second Rolling Thunder proc on him, which actually might allow Miracle to live. That was very interesting. Break the trees, double damage Wraithing, not catching Miracle. He just escapes there. No Basher on Pango to cancel a BKB TP either, but that was interesting. I don't know what exactly stopped the stun.
Yeah. Bot, PMP, or sorry,
PMP. Literally just walks in, Oh, okay,
nice.
kicked out. Solution against Wraith King.
Yeah, kick his ass out of the fight. He is slow and lumbering, has Blink Dagger, but he's going to be a bit problematic. He's also holding on to the, what is that, Prince's Knife, is it? Mindbreaker, sorry. Prince's Knife, I don't know what that is. It wasn't Prince's Knife, didn't that used to be an item? Prince's Knife?
Yes, that was the hex thing. The one that you attack and it hexes, and it also increases your projectile speed. They got the Maran at least in the mid lane, and the damage from Pango is absurd.
Yeah, now Myth Avenue Gaming back up in this top lane. Seems like Vessuwan got an inkling of where they're still farming. All right, kind of looking to close them in here. At least to make that RDP is.
Time to kill Playhard, perhaps? No, KMP? Okay, he's just gonna shove out the lane here instead. His bottom lane, Miracle is trying to take the first tier 2 for them. That would actually be pretty huge if they can take over the outpost. We'll give them a little bit of space in the enemy map to play around. In the top lane, they're trying to hunt down Playhard. Not the best use of a carry's time, honestly. They seem a little bit lost with Vessuwan. Now, I guess I know they're just waiting for Roche, just trying to make plays that are not going to lose them the game right now, but they're not making the best ones. Just a bunch of nothingness, really, as Myth Avenue Gaming kind of recovers. Void even got time to go for a Scotty.
Yeah, disconnected. Scotty's good, right? It's going to be more stats. It's a bit rough, again, because you're not playing into any of these range cores. And Faceless Void, he's a little bit of a chase hero right after Chronosphere ends, so it's a realistic item to get. But I just don't know if it's realistic for this game. I really think he just needs to be able to kill in Chrono. And to do that, you need damage. And then just follow up on more damage and a stun from one of your allies to kill something like this Wraith King as soon as he respawns. It is. 4-staff, Boots of Barian. Rubik as well with the Gem of True Sight, doing a great job holding on to that. Now there's a Basher up on Pango, and there's one as well on Wraith King. So we're about to have an Abyssal as well, with Wraith King, of course, more incentivized to finish up that item than the Pango is. At least to get it upgraded in that sense. Huh. It's interesting. I guess we'll call it NWP, right? It's gone for the Kaya. on this Morana. So really looking to try and help the team's damage in any way he can. On top of this Extra build. Yeah, that's pretty fun.
Okay, they go for a Moonlight Shadow play. I think they're starting to think that they might be stronger, and I don't disagree with them. These Chronos are starting to be kind of scary now. Like you said, they have to kill Wraithking's first life somehow, and then Chrono on the second one, if possible.
Yep.
But if you just get a Chrono that kills Pango and/or Dawnbreaker, that you're good. And Void is starting to have enough damage and also a way to deal with the healing.
I think
the MKB might still be necessary if you don't catch Dawn.
I think Dawnbreaker is the key here, honestly. I think RDP playing very patiently here, just sitting inside of the base during this dangerous period. They see him, though.
Okay, that's pretty big. That's huge, actually. Frostbite. This time Guardian will not save him. They didn't commit the whole freezing field. They bashed it a little bit too late.
There's no buyback.
Mid-Avenue Gaming might just take this because of Vessuwan's rather defensive playstyle.
Yep. And now, actually, I think they could...
Right?
Oh, hold on. That's aggressive. Oh, all right. He just died.
Not if they kill XERXIA that easily. And now they can keep the Void stunned. They got an Abyssal. Cookie, perhaps? Yes. Lionax did the perfect cookie placement there, killing 2 cores and a support in the blink of an eye.
Well,
okay. You can't throw your lead like that, of course. We're starting to hype you up. I don't know if we cursed them there or what the fuck happened, but don't do that.
A phenomenal play followed by let's just run in and try and kick another person out and forget that everyone has a stun. I stole arrow.
Not active my BKB. Put Void in a really weak position. Oh my god, the Pango has Basher. Oh, Basher activates almost in every swashbuckle. Does his chance?
Okay, MP has a Abyssal Blade. Oh, they've got a
oh my god,
stun.
who would have guessed those items? I can't click on their portraits anymore.
It's yeah.
That was like they just lost the plot for a second after the kill. They got very
And guess what, Avo? I actually kind of hope that they give KNP the Aegis and the refreshers so that he can refresh reincarnation.
And the BKB.
How many lives? Come on, let me. Your first life reincarnation, and then second life Aegis, and then you refresh. Yeah, you fucking.
Oh, four.
Yeah. They didn't, of course. They gave it to Pango. I think you give it to Dawnbreaker. I think that's still a mistake.
Yeah.
I think you got a little bit lucky there. Myth Avenue Gaming, in my opinion, the move there was to go for Roche. Obviously, we knew Roche was up and they didn't. So, it's a little bit of unfair points against them. But I think the play was to go check Roche instead of try and desperately force a fight there. You just want to be able to fight with as much... Actually, maybe not, right? Because what does Aegis really do for you as Myth Avenue Gaming? Maybe it allows XLearn to make those really aggressive plays again, perhaps?
I mean, you just deny it from them. That's all you care about. You just don't want the enemy team to have it.
You're right.
It's so good.
You're right.
Yeah. It makes your Chrono so much harder, and now you can't really Pango. You can't Chrono the Pango. And I'm going to get Aeon Disc on the Dawnbreaker, which I think is the reason why they didn't give her the Aegis. So now she won't be killed without Chrono. Like, heavy committed onto the Aeon Disc. Even with Chrono, she might survive. It's a tough one, man.
Maybe. I think she's... Yeah, I mean, once Aeon Disc is up, yeah. You need a nullifier now. Oh, no,
Young God, he cannot get found here. He cannot get found. Oh, the Tusk actually finds someone instead. KMP's forced out to the BKD. Walrus Punch.
Good control.
Ice Shard.
Really good control.
Where's the rest of the team here? XERXIA did such a good job, but they weren't in position to help him. And Young God patiently, not using his Chrono there. That was the wise choice.
I think that's fine. That was a 9-second BKB you just wasted.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, it's true. I guess you don't want to turn everything into a kill necessarily.
It was not bad at all. I mean, you're still trying to burn time on this Aegis, right? That'll burn another minute and a half for you.
Yeah, no, you're right, actually.
Quite happy with that.
I mean, these small plays help him a lot. I think XERXIA has actually been, as much as we've talked about Tusk not being great, I think he's been fantastic.
Now we have
this whole game.
Slide Whistle activated with Young God having a reverse time walk online. I think the best play you could have forced there was if Faceless Void was on high ground. You time walk in, you probably bait in, honestly, your Solar Guardian, and then you just reverse time walk out and you say, see you later, punks. Got you again.
I don't know if Refresher's the choice, though. Because, see, this build essentially is like, guys, I went for full damaging Chrono. There's 2 Wraithking Lights. I just killed him twice, right? Which is fine. But you didn't go for damaging items. You went for Ayaskati. You only like somewhere in between. BK Midas. Like, you didn't go for the MKD. Oh, they're actually initiating here on BB. Mortimer's kisses too. Those Clippers are for the Preaching Field. Oh, they caught the Void, who just went to the middle of the fight. And because of the cookie, he's dead. Young got 80 seconds without him.
He bought out as well.
Yeah. He bought out for the shard. I mean, I guess he didn't have it regardless. Miracle now got frostbit. Because he thought they didn't see him. Wraithing, of course, a second life, so he's okay to die here. Miracle, though, has a BKB, and KMP's fighting back. That's the first life. As BB continues to deal with the Morana. Aeon, this has been triggered. They caught the Broodmother well on the sidelines. Here comes Lionax. They have the Abyssal Blade on the Wraithking, and then I'll sentence Miracle to a swift death. As the arrow flies by, does nothing. BB gets kicked back, but there's no teammates to help him out, or to help them kill BB. And then another hero without buyback on the Broodmother.
This game is just, it's a little bit tough, I think, for Myth having a game. And their draft is just way harder to execute on. Vessuwan have like...
They're making some plays.
Yeah, I mean, look, I agree, right? But that's the problem, is that they have to be the ones making plays, especially when you're down this much, but always with the Faceless Void.
Yeah,
you're going to be the one that's left to make plays. And Vessuwan, they just have like... I'm not going to call it the biggest anti-Faceless Void draft, because there's no OD, there's no like Shaman, you know, they don't have like the worst heroes against them, but it's easier to play this kind of a lineup in general, especially into a Faceless Void. You got Wraith King, who is probably the best carry against them, maybe Medusa, no, it's probably Wraith King, and just phenomenal counter initiation, and everyone's itemized as well to really make his life difficult. Good blocks kick there, by the way, with Lincoln's.
Okay. They caught Tusk with that. They're still rolling thunder on BB as well. That's gonna hopefully get rid of XERXIA. That's the goal here. Yeah, another stun. Telekinesis. There's the Abyssal committed as well. BKB. Ooh. The Chrono onto just the Dawnbreaker.
And Rubik stole it as well.
Oh no. I mean, at least everyone's dead, so he can only use it on Void. It's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, Void can move in Rubik Chrono as well.
Okay, I think Young God might have lost the confidence of his team to just pick Void like that in this game. Oh, there's the Chrono. That's the Rubik Chrono. That caught someone. Also, Wraith King has had to go inside of it. Force staffing the Dawnbreaker. RDP might still die. They cancel this ultimate from him. A snowball is now forced. RDP is going for a ride. He refreshes for a second Aeon Disc. Tries to use the ultimate. Dies regardless. Actually, the creeps that kill him there.
That's Megas though.
As the Abyssal Blade is completed on Pango. He's ready for the counter initiation. Still has the roll-ups. BB though has the Aegis. Boom Boy stolen freezing field. They can't fight into it. They finally cancel this. Here's a Fate Bolt instead. They want to deal with the touch first. The Exile Learner will survive just barely. The Radiance Burn. The Radiant Fire Blast. Here comes Gampi again. Second round. Swift Blink though still on cooldown. Can't use it at all. Instead they're going for the Brood Mother. Caught because of the cookie. And the Brood Mother can't survive this miracle. Will definitely fall as they perma-stun this poor Faceless Boy in another bash. They're not going to get it. Vessuwan not as lucky, instead they have to settle for the scraps. It's going to be play hard, and now the second support, the Mirana, still 2 lead charges, but no chance to use them as they kick back to Rubik, hoping for this kill. But he does have the Wind Waker, so he's going to be able to walk himself safely out of range. As XERXIA now will be stunned by the Rolling Thunder at some point. BKB just ends. There's the slow, the cookie. BB going further. Young God's the target. Everything gets done in his wake. Turns around with Rolling Thunder, or roll up, sorry, and Myth Avenue Gaming will be forced to call the GG. A practice game for them in the first game of the series, as Vessuwan look much better.
Yeah, I just think it's a really hard draft for any team to execute, especially a Div 2 team. Yes. Especially a Div 2 team who's made this many changes, who may have once again swapped positions, maybe just for this game. I think it's really hard. It is super ambitious for them, and I respect it that they set the sights high for themselves, but they do need to make sure that they're then covering their potential plot holes in their draft, which I just don't think they did. Last pick Faceless Void here, just not working out for them, unfortunately.
No, I felt like not just the Faceless Void. I would actually put the Mirana and the Faceless Void in the same category of like, you had a good idea for the draft, early tempo with Brood Mother, the Tusk worked out great. Clearly, you had a plan around that. It didn't really work. It just, like I said, with those salad picks, just kind of throwing them in. I love the Lion X Snapfire. I definitely think he deserves MVP. He kind of saved and carried the early game for Vessuwan, and he continued to play incredible the whole game. I think he only missed 1 cookie the whole game, honestly. Like, that was not a dumb cookie to like get out of position. And one where the Pango messed up, but it was not his fault. So incredible job by Lion X. But I think the whole of Vessuwan looks very good. Their draft was very solid. Their playstyle was pretty solid, albeit a little bit passive. But in Div 2, that will pass. However, in Div 1, they would have to work on that, make sure they can still make plays in moments where it seems like they can't, like find solutions to these problems. But overall, they're looking like a solid mid-table to top-of-the-table team if they continue to play this way.
I think something as well that really impressed me from Vessuwan this game was their coordination in fights, like just constantly landing all those chain stuns. They make it look a lot easier than it is. And again, to be fair, when everyone has a stun, it is easier than when you know, you only have Arrow and Chronosphere and the Walrus abilities for stun. But Vessuwan still make it look easy. Their lockdown was amazing, and they're going to take game number 1 here rather easily over Myth Avenue Gaming. I'm excited, though. I'm kind of hoping for a 3-game series because Myth Avenue Gaming have always dazzled me with their drafts. But we'll see what's in store for us as we're going to be heading to a quick break here for game number 1. And when we come back, we'll have draft number 2 of Vessuwan versus Myth Avenue Gaming. We'll see you then.
Hello, guys, and welcome back to the DPC. Why? 1 second, I will be back as well.
Do you've got autofocus on?
I take it off, but it resets it up on
There it is. There it is.
resets it up on the stupid machine settings. These cameras.
You know what you can do, Abo, is you can hold your finger up to it. And then
it stopped working.
Well,
on that.
it's because it's because you move your hands too fast.
No, it's my theory is my head is way too big and it goes. Surely there's not autofocus on this. Surely this is a whole person. It can't be just a head. Anyway, we have game number 2 between Vessuwan and Myth Avenue Gaming. A draft is up, so then we'll put it up on the board, on the screen, on the board. Wow, I'm really old. And I can't wait to see what Myth Avenue Game brings this time, because I think the biggest issue and what they have to fix is really their draft. Now with the Clockwork MP, honestly, already a better start. Where they messed up was the last 2 picks. I don't think the first picks were bad at all, but Clockwork MP, immediate synergy that you can see. NP gets vision, Clockwork does as well. Easy ganks. Clockwork is usually a counter to NP in the mid game because you hunt him, so you already protect ban or you protect pick with this, right? Solid start, very solid. However, immediately countered by Naga Siren.
Yeah.
You're playing against Lackles. He's the coach. There's no surprise, but hey, you tried.
I like the opening as well from Vessuwan in response. I think the Undying doesn't really reveal anything. The NP is a good pick into it, but now, of course, when the laning duo is on Undying and Naga, you are setting yourself up for potentially a little bit of danger here if you are Myth Avenue Gaming. Good counters and good mid-game team fight as well. Early to mid-game team fight. It's a hero that can take lane, especially against an NP, this Undying hero, just by kind of standing in the tower and maxing decay. Once the Naga does want to farm other parts of the map, and she will rather quickly, Undying can just sit in lane and clear wave after wave out from NP. So it's should be a pretty exciting one. We have seen a lot of teams start to experiment with like carry NP. Hope that's not the case here, honestly. Hope it is going to be an offlane, and it's probably his best role right now in this kind of a meta. So I'm looking forward to seeing that at the very least. And see how the rest of the draft continues to develop. In another Pango ban. I think that's a heads-up ban. This kind of game, lots of anti-illusion clear, good, strong early game, and just trying to keep down Exilern, who had a much better game on the Tusk than he had any right to. But eventually, I think that game was just way too hard for a Tusk to do anything more than he was really trying.
I think you just gotta deal with the Naga bans though, and I honestly don't think you have to worry about Young God's heroes right now. Not because of the last game performance, but just because I can't think of any carries that you're like, wow, this really destroys Naga Siren, right? At best, they're all okay. I think when you also have Naga, you kind of hope that they run the NP off lane. So if they don't run him off lane and they run him carry, it's their win somewhat. So you're just kind of gonna let the carry slot go. Pango Timber, so I like. Other heroes that I'm thinking about that could deal with Naga. You're looking at area damage. I wasn't actually considering Monkey King. That's an interesting idea. Young God does play a lot of Monkey King. I was actually thinking more alongside the lines of Ember or Storm, to be honest. But I guess if Naga goes for the Orchid build, they're not that much of a worry these days.
Yeah. I'm also a little bit surprised. I mean, of course, we maybe could have run a mid here, to be honest. I'm a bit surprised to see that Myth Avenue Gaming are the ones to ban out the Primal. Usually teams with the Naga will choose to ban out that hero on the off
I agree.
chance.
That's actually a really good pick.
Yeah. On the off chance that, they're going to throw that hero on the lane, because level 1, level 3, level 5, especially when you get those second and third points into trample, like, oof, Naga Siren really struggles. There's just nothing she can do about it.
Yes. And the build you usually go for is bad against him, right? Because like, oh, I silenced him. Okay. Good job. Like nobody cares.
Yep.
He'll still tank the whole.
Or he just PKB'd and he didn't care about my Orchid. Like it's. I'm surprised. I'm surprised that Myth Avenue Gaming. I wouldn't have minded to see that pick. I feel like they're kind of running out of really good solutions for heroes that are activated early and that are good in the meta.
With Naga.
And that kill Naga. Yeah, they ban the Storm too. I mean, that makes sense, right? Because they've got a NP. So clearly, if they didn't want to pick it, they're going to ban it.
I mean, this shows to be carry NP 100%. That's how you ban the Storm. Because you're thinking of putting him carry, you'll pick a different offlaner. And I guess they have a couple options for offlane. The Disruptor's good, though. I like Disruptor.
They don't reveal anything as well with this pick, so it's just a strong hero. Gives you some nice early to mid-game team fight. Good catch.
If you're Vessuwan, I guess, I mean, you kind of want to pick your mid over your offlane, honestly, because you want to see if Mag allows the like if Mag leaves this carry flex of MP for the last pick, then you get 2 more bans, right? So it's a huge win. So I would say you pick the Mirana plus. I don't know what's a good hero with Mirana. Ember's still in the pool. I think Ember's fine.
Ember's
it's
fine.
also a BB hero.
Yeah,
Kunkka's fine too if you want to go for something like that. I think that's okay too. It's too many melees maybe, but it's a good combo with Mirana. And it's great against Disruptor, right? So that's why I'm thinking Kunkka.
I like the Kunkka better than the Ember. Ember's good, but Kunkka still gives you something for the Mirana to rotate into. You're very tanky. You probably don't really care about getting stuck in a static storm because at that stage of the fight, you likely have gotten all your spells off. Can be good against the NP, right? Because you have the X marks the spot if he tries to TP away. Early activation. You've got good lanes to gank into. Yeah, might be good. I think, yeah, Kunkka Ember. What else is there? Batrider taken out.
I can't think of any of the heroes that I would like to see me play in the mid lane, honestly. Like, I guess you could Void Spirit if you really want to go for something weird, but why? Like, it feels worse actively. Yeah, honestly, I'm stuck with those heroes. And I think you should pick your mid laner here. I think off laner here would be a mistake because you're really, really opening up the pool to go and either counter their lane. If you pick up if you pick up off lane here, then Mag gets to counter your lane by revealing where MP goes, which is fantastic. And on top of that, they still get last pick to counter your mid laner. Whereas if you pick mid here, yes, your mid get countered, but you have a free. Okay, I guess they leave it open with a Doom. Somewhat. Not a fan though, honestly. My theory stands.
I thought
if you're Mag now, you definitely put MP carry, and you just pick up an offlaner that deals with Naga now, which I'm assuming there's still some.
Yeah, I was thinking of maybe the Mars actually for Vessuwan as something alternatively, but Clockwork's pretty good into Mars, so I wasn't too sure if that was still what they wanted to do, but was just searching for alternatives.
Lesh is kind of legit here for Mag. It's actually a pretty solid Lesh game.
Yeah.
As an offlaner, I mean, actually. Like offlane Lesh against the Naga.
Only issue is he just doesn't deal with a tombstone early on, so it would be all on your carry NP to do that. It's the only problem I see with it, though.
Sure.
But no, it's a good pick. I mean, there's not a lot of offlaners that are very good at dealing with it. Maybe you want to go for just throwing out something a little bit more random because it is Mag, like a offlane Snap.
Oh, Darkseer.
No?
Darkseer.
Okay.
Darkseer is very good. Darkseer is very solid. Okay, so obviously this, like what I said, like this shows MP now as carry, and so if Vessuwan was planning on flexing this Doom mid, which I know they do because BB does play Doom mid, that's fine. I'm actually still sold on this a little bit more, but if they weren't, they just lost a lot here because now you got a really good Naga matchup, or Mag has a really good anti-Naga matchup, and they have a really good carry to core matchup.
I think Vessuwan, they need an Invoker now. They need a Dispel. They need to go Quas Exort Invoker and use rush that Ag Scepter, use the Naga Siren song to mass up the zombies, get that Cataclysm, because this Darkseer is going to be a problem. Steals your Naga Siren, makes a better Naga Siren, might even get a normal punch up. Naga's Illusion's going to be killed super fast.
You know what? I'm sold on the spell there, actually. You can also do mid and you run Brewmaster off, for example.
Okay.
Very good Brewmaster offlane.
Brew
like
MP. The NP.
MP's lane is difficult because Brew just runs at him. You like use Cinder Brew plus Starstorm and then you just leave, right? And MP can't take this constant harassment unless you like constantly TP in and out.
It's true, but I think Clockwork's pretty good at standing in the way there. Probably you want to throw the Clockwork in that lane there. I mean, he'll die, but better that the NP.
Yeah, but then you kill Clockwork, so it's also a win, right? And I think the spell you're onto something though. I do like it. That said, I don't know if they play Brew, and that's also a specialist pick. That's definitely a specialist pick, right? Like if you don't play, you don't play it. You don't even consider it.
Is anyone else that really likes to get? I don't know. I mean, you can't really pick an Ench here. It's the only other Dispel.
Yeah, Ench, Oracles, like these kind of heroes.
Yeah, Oracle. Go for another Topson Oracle mid.
Yeah. Sven. No, I'm not a fan.
Yeah.
They banned the DK.
Ban the DK, ban the Ember as well, who still would have been a pretty good hero with Vessuwan's kind of a lineup. What will they go for?
I mean, with the SF... Oh, okay.
Tiny.
Just picking it.
It's a core Tiny then, isn't it? So
yeah, it's a mid-tiny.
Probably mid.
It's a fine Tiny game. Is there any way you can... I mean, you could Huskar here. If you really want to screw them.
What else do you have here? I still think it's probably a fine enough Lesh mid game here, to be honest, as well.
Yes, it's still a fine Lesh game. I think Tiny makes it harder because now you actually have a considerable amount of burst, right? Which Lesh dislikes.
It's true, but I think you've got like Mech Greaves carrier on Darkseer, good vision game as well with the clockwork and the NP shoving lanes in. Increases your tower pressure a lot.
The Bloodstone heroes are pretty solid. Like not just Lesh, like Lesh, Viper, Razor, right? Like those heroes, even though Razor got nerfed considerably there, they deal well with Naga and they actually don't care about Doom much, and they usually beat the lane against Tiny. But it is pretty off meta, so I don't know if XERXIA will do that. I know. Oh wait, Lesh is banned. This whole time we were talking about.
Oh, is he?
But it was a
first ban.
Because I was thinking, yeah, they love this hero. We're so done. We're sorry about that, guys. That was a big mistake. Usually at the left side of the match, we just don't look at it.
Okay.
What the fuck is this?
Let's see. So carry NP, Miracle Darkseer. It is a mid Rubik. That's interesting.
Okay. I mean, it's good against Tiny because of the Fate Bolt, right? It's very good against him. But it's a weird pick.
Shocking. Yeah, I'm really surprised to see this. I think this is something that Mag may have run before. This mid Rubik seems really familiar. I have a strong memories of a couple games of Rubik mids in this region that have run away with games. I think the concept is just, again, win your lane. I mean, it's not that complicated, right? Win your lane and then rotate very, very early on. You can also rotate in with this NP. Your tower pressure is then fairly decent. Vessuwan are fighting a little bit more around their cooldowns, especially in the early game, being Doom, Tombstone, and Song on the off chance that Naga does decide to join. And actually Moonlight Shadow, to be honest, on Mirana is going to be kind of limiting for them, for Vessuwan to take better fights. But this BB Tiny, if he does get a good Blink Dagger, can really start tearing apart this Rubik, this Darkseer, this NP. It might be the arrow to the proverbial knee here of Myth Avenue Gaming if they can't really contain him.
Yeah, I will say, like, I didn't like the order in Vessuwan's draft. I think their final draft is fine, right? 3 melees against Darkseer is going to be rough, but it's a fine draft, right, overall. The only thing is Darkseer and Disruptor. Like, you kind of... And Clockwork. It's not an easy 3 melees game, but... it's fine considering the order you picked it in, which I think screwed themselves over a lot. And this is the kind of thing where I expect this team, as they go into Div 1, need to fix. Like, these are mistakes that are just clicks. They're just a conceptual mistake, which is not a good thing. But on the other hand, I don't know where to locate this Rubik, right? I love Myth Avenue Gaming going for these cheese picks and these odd picks, and that is great. But I do feel like this is the same issues that lost them last season, right? A lot of games where it's like, you don't need to cheese sometimes. You just need to play your own, more normal heroes, you know? And obviously we mentioned the Leshrac that was gone, but was Rubik really the only option you had for the things that you needed? It feels like Rubik has a lot of weaknesses here against Tiny and Doom, even if it is a decent idea for the draft. So I don't know. I'm actually kind of torn this draft. I think it can go either way. Whereas last one I sided heavily with Vessuwan. This time I'm not sure.
I'm not so sure either. I'm going to go for Myth Avenue Gaming because I want to see a game through. I want to see this mid lane Rubik work out. I do want to see this mid lane Rubik work out. Like, show me. I mean, this lane should be really good, right? That's the one thing I will give. Fate Bolt is an insane laning spell. Yeah. We'll see. Rubik is all with some pretty good stats in general. Starts off with 5 armor. All his stack gain as well is pretty good, actually.
In mid, that doesn't matter as much because you don't trade as much, right? Because you always have bottles. So it's like, honestly, the damage you do in most matchups, unless you have like actual time to kill him, which usually is 2 melees, it's not that relevant because you have too much healing in mid.
Yeah, I think it's nice against a hero with cleave though. Like this tiny tree grab early on, it's definitely going to be looking to try and splash some damage onto you. Rubik can stand a bit further away.
With 600 range? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, we'll
550.
You have learned nothing.
I think the Rubik is just a trading war. That's why he used to win against the Quap, because you just don't hit him and he just trades against you with Fate Bolt, and that's the theory behind the Rubik mid.
The battle begins.
He's actually thinking about Meteor Hammer, which is very interesting.
Well, he can set it up for himself, right? It gives you even more tower push. There's
a 4 build. I don't know if you've seen this in your pubs, but it's a 4 build some Rubiks are doing. More of a meme build for sure.
I think
it's kind of easy to execute.
It could be pretty good here, honestly. I could see like really, really strong early push. Good vision with the clock. Initiations all set out for you as well. Good follow-up stuns into the Static Storm. It's a little bit scary as far as what this Rubik's going to do late game with a Meteor Hammer. But I guess that's for time to tell. And down bottom, I'd expect Miracle to go for a pretty standard item build as well for like this Mech Greaves, just Ore Carrier. And that might be good enough here. Laning into this Doombringer though, so they didn't get the ideal matchup they were looking for. Vessuwan are able to dodge that and swap the lanes.
I will say that the Meteor Hammer fixes a lot of the issues that Rubik mid has, right? Which is one of the biggest issues of this hero, which almost seems like a gamble, is if I don't manage to get a a good spell early, right? All of a sudden I'm useless for a while because I can't steal the spell that I need, right? Which in this case I think is probably Avalanche, maybe Ensnare or Arrow or Starstorm. And with a Meteor Hammer, you always have the option to just, I'm going to push the tier 1s. And that's your weakest moment where you either get ganked so you don't do anything. So actually, it's looking more promising as you go for this build. I'm sold on this Rubik kit.
There it is. Yeah, well, see how it works out for him. So far, his lane's looking pretty easy. And BB is going to be struggling a bit more. Eager to get that bottle online, and then we'll see how they continue harassing each other.
Side lanes are rough though if Mag don't change them. Like you're gonna Darkseer traditional counter Doom, NP traditional counter Naga Siren. I guess you're still farming MP though. Whoa, Young God just prioritized the denial for last. That was wild. I don't know if camera caught that.
See, I don't know what Lionax is going to be able to do in this top lane, interrupting pulls and whatever, but I wonder if he would rather be bottom in this kind of a lane. Just then what? Then you have Mirana up top. Maybe that lane's a little bit too weak, but it is then 4 ranged heroes. Just think he could do a little bit more in this bottom lane, honestly, with the way that lane setups have gone. Soul Rip into Darkseer, you know, really make his lane a bit more difficult to play. Because it does feel like if they can get on top of you in this lane, Darkseer, Clockwork, very classic combo. Maybe then Mirana's a little bit better to have because she's got leaf charges, but very well could be a bit rough. Keep buffing backing for some reason and increasing the cooldown on it at the same time. So a first point in it, or a second point in it here is not too crazy for Miracle.
It's very common these days. I'm with you as well. I feel like, I mean, I guess the bottom lane with Mirana, you just completely harass the Darkseer. That's kind of their idea. Whereas top, since it's only a farming lane, you don't really care if it's Mirana or not. So it's the Doom matchup is so difficult for Darkseer to play. I don't think it matters too much, if I'm honest with you. Especially early levels. Just eat creep and no iron shells for you.
Yeah, pretty much.
Mirana harasses you constantly with Starstorm, which is the build these days. As long as you keep lane equilibrium, this lane is fine. And obviously, the biggest reason is Mirana versus Clockwork. That's actually the thing.
Yeah,
we glossed over that.
So that, no, I mean, I brought it up as well. I still think that, like, if you have an Undying down here, I think the Clockwork does more. But then the only other play Miracle has is to put Ion Shell on himself, and he can't do that if he's constantly at like -8 strength.
Yeah, but look, he's just gonna die here to the Starstorm. That was a very good cogs and battery assault, but unfortunately they need more follow-up than that. And Bumbu doesn't want to spread the damage, which means that he's gonna get the kill on RDP. And Young Bumbu as well, without the Fairy Fire. Nice sleep, killed by the creeps. In exchange though for Yamate, and he buys back immediately.
That's a lot of creeps, man.
Yeah, it is. No, it's actually not a bad choice here. It's a really early buyback. You're gonna make the gold back immediately, and the experience is really worth it.
Buyback cost is 300 here, so we'll see. He got 2 creeps, did get a half a level, didn't miss any of these creeps. Okay, not bad. I think he probably loses like 50 gold in there or something, but the experience is well worth it. That's just too big a wave for you to justify losing. It's pretty crazy.
That's a very interesting play by Bumbui deciding that Doom, you'll tank the battery assault alone because Iron Shell's too much value.
Okay.
Clockwork.
NWP's up top. We'll see what he can find. They're going to need a glimpse though, and Lionax doing a good job playing around these trees here.
Okay. Might work, huh? Oh, no, never mind. That was unexpected. They, I guess, glimpse into the battery assault plus cogs. He can't get the tombstone out now. There, Lionax trying, can't. No creeps around. KMP is going for the counter kill into Young God. That's going to be a win for Vessuwan as they trade a K for a support. More than happy to do that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Myth Avenue Gaming got a little bit obsessed with canceling the cast animation of Tombstone, which, while is very funny, is not always the most productive thing if it means your core is going to die. Miracle able to escape? I'm wondering if he... Oh, Miracle. Maybe not able to escape. Arrow whiffs, but they will go diving. At least a little
leap.
bit.
No? They don't commit the last leap, boy. Just die for this, man. What is your life worth? Oh, that was too late.
Looking around in the jungle.
Support overvaluing their life, man.
Bit unlucky, I would say. I think in this kind of a lane, it might actually be worth taking the Purge creep. Actually, what's the mana cost? Isn't it like 120? Yeah, that's really expensive. Yeah, Doom can't afford that. That's tempting though, right? Because then if he tries to surge away from him, you just kill him. You just dispel him. You say, no, come here. I don't know. It's like a third of your mana pool though. pretty
Yeah, I
expensive
don't
for
think
a
it's
Doom.
worth. I don't think it's worth.
Arrow stolen
Boy got
mid.
caught with the arrow. He didn't want to die earlier. He surely doesn't want to die now. Of course, it's because of the dieback. That's the reasoning, in case you guys were wondering. That's just a joke about overvaluing his life. He has the leap as well, glimpse back, and now Boomboy will suffer the effects of the dieback regardless, or the extra time. And there's the button.
46 seconds. Yeah, but it's fine because he bought back instantly right away. So, you know, he's
Yeah, but it was for creeps, right? So this is hurting your cores.
He's just paying back the time now. Mid lane.
Now
as
BB
well,
could
BB.
die. They still have the Cogs pushback. Oh, they don't. Cogs pushback. Yeah, I mean, I still had arrow. I think he's pretty tanky. Now he's stuck in the kinetic field. They stole the Avalanche, which is the best spell to steal. And with Thunderstrike, they get rid of BB. XERXIA gets the kill with a Fable. Lionax now stuck in the trees. Young God rotates here. He did have a Tango to eat the tree, but the Glimpse will catch him regardless. Honestly, very well played by Myth Avenue Gaming. That was a really good TP by Young God.
Dude,
Necessary to recover him too.
They're getting kind of out-rotated here. Quite naturally, you'd expect with an NP carry, but and as well as these kinds of supports. But everyone's not going bottom, XLR included. This Vision here on the Doom does not even have his Midas up yet. TP coming in now. Miracle up to level 5, only with the Ring of Health. This is pretty aggressive. We'll see if they can actually get this kill.
RDP, okay, there's the vacuum into the Cogs. In comes the Rubik as well, guarantees the kill on RDP. Miracle wants to get away, stop the magic wand, so he knows he's fine. In fact, he realized he can just kill Boomboy, who will die to the Glimpse damage instead. Already a strong rotation by this Rubik, who hasn't finished Meteor Hammer yet, and is already having a massive impact, even without boots. Okay, honestly, Rubik made working in the early game, which is what you expected from this hero.
Yeah, it's going to need to do a little bit more. He's sticking around now to push for the tower. Let's see. Yeah, Doom's going to TP in back. So will Young God, who scouts this TP. This is a bit awkward. I don't know if he really wanted to be right on top of Doom, and he won't have to because they're going to glimpse his ass back. There it is. That's the tower. Nice early aggressive killing that new gaming.
Yamata as well. No, okay, Avalanche saves him.
They need to be careful though, because this Naga is going to get online, and they don't. Like, they have some decent tools to stop her, but they haven't done really much to stop her farming in lane whatsoever. She is out of control. Doom as well, even though he has lost his tower, it's a Doom. So he's also going to find his items here. So they really need to make this like early Rubik, early NP rotations count. And again, to be fair, they are doing just that. They can't let up the pressure here.
Okay. They found Boomboy. Can they kill him with a Meteor Hammer? Residual damage?
Wow.
Yes, they will. I mean, look, even if they lose the game just because the early game is so nice, it's worth watching.
Yeah.
He's been playing a fantastic early game, and he's not going to let go of Avalanche until it expires. I bet you.
They're playing very well. This Rubik, of course, Arcane Supremacy works with items, so he can cast Meteor Hammer from even further away, which means we're going to see a lot of it.
Cogs. Young God is here, but he has no items. Okay. That was a play. That was a play.
Yeah, I just think it's because he can't really do much top lane against the Naga, so he's just kind of conceding that area. He's letting Miracle farms a little bit safer in the jungle. Miracle, by the way, went for the Vanguard early, so he can farm jungle extremely easily.
Yeah, good choice.
So that's going to allow him to scale. XLR is, part of me, going to be able to keep creeps off the tower for basically infinity here in the mid lane with Meteor Hammer.
Young God is going to die. Chased by a Marana. Okay. So you said that he couldn't do anything top lane. You were right, but he also should have stayed solo in the bottom lane.
Yeah, a little bit dangerous there. Maybe you should have rotated mid lane here to help this push a little bit more. Eventually, slowly but surely, this tower will go down with Meteor Hammer being able to be used about once every wave.
Look at Rubik now. He stole tree grab.
He's so cute.
Missed. Meteor Hammer stopped by the Avalanche. A little bit overzealous here. XERXIA, in fact, he might get punished as a result as KMP is rotating quickly. And you're going to try to kill XERXIA here. And that's an easy kill. The Destructor almost fell by the wayside there.
He died on accident.
Yeah. Boomboy has been the king of counter-rotating this early game.
It's dangerous fights here to take for Myth Avenue Gaming, because they're basically 4 supports. Well, 3 supports, a Darkseer, who is just Aura Man, and NP. They really need to be careful when they take these fights, because they need to basically rotate on spell, on like their spell usages, like on First Static Storm here, which they don't have yet, by the way, or on big item reveals, like on this NP and probably on this Rubik as well. I mean, feels like probably Meteor Hammer is the biggest one. They're gonna try top lane though onto KMP. This might work. Ooh, not if hookshot misses though.
No. Stuff Surge, let's see. Oh, Battery Assault. Kennerfield barely catches him. He's trying to sing. Mirror Image first. Divided Battery Assault damage, but vacuum into the cogs. KMP. Now on a mana because of the cogs. They actually got him with a glimpse. Another kill for Myth Avenue Gaming, who's continuing for Lionax. BB comes in, reinforcements, toss is ready, and that she'll kill Disruptor in place as BB. Doesn't want to continue this. They saw a clock in Darkseer, but realized they're a little bit too tanky.
Yep, mid tower will go down in the meantime with why Young God and XERXIA focusing that down. So they've opened up their own part of the map now to be able to farm a bit safer in. And maybe they're going to try and kill this Doom down bottom. This is a hard target for them. Very tanky lad here. And it's just a Rubik with Meteor Hammer. What's he going to get? Scorched Earth? Oh, we got Devour. Not bad. Now Rubik can digest some delicious creeps.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with Rubik is that even if you farm, you're like, what do I do with this gold? I mean, you know what to do with it, but like, do you actually scale with just the Ags Aetherlands? You just feel like a glorified support as a mid Rubik. And that's usually the issue he has. Like, the mid game is so poor for this guy.
Yeah, I can't help but wonder if there was a world where he kind of went for the Rubik Greaves build, and instead you just kind of enabled Darkseer to go for some more greedier items early on.
Like you go like Blink into the punch.
Yeah,
immediately.
Yeah, pretty much, right? Maybe you go for like, I don't know, like yeah, maybe BKB first. You know, but still, like immediately you just are strong and fighting. Right?
Yes.
Because Rubik is building those first couple items for you.
You could even argue Link in this game. Oh, okay, wait, they're counter-initiating here. BB into the Static Storm he went. Rubik, surprisingly tanky. And the Doom back in you go. Trying to charge the Meteor Hammer in the middle of the fight. Fateful down to reduce damage. He will die in exchange for the Mirana kill. As Young God joins, starts to kill off BB. That's not going to work.
Oh, they're looking for the
KMP
Naga.
has been left behind. Where are the teammates? He needs them. He needs reinforcements. Trying to sing. KMP, song, impossible because of the battery assault. They doomed the NP, but that's not going to work without KMP. And RDP just went into the fray. Now turned to the pig. Surged, Iron Show Cogs. That should get rid of RDP. Sorip will not save him as Miracle continues the fray. It's going to be 3 versus 3 now with his TP. They break the tombstone at least. Lionax trying to get through, but Yamate a bit too quick. Back into the wall they go, avoids the arrow. Nice job, a tailbite of decay. No chance for him to live. As this team fight lasted so long, XERXIA is back alive. Have a toss to kill off the Darkseer. They got rid of Miracle in exchange though for BB's life. And XERXIA charges the Meteor Hammer. There's no way that's going to work. He's just farming in the middle of the lane. Yeah. Because why not? Might as well take advantage of this.
They were looking for a hopeful glimpse there, but he was standing basically on top of where he got glimpsed to.
Oh, I see.
Second regen there for XERXIA, by the way, who has stolen Decay now. Not a bad farming spell for him either, to be honest. And he can really be quite annoying to KMP, who might just kill him, though. I think this is XERXIA biting off way too much than he could chew. Oh, my goodness. He is going to regret this one.
Yeah, Telekinesis, Fate, adding as much damage as possible. No, here comes RDP. Oh, but he has no mobility, so actually XERXIA gets away with this for now. Playhard's joining in as well. There's another TP though, coming from the Tiny. Didn't see this. BB gets the Rubik on the side as Static Storm sets up. The rest of Myth Avenue Gaming are converging, it seems, as the Tiny's fighting Playhard on the side. RDP's being killed by Young God. Playhard is a little bit too fast. Tiny can't catch up to him just yet. BB has Blink Dagger in a second. There's the Avatar that's going to kill the Disruptor as RDP gets away from the NP. Here comes the Kinetic Field though. Playhard still alive. BB couldn't get to him. Glimpse back close to him. Playhard playing with his life. Playhard needs to get away from this avalanche. With Bumbuy on the side will kill him with the Starstorm instead as Young God is running towards him.
Rubik's gonna TP back into this fight down bottom. 100%.
BB's gonna blink away. That'll save him. This team fight's over. No. XERXIA, stop.
Hook shot and 10 on them. More. Damn it.
Guys, take a chill pill. Please, there's no way this benefits Myth Avenue Gaming. You have a much weaker timing. Young God's just running around. Oh, he's just running around.
Look at that. They're looking for more fights, dude. Vessuwan, they're smoking up, baby. They're looking for another fight. They're gonna get XERXIA.
Okay, the Rubik dies again for Vessuwan. That's it. That's his usefulness done. You're done with Rubik. He's been as good as he could in the early mid game. He's now support.
That's a little punishing here.
Bro, for a hero like this, who's all about momentum, no way.
Now I'm not really sure what he's gonna do. He's kind of just a support from here on out. It did not go for like the aura build either. Like I thought we might see. He's not my favorite aura builder, but he can do it, as we've seen basically all of last season especially. Let's see what Yamate finds here. It's a BB Tiny. We need a little bit more to kill him off though. Nice Wrath of Nature. And we're just fighting here. Okay.
Yeah, PB will die. I mean, it kind of... Oh, maybe not. Sword. Okay, glimpse. There we go. The arrow from behind because Bumbuy was somehow behind the team fight the whole time. Kills play hard. Static Storm sets up on KMP. Tries to get out with Manta. Does not work. Still has the song. Starts singing.
Oh my god.
Is it the reset? I don't think either team knows yet.
It is.
Oh, it is
for
reset.
sure. Yeah,
there we go. BB. The Avalanche doesn't quite hit, but it's fine. Doom will get him. That's a dead Young God. They also catch up to the Clockwork, who's fine, who's done for, sorry, as Miracle surges himself to safety.
Don't worry,
Misclicks there for a
now.
second. As a result, they can catch up to him. Meteor Hammer, though, hits Doom. Miracle, though, can't fight back. They toss in the Doom, and that'll kill Miracle as XERXIA is trying desperately to
get him,
here. There is no Avatar.
1v5.
There's just a BKB Doom. Bumbuy will get rid of XERXIA at this rate. That's a dead Rubik. Goodbye. One last toss for Ruby to get him, and that's it. Vessuwan is to take over the game now. These fights are way too wacky. Myth Avenue Gaming is getting nothing out of this.
Yeah, I don't know why Rubik decided to... He just got on the feed train there. He like... It was really weird because it's not like the train had already left the station. The train was like basically already at its destination, and then he still jumps on the feed train. And they're like, you already ran all the way here just to do that?
Yes.
Because he didn't have TP. Because remember, he just died immediately before this.
Wow. There was a moment where the train stopped and he asked all passengers, are you sure you guys want to feed today? I'm like, yeah, feed, feed, feed. Like they all cheered together as they jumped into this train wreck of a team fight. I'm so surprised this is their playstyle of this game.
Yeah, it's very uncoordinated. Not exactly sure. I mean, they look like they're having fun at least. They're going to smoke up and do it again.
Yes, they look like they're having fun, for sure. The comms must be a riot right now. RDP will break the smoke. Turns into a pig. That's no Doom, though, or BKB. Miracle is gonna go in. Okay, thinks twice.
Yeah, they needed to clear the ward, though. That's a good play.
Stop, guys.
Play hard's like, whoa, no. Chill out.
And it's off.
They won't even like this on Bleed, man. Calm down.
I don't know what to tell you, man. I feel like this match is... any chances we saw of seeing the Rubik mid-shine got thrown away by what was the
It's shown for like 3 minutes.
Yeah, yeah, and then I mean, it wasn't the Rubik's fault or this hero's
big
fault.
hook shot. But nope, they didn't want to go for the 3-man
hook shot. Oh, big hook shot. Yeah, yeah. And now toss back in. Learn your lesson, Clockwork. As they hit the arrow on the Rubik, which now I realize is mid. BKB immediately by the Doom, who's just walking forward. That's his strategy. Walk, walk, walk. Roast the pig.
Okay.
Oh, BKB wasted.
BKB wasted. They're going to have Doom in 3 seconds. I presume he's not going to use it.
Don't go back in. Do not. XERXIA, Doom dispels the haste. Okay, there we go.
Still decay there. Ward's back up again, and Vessuwan will win the Ward Wars. Young God now has Maelstrom. He showed up to those last couple of fights, like 300 golds from Maelstrom, and I was like, oh man, that's painful. Set him back so much. Maybe with Maelstrom, he does a little bit more in those fights, but
Young God is just a right clicker, honestly. These are not the fights you want for that. Okay, I don't think they killed the Clockwork in this bout of damage. In fact, it might just be BB who sentenced himself. Yep, and that's going to be a dead BB, together with Bumbuy, who's once again an afterthought. Young God even joins us to guarantee the kill.
Yep. All right. Myth Avenue Gaming, they're like the Power Rangers, you know? Once they go into fight mode as all 5, they're unstoppable. They assemble the Ultra Mega... Zoid,
Always
yeah.
Z.
It's always a Zoid, right, basically?
Yeah, Zord Z.
The drink water a Zoid.
Yeah, it's like a dinosaur of some kind. I'm not really sure. They had this time where they all had like animals, spirit animals, and then they had this time where they were all dinosaurs as well. A lot of people, mind you, the spirit animals were dinosaurs.
Right. I didn't know that. That's a dieback, by the way, for BB, so he's still down for 30 seconds. They're going to try and fight this.
Okay, they can kill RDP. I mean, this constant fighting is... Vessuwan is so confused by this, so they don't know what to do. Bumbuy might just die again. He has 2 more leap charges.
Why?
Leaps again. Bumbuy's alive. The 2 supports from Myth Avenue Gaming are dead. He has a magic wand the whole time, so he's safe, somewhat. As they continue this fight against the Darkseer, silence him, ensnare him as well. They've doomed the Rubik, but XERXIA is staying behind because he got hit by a really long-range arrow. Miracle lays down the wall replica as Bumbuy still being hunted. Young God will finally finalize this kill, and both Miracle and XERXIA will get away.
Okay.
Somewhat.
It's not a bad fight for Myth Avenue Gaming. I mean, all 3 of their cores live. Young God TP's back mid lane. He's almost finished off BKB off the back end of that fight. And the biggest punishment there was, again, BB just didn't have a respawn timer that was short enough because of the dieback penalty. Remember the last time he bought back I believe, no. Yeah. Last time he bought back was when Naga songed for that last tier 2 fight down bottom at like 13 minutes in or whatever. So he was dead for a long time. And Tiny makes a big difference in these kinds of fights where everyone's kind of running away. Doom, just doesn't really have the lockdown that you're looking for in these kinds of fights. Tombstone is still only level 2, and I think was not really the best use in that fight either. So for them to are able to get away with that one. Rubik now with a Meteor Hammer, an Aether Lens, and a Force Staff. So 3 items now for the mid lane Rubik. But I wanted to point out Clockwork nearly has an Ag Scepter online.
Radiant.
That's a very fun item.
Yeah, I mean, its team fights continue being this crazy, right? You probably get, what, 3 of these hags a team fight? And because it's global, you can die as much as you want.
They're going in.
Yeah, they see hero, kill hero. Meteor Hammer is being set up again, by the way. Catches RDP. BB is just walking through the team fight. BB, this is not your neighborhood. BB, go home. No. Oh, this poor old man. He's just wandering the streets of Dota.
Oh, he got out.
He's finally been able to reach away thanks to the avalanche.
Someone helped him cross the street. It was Blink Dagger. He got out of there in time.
Young Blink, can you help me? These oranges are very heavy. Oh, I dropped all my rocks.
What's inside these rocks? Geodes.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Actually, yes, Tiny used to be a very successful geologist, but he sold his soul to an oil company.
Okay, I think they get Clockwork now. Yeah, not too tanky. I mean, look, he's going to be really annoying with this Ag Scepter. I think the biggest upgrade for him in these kinds of fights is going to be the fact that with Ag Scepter, or with Overclock active, I should say, Battery Assault procs everything in his AoE. Or it hits everything in his AoE.
Right, which is relevant because the team fights are 10v10, apparently.
And it's really good against this Naga. It's really good against Undying. It's really good against Doom. Like, it's good against individually all these heroes. And now he's just going to be in the middle of these team fights, flying perhaps as a pig, and then just battery assaulting everything within sight. Like, sure.
You sold me. Usually it's just for the rocket flare, right? That's what you use this for?
Yeah, usually.
But this is the one game where I think battery assault, the AoE is a relevant point.
Damn good, dude. It's really damn good.
Especially when BB's just walking around the team fight. He's like, I'm not even meaning to kill you, BB, please. Don't do this. Don't tank the battery assault for the Doom.
I'm sure BB was like, I need to smoke together with my team.
But he was going. This spot in the river is looking really succulent right now. I really
it
want
was just
this
such
water.
a good static storm, considering they had vision on him. I don't know. It was wild.
Who needs to glimpse when you have the guy just walking into your storm?
For him to walk in there after they just hook shot it onto your Doom, so obviously they have Sentry there. Not a good move.
I think that's what an episode of Storm Chasers looks like without the music and the editing.
Okay, there it is. There's the Ag Scepter now for the Clockwork. 24-minute Ags, we'll call it. This is exciting. I've never seen this item this early. I wonder if it'll make any difference at all, honestly. Gleipnir finished up for Young God. I mean, look, they're getting items.
This game is a jambalaya of spells, honestly.
Naga has heart, though, so this is still going to be pretty tough to take her down.
Yes, especially because you can't concentrate on a single hero. So. You also have Graves on Mirana, so even more healing, right?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, pretty good.
Double Wraith Band as well. Tiny.
That's why it's really tanky.
Almost BKB. Doom still with now Blink Dagger on top of BKB and BOT, so he's a little bit harder to run from in these fights. Man, that game, they're smoking, though. They're ready.
Okay, both teams are smoking. However, Vessuwan doesn't care about a high ground.
Oh, no.
They go for Darkseer melee, they doom him. The hook shot of zombie was not what they were looking for because Miracle's gonna die as a result of the lack of reinforcements. This is what Tombstone does, though. Not what you can do about that.
Yeah, that's pretty brutal. But they restrain themselves from going any further. Unfortunately, I think this is still Roche in the hands easily for the side of Vessuwan. Tombstone is going to continue to cover any sort of hook shot in. So they can kind of do this relatively worry-free. Although they're
Young God?
really going to try this, huh?
I mean, they have rocket flares. Do they have hook shots? Yeah, no. 10 seconds. Sog's gonna start to secure the Roche. No Clockwork hook because there's no
an arrow. Okay, it's a long stun on the Tiny. Force staff
for the high ground. May have any game and also don't care about the high ground.
Oh my god.
Hook shot block, but it's rough for this time. And DV just walks off. Oh, wait. Force step him. Nobody has it. They meteor him. BB, it was gonna die. It worked somehow.
Oh my
Matt
god.
got the kill.
Dude, these cops have got to be hilarious. I knew exactly what happened there. That was Clockwork, who had his camera on the hookshot destination and not on himself or the path between the two. And then just play hard just walked on in. I've done that so many times.
90% chance that was a move la from Yaman.
Oh
the
my
moment that
God.
happened.
Move la, you're in my way.
Jump, guys. No, not that kind of jump. Run.
Jeez. That's too funny. All right, but you know, they use Song. They use the Doom still on cooldown. So Fifth Avenue Gaming feeling pretty strong.
KMP just DP. Look, KMP's the initiator now.
Noggin, bro.
Watch it. Finds Disruptor. Oh, shot.
This is madness. No way.
This is hookshot to Disruptor to die. Hookshot into death. Oh no. Wall replica. The true carry's here. The Naga Siren stolen by Miracle. That might actually work. KMP.
No way.
They got the kill.
Bro.
Wait. They set the tombstone though. It's just not in range of anybody because KMP is really out of position right now. BD goes in. He does the fireman play. He saves his teammate. Oh, but he'll die for this. The true heroes of this game.
They can't fight on the tombstone though. They need to get out.
Fall. KMP on the side still wants to continue this fight, realizing this is not a good fight for Vessuwan.
I can't believe that. They actually just stood their ground and fought through a tombstone. They didn't give a shit.
Well, because the tombstone was not in range. The guys, I got on the high ground.
Radiant's
What
top
high
tower
ground, though?
has fallen.
The Naga was so out of position that your tombstone didn't create a single zombie, though.
This is basically like Fifth Avenue Gaming taking these fights through sheer willpower.
Are we casting overthrow? Is this
like-
what did we queue in the wrong game mode?
It's like Kill Bill when she's like, I will move my big toe, and she just moves her toe through the sheer power of the mind.
Oh yeah, this is Kamen Rider from the bicycle guy from One Punch Man.
Yes. And
Yes.
then he punches him.
Yeah, that's it. That's exactly what he does.
Well, that's what happens, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Gotta punch
I
everyone.
mean, it's like Power Rangers. There's all these superhero stories, which is exactly where they win, right? The villain is with Vessuwan. They have tactics and intelligence and all these things. And Myth Avenue Gaming, all they have is spirit and guts.
And
that's all they need.
And let me tell you this, Abo. You know, it's not always the most obvious villain. Like, yes, the #1 villain in a horror movie is the monster, but the second villain, which is just as culpable, is always humanity. Never forget that, Abo.
The director for sure, especially movies in the 90s, which were just a reflection of our terrible tendencies.
Radiant's middle tower is under
True.
attack.
Or it's also the first person that goes, "Hello, is anyone there?" That's the real villain of the movie. That to me is actually the person that pisses me off the most in any movie. And in this movie, it's everyone. Fifth Avenue Gaming just walks in. It's a Clockwork around here.
Dire's
Bookshot.
top tower
It's
is
just
under attack.
what a game. This is a game of Dota 2. This is one of the many games of Dota 2, Richie.
The most game of Dota 2, I believe.
This is the most Dota 2. This is the most C game of Dota 2 for
This
sure.
is the most Dota 2 of all time.
Nope, hookshot, look at it. There we go. Lion Axe is stuck. Multiple rocket flares just to guarantee this kill.
Incoming.
How did DD fall back so much, by the way? Just because he's dying every time?
This Clockwork Axe is feeling good.
It is. And these crazy chaotic team fights is amazing. He's going for BKB, my guy.
Good. It doesn't prevent you from getting stunned, by the way. You get stunned by overclock no matter what.
Yes, but it does prevent you from everything else.
Yes.
Except two.
I think this is a pretty fun item. I think this is the game. Remember we were talking about this carry Clockwork before? Now you only get it inside your power cogs, your attack speed. Give this man a Mjolnir. Give him an AC. Get him in there. Rubik's time is over. Now it is time for the, what are these things called again?
Dire's
The
bottom
Clockworks?
tower is
Yeah,
under
what are they called? The Tinkers as well.
Oh, the Keen Folk.
Now it is the Keen folks' time. Oh, he's dead. Okay.
No, he's dead. That time could have been better. What are these people called again? What are these weird race of tech people called again?
So, someone made an absolutely amazing, by the way. I don't know who it
Radiant's
was,
top tower
but
is
they
under
made
attack.
the Dota D&D kind of lookalike stuff.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah,
It is so well done. 100, like, it was so good.
I would play that. I would play that.
Yeah.
It was very cool.
And I don't know.
I mean,
they had
that's why I
Keen
like Underlords and Artifact, because they actually expanded on these ideas, right?
I like the lore.
Man, I think the fact that they chose different names in traditional fantastic lore is pretty cool.
You know what was funny? It was the first time I read the...
Young
hold
God.
on.
Oh,
I tossed him away,
that was just
actually.
that was a
He didn't want any of that smoke.
Yep. Okay, you said the tombstone. I can't tell if they want to fight here. I don't think either team knows. Playhard definitely doesn't want to fight here. He's dead. Miracle gets away in time, and you triple rocket there.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
All right. Yeah, definitely not a fight you want to take. Tombstone now is a little bit too strong, especially in that kind of a location.
Yeah, the first tombstone's been set up within the range of enemies, and they're like, wow, guys, this is so
Rubik has
good.
stolen Flesh Golem. I believe you lose this form once you steal a new spell, unfortunately.
Really?
Yeah, it's a little bit like the Morphling meta interaction. Where you don't get to...
Apparently not.
Oh, apparently not.
Immediately prove it wrong.
Holy moly. Out of there. He's zooming.
Okay, they're gonna catch the Darks here. Under his tower as well. They just hope stomped the nothingness, by the way. I don't know if you saw that as RDP went in after he hope stomped. Now the Avalanche, Young got active to DKB. RDP still stuck in the trees, has nothing to get out. Now bodyblocked by his own teammate. Playhard wants in the middle of a fray to just be collateral damage. Song is tiring. Somebody needs to figure out what is going on. They TP away? Yeah,
Oh my god, I can't believe they're running.
It's all good. Oh no! He miscalculated! I cannot believe it. KMP's forced back to BKB and fight back, but he's alone. He's just gonna die, trying to get a kill before he does. Not gonna work.
I cannot believe what the hell is happening in this game, bro.
I can't believe the Naga of all heroes is the one to miss time, the DP. Did they actually go to the same tower? Is that what happened? That might explain it.
Again, they're like the Power Rangers. Once they assemble and make the SCA Fightazoid underneath the tier 2, you just can't stop them, man. These fights, they have to be cleaner for Mood Vessuwan. I can't believe they're losing this game.
I honestly can't believe it either. They're actually just throwing themselves at the enemy right now. Sprout, line access to a life. Stolen by the Rubik. Of course he stole it, right? Because the Naga messed up.
Has to walk around the Sprout, though.
Meteor Hammer? Can he get the combo off? He's not going to try. He's not a Chad.
They don't need to, man. They got damage now.
I think Bumbui is like this game, just chaos, going wherever he can and getting killed off regardless. Okay, Mac might just win this game somehow.
Unbelievable.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah. The choice, the call to TP out from Mood Vessuwan, far too late in that kind of engagement, unfortunately. They didn't kill the Darks here through the Doom. Wow. And now this Rubik, Octarine Core online. He's got, what? He has another song.
What? Is that how low the cooldown is with Octarine Core?
80 seconds, huh?
45.
Well, 80 seconds normally on the Naga, right? And then you have, what, he's got the talent? Yeah, he's got the talent for 25% spell cooldown, and he's got Octarine Core, which is...
And they work multiplicatively, right? So it's like 37.5 or something
just
like that.
ridiculous. You have a 45-second song cooldown.
You're back to the old Naga. This is how the old Naga used to play, man, when they used to go Octarine Core Radiance. Of course it's the team with Miracle that finds out a way to just get no Naga back. Rubik, time to buy Radiance, man. Radiance Manta style.
They're not going to be ready for another song.
I swear if he dies just like this.
I can guarantee you, they're not ready for another song.
Okay. BB. Hashtag calculated.
Regular song.
No chance. That's the regular song. Oh, guys, this is like this, Mr. Rock. This is like a fight. It's a stick. Not again! Not again! This can't possibly be happening, KFB. At some point, he's got to time that correctly. But this time, he baited. He baited into the Doom. A Miracle. And Young Gun is stuck too. KMP doesn't know if he wants to reinitiate or not. The Doom went a little bit too far. Stuck into telekinesis to some kinetic field. RDP hits by the Meteor Hammer. And now Young Gun will finish him off. Mood Vessuwan baited their own teammates there.
I cannot believe it.
I can't believe this happened. They glimpse back Lion Axe. Okay, so another kill for them. It should be. Yeah, with Young God. Oh, vacuum into the low ground. They got the Mirage, but somehow Undying got away because of it.
Oh my god, bro. I think this is the game. I think this is just... It's
the
over.
Game of Dota 2. If you haven't watched this game, you haven't watched Div 2.
This is just wild.
How many times could that happen? I feel bad for KMP. At that moment, he's definitely in his own head.
I don't know, man. You know, you mistime your TP song once, it happens to the best of us. A second time.
Radiant's middle barracks.
Imagine the mental though. He must be crumbling. It's just a math problem that he can't accept it.
Yeah. Maybe he TP'd to like a different tower that like someone else TP'd to first.
I never check his TP because I'm so used to just it working.
Yeah, me too.
Radiant's middle barracks
So
has fallen.
I need to just check it.
Radiant's middle barracks has
I think
fallen.
Rubik's songs have been better than Naga's songs.
They have. Yes, they have. Except for the one song that he had down bottom when they bought back on Tiny. That was legitimately a very good song. I don't...
Radiant's top
How have we
tower has
gotten to
fallen.
this point of time? I genuinely don't understand. Again, Myth Avenue Gaming, once they're assembled, they're just too strong. And Young God, he's got items now. He's got Satanic, he's got
Dire's
damage on
bottom
Daedalus,
tower is under
BKB.
attack.
The teamfight combo not really coming together. I think they should try and use
Radiant's
Song a bit
top
more
tower
aggressively.
is
This could be
under
their
attack.
opening. Oh my god.
BKB on Clocker, no opening. He's better than Tiny. He has more net worth than Tiny.
He's over.
Watch
He's
the
gonna
real
beat his ass.
carry.
Look at
Do
his
warnage. He's gonna kill the Tiny at this rate. Okay, they forced him out. Tiny
got the
Storm,
Doom.
he's back. He's back in the fray. Doom, they doomed the Rubik. A Miracle hasn't been touched. He's trying to kill off RDP. XE dies to send his RDP. As BB stuck in the kinetic field, there's a Song in the Siren. Are you gonna TP off this? No, KMP, I'm checking. He's not. He's resetting the fight instead. Fire save BB with it, and BB blinks away in time. Now it's gonna be Lion X who they go on. He's been Gleipnir, Glimmer Cape won't save. He's underneath a sentry, and they will get this kill on the enemy support.
Okay, that was a buyback though from the mid lane Rubik.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, and he bought back just to kill the Undying, so they need to get a little bit more from this. They still have this Aegis. Young God's going to... Oh, where he TP'd to cut the wave. He should probably TP home and get mana, I think. Well, I guess... No, he needs mana. He needs mana, for sure. This is wild. I think Myth Avenue Gaming, they have to make something work in this time. I don't know how many more fights they get away with killing this Naga Siren, but I imagine it's running out. Because she is starting to really tank up. Although maybe
It's not
that's...
the Tiny. He does force them himself to safety, or they force them to safety. Hook shot misses as well, but the tower can't warn away. He can't force them himself.
Right, they stole Mirror Image, I believe, so now we have Rubik.
Not useful. But I guess you just give vision with him. Not that bad. Look how all the Rubik go.
Look at him go.
Young God, he's gonna be tossed. Oh, no, never mind. Rubik goes here with telekinesis. BB regrets his choice, trying to toss him back. High five, Young God. High five him, BB. Yeah, he's just gonna be killed off by a Fate Bolt.
Okay.
That's now Young God. They created so much space away from him because of BB's play.
Unbelievable.
But they got his Aegis.
Unbelievable.
Vacuum into Wall of Replica though. In comes Miracle. Wants to kill Bumbui first. Not gonna work just yet. They're
do?
concentrating on KMP instead. Song.
Who they do?
And he doesn't have TP, so this is good. Oh, wait, he can't. No, it's just the BKB. It's just the BKB.
Who did they do, Mavo?
I didn't see.
Radiant's top barracks.
Did they do
Oh,
a
he's back.
treant?
There's the glimpse. That didn't work whatsoever. But good attempt. KM detonates the BKB instead. He didn't use it for the glimpse. He wants to reinitiate. BB had to go in. As a result, he died. And now the song from the
my
Rubik.
God.
Without Meteor Hammer, however. They have a vacuum, though. That's all they can use here. Is that going to be sufficient? Miracle. Holding on to that vacuum. There we go. Into the cogs they go. Meteor Hammer will miss, but they'll kill Lionex and Pumbui already. And KMP will just be an easy finish
GG.
for Mag to force game 3.
Okay.
This game was absolute chaos.
Yeah.
Absolute chaos.
You can say that again. I cannot believe it, man. I actually cannot believe the game of Dota 2 that we just saw. Myth Avenue Gaming pulling that one back. I mean, they do tend to do this quite a bit. If you like watching these squads, I mean, this is like another day of the office for them, but certainly not for me.
I don't know who the MVP I would give it to, but time, entropy, if that's a possible MVP we can choose. His game was so weird. I cannot believe Vessuwan got pulled into the shenanigans of Myth Avenue Gaming. Myth Avenue Gaming does this a lot with his opponents, though.
Yeah.
It's not the first game I've seen where they go full spaghetti on the wall and the team goes, "Oh yeah, let's make it stick." It's a little bit odd. But for third game, just don't
Who's your MVP?
do any of
Avo?
what you did.
My MVP is NWP.
It's kind of the clockwork.
Yeah, for sure. I would agree. Formerly known as Yamate, of course.
Yes.
I think he went for a pretty crazy build, 24-minute ags, basically. And ended up kind of paying off. I don't know. That my MVP is whoever the shot caller is on Myth Avenue Gaming, because every time they committed to a fight, no matter how bad it was, they were committed. You know? Kind of have to respect that level of commitment from a team like this. I just cannot believe it.
Yes, I agree. there it is. Okay, Yamate gets the MVP. It was a very wild game. I didn't really have all the trust in the Rubik made, but I kind of saw it work pretty decently that game, though it's a little bit difficult to take any sample size from that. I will say that whereas the match, it completely dropped for Vessuwan, their drafting once again needs to get a little better. They haven't fixed the issues from the first season, right? Yeah, you had a chance this time to just destroy the draft and they chose not to, which I think was a little mistaken. They still got good lanes out of it and they didn't couldn't play it. That tiny mid, maybe. I mean, I know it's a BD comfort pick, but don't trust your comfort too much. But we'll have a third game of this. Hopefully it's as wacky as this one or not. I'm not really sure what I want anymore. My brain is fried, so I'm going to take a break and Richie will come with me. We'll give you a wait screen as we wait for game number 3. Take care. Hello guys, and welcome back to the last match of the first series of the day for C Division 2. We have Myth Avenue Gaming versus Oud Vessuwan. The first match was a pretty good stomp for Oud Vessuwan. The second match was the whole circus came to town. Doop-de-doop, whoop-de-doop. And now for the third match, we're hoping we get to see a game of Dota between two professional teams.
I want more circus, honestly. I wouldn't mind.
I do not.
I think,
I swear to God, if I see a Naga again, mistime the TP, I will lose it, Richie.
Look, that one
this close.
That one was a bit rough to see, you know. But I think as far as getting another competitive, close, back and forth kind of a game, it's what the viewers want, Avo. I think we all wanted it. We all want another back and forth game like that. Keep us on the edge of our seats. How is this mid Rubik doing it? Why is he hitting 2 or 3 meteor hammer combinations in 30 minutes into the game? What did they do in the last fight? All questions I don't know the answers to, but I'm excited to see how the draft is going to be adjusted, if at all, ahead of game number 3 as it's now underway on your screens. Oud Vessuwan back on the Radiant side with first pick here. I really like their second pick opener. We'll see what they want to go for first pick here, but they have banned out that NP, which I thought is something. I mean, honestly, Young God looked really good on the NP compared to how he played game 1. So I can't be too upset at that ban.
I think first pick Death Prophet is interesting because usually you reserve the first pick, for what you think is broken and uncounterable. I don't know if Death Prophet will be in that category. I actually thought people would start doing things like Pango, for example, because then you can like say 3-4 a Bloodseeker, or sorry 4-5 5-6 a Bloodseeker, my bad. But who cares, right? Because yeah, okay, they're gonna just go Drow and Undying. That also counters the DP in any capacity. I guess you put her as an offlaner, it's okay, but it's still really good.
I mean, it's still really rough. But we're starting to see more Drows take a shard, like second, third item around there. It's very, very common to see her pick that up, especially because, of course, it does apply with every single multi-shot wave. So you can easily get, what is that? I think there's four shots in multi-shot, right?
Yeah.
And that's pretty brutal for someone like a DP who really does depend on her move speed to be slowed like that from basically an unreachable range. Undying as well.
And the shard is really good.
Oh yeah, the active component of the shard at stopping the lifesteal. Sorry, yeah, the lifesteal and the regen.
The healing in general, right? And then you combine this with Undying, which makes it a really difficult lane. There's already a melee plus ranged lane, right? And you have someone that tanks for the Drow. Undying is really good at that. There was this debate during the major, right, about Undying versus Stream Protector. It's the whole idea of you want this melee core that can stop the enemy team, from running at your range core, right? And that was the concept behind it. And Undying is better if the range cores are stronger, because when you set up Tombstone, you have the option you always have vision, so your range core can react to whatever happens. Whereas the Twin Protector is better if your range core is quote unquote weaker, but deals more damage. Like say, for example, a sniper, because you can always overgrowth whenever they come to him. So in this kind of situation where you feel like the Drow will have a good game, Undying is better, and the lane is also stronger. So it's a very good start for Mag.
Yeah, I wonder if lots of reserve time, by the way, a minute from both teams already committed in this very first phase. I think Oud Vessuwan only really have themselves to blame, as you pointed out here, because you just kind of let your first hero get countered really hard. Not really sure what you're hoping to do. I think there are a couple teams that have ran this hero in the support role. Okay, the Shaker is a hero that can poke and prod from range and really annoy this Drow Ranger. I don't know if it's going to be a 4 Shaker. I suspect it is. But I think this is also going to end up being a little bit of a difficult lane. Undying, I think, does pretty well into this lane. Shaker's best way of annoying other melee heroes is using Enchant Totem for the stun, but of course for the damage. And because you're a strength hero, you're going to be missing out on a lot of your crit damage when the decays do start stacking up. So I do think this is probably a matchup that favors still Undying. I don't think this is a good lane. This is really hard into Drow.
I hate to harp on this again, right? But I just need to mention it because I don't understand how Oud Vessuwan hasn't talked to someone about this. Like 8th pick and Earthshaker, is that your win condition at all? Is that something you're protecting? Why would you 8th pick that? It's not the hero itself, not the concept. It's just that it's such a weird way of playing first pick. You could have swapped around these heroes, and you would have been 10 times better already. Just because of like basic draft theory, right? I'm so surprised by this. Both last game and this game is just some basic conceptual mistakes that I feel will make the games 10 times harder than they need to be. I'm fine with the Earthshaker. I think, like you mentioned, it has some issues, but it can work. But now you're gonna get countered on the Earthshaker. on the 15th. The 15th actually countered Earthshaker.
Do you think? I mean, that's a nice combo there. That Ember Moran. I do like
good.
that.
That's
quite
a good.
bit.
That's an actual good.
That's good drafting. I like it. We can't complain about that.
I mean,
one
it's
too
good.
much.
The issue is they understand the heroes, right? The heroes have no issue. It's just the draft theory, like the order in which they pick things, is just really off. Really, really off.
I'm also like, okay, so is this Rubik mid again? I mean, it doesn't have to go mid, right? But since Smith Abigail, I mean, did literally just win the game with a Rubik mid. Like, are they going to do it again? I don't think it needs to be. I think as a support, you have enough really nice spells to steal, nor do I think your mid lane matchup is that easy here against the Ember. Especially because Fade Bolt, I mean, it's gonna tank the damage, but he still does a ton of damage to you with Sleight of Fist that you cannot avoid or outrange like he did with the Tiny. So then, what do you want to hit him with here? You want to go with like, you dare Huskar him already?
I mean, you could. They still have 2 picks though, and there's a couple of Suns against the Huskar. What are the picks that are good against Ember? Kunkka. Oh, Disruptor. Okay, so it's Rubik mid. Okay.
Wow.
I mean, they didn't need to, but it is a very OP Rubik game, so whatever. Fine, I guess. Disruptor is good this game.
Yeah.
I agree with your point that I don't like. When I think of the Rubik mid matchups, right? Rubik was invented as a mid hero originally. This is like years ago, right? It's not actually something that XE has done or started. It's not just a comfort pick. It was something that people did back in the days when Quap and Razor were super dominant and they didn't know how to figure out like how to deal with those heroes. These lane dominant heroes suck against Rubik. Yeah, sure, Tiny is like kind of midway because Fatebolt's so good against him, but Quap sucks against him, Razor sucks against him. It's because he has range and he has an easy way to last it and a way to take away your damage, which is like DK but ranged, which is better. But Ember is not particularly a hero I would put in that category ever. Ember is more of a killer, right? Well, he's the kind of guy that he gets 6 and all of a sudden you have a chance to kill the Rubik, who I guess with the armor he can tank it, but I don't really see the super strength of this. It just seems like a forced comfort.
Yeah. I also think that Ember, one of his bigger strengths as well is dealing well with harass, you know, because he can just leave a Remnant TP, and whether he TPs to a side lane to gank and then he comes back and saves the tower from going down, or he TPs back home and then obviously just Remnants back. Like I think Rubik's going to start suffering a little bit when it comes to like his mana consumption in order to effectively zone Ember out of the lanes. Rune control is interesting because if Rubik steals a rune, like Ember's going to be pissed, but like I don't really think Rubik does that much with the rune compared to like any other spirit hero. So I guess it's good in that sense. Like you deny him the rune control and you don't let him snowball. But I'm hoping that there's some sort of carry type offlaner that Myth Avenue Gaming have in mind. I think Marcy's a heads up ban in that respect. Same thing with the Primal Beast. You know, like very clear, I get this item, I do this kind of mids. Like I think, or offlane, sorry. I think that's exactly what you want here if you're Myth Avenue Gaming. Still left in the pool. I mean, we'll see. I'll just bring up the LC in case Vessuwan picks something that is weak to the LC, you know? Because I think that's something that works in this kind of a lineup.
It is a good LC game. I'm with you, actually.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm just... Yeah. Depends on the lane, of course, right? LC
I mean, yeah, because the Undying is a little bit of a concern. Oh, sorry. The Moran is a little bit of concern. Arc Warden's interesting. I mean, it's a KMP hero. He loves this hero. I still think this hero... I actually think this hero is better now against Drow than he used to be. So I like that. He's very good against Undying. Rubik can be a little bit of a nuisance, but if your timings are fine, I think you should kill him easily. Now Mag desperately needs a hero that deals with Arc, though. Centaur.
Okay. Yeah, Centaur's fine with me. I'm
thinking here's to put him at a position. Centaur Tusk.
I'm fine with any of these heroes as long as they don't build like for auras. I think Rubik can be like a little greedy.
Yeah, just blink heroes.
Yeah, get your Media Hammer, get your Arcanes, and then go back for Mech. Go back for Mech and Greaves. I think
you could go. You could even Darkseer. I know this looks like a weird Darkseer game. It's actually not a bad Darkseer game. Because of the Arc Warden once again.
Yeah. The only thing I don't really love about the Darkseer is the Fissure. I think is really problematic against Surge.
That's true.
But I agree with you, like in all other respects. Vacuum, it's repositioning against the Arc. What are they going to pick? What is it? It is Darkseer.
Okay, I like this pick. I agree with your point on the Fissure, but that's going to be a nuisance no matter what you pick, honestly. And I think this time, I agree with your point. If Darkseer goes by... bad, right? Like, you have to go Greaves, Blink, Ags, probably, ideally, to deal with Arc Warden. If the early game goes really well, you can afford the pipe. If you're really, really thinking, let's go, right? Really, really. But I think it's a little bit of a gamble. That said, if the game is as wild as before, I'm not really sure who I would give it to.
I believe I would give this one still to Myth Avenue Gaming, honestly. I foresee like a lot of sloppy, just kind of all over the place fights here. If it's anything like last game went. And I see some pretty good repositioning, really good ways to protect the Drow if XLR eventually picks up an Ag Shard, Disruptor Darkseer as well, you know, with some repositioning or mobility spells as well. I could see them struggling, you know. Oud Vessuwan, I think they really wowed me in game 1 because they had a lot of heroes that just connected super easily with one another. This time around, Mirana, Shaker, Ember are certainly 3 heroes that do that very well, but I think RDP just has like an impossible game. Like we haven't really touched on that ever since the first phase, but like he's got a hard game here, man. I don't know what he's going to be able to do, right? And then that means Ember's got to do a lot more work early because you can't call on an Arc Warden in the first 20 minutes to do anything, right?
Yep.
Like he's not that guy. He can show up and then he'll just feed. So this mid lane has to go well. It's all on this mid.
Yeah. It has to be the mid lane because the mid lane is also the one that will enable the small Arc Warden timing that you have at level 6, right? That's what you want as well.
Yep.
You want Arc Warden to have the small timing at level 6 where you actually gank with him together with Ember, but DP just can't be that hero.
Nope.
The only thing that DP really, the role RDP has early that is a necessity is get that top tower as soon as possible so you can open up the map and hunt the enemy jungle. And once you've done that, honestly, you're good. Like you've done your role this whole game. Then later, just try to survive best to your ability. Because I agree, they've drafted him a really difficult game.
Yes, we'll see how well they can do around that. And
He could have been 8th pick though. Just want to point that out.
the question mark for me for YG is, or sorry, for Myth Avenue Gaming is how well they're going to be able to set up Young God and how early he's going to get involved in these kinds of fights. It's a phenomenal game for the Ag Shard. The Arc Warden does present a little bit of difficulties, but again, with the mobility spells that you have on the rest of your team, I think he could really pop off here. I'd love to see it.
30 seconds
On who, sorry?
to battle.
Young God on this Drow Ranger.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I think your lane's real good. You're going to be off to a pretty good start, and then you have a lot of heroes that can buff you pretty nicely. We'll see how well they're going to be able to make that happen, though. That's I think the biggest question mark for me for Myth Avenue Gaming. They're going to live and die around this Drow, basically.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like the Arc Warrior addresses that pick very well, but it takes a while for him to get online, right? And there's even a point where when she beats him if she builds an MKB, which she should in this matchup eventually. So yeah, I think it's a little bit. The Arc Warden nowadays, by the way, also caps off pretty early-ish, like 50 minutes or so, and you're done. Like you really don't have any more items because you go the Arc Warden the way he's going to build 100% should be the Gleipnir, Octarine Core, Arcane, Strength Blink kind of build, right? And that build just doesn't get that much stronger in the late game. Even with the new Ags being neutered, it feels very bad against Drow these days.
I'm really curious to see how this Ember is going to be able to fare in lane, especially against a Rubik. Again, I predict this is going to be a much more difficult lane for Exilern, because again, you don't really get super free damage in with Fade Bolts, and he gets free damage with Sleight of Fist. So I think this is going to get hard eventually. You have a Mirana and a Shaker to rotate mid who want to do so anyway, who both rotate very effectively with an Ember because they're kind of set up for each other. If BB takes an early point in Searing Chain, so I think he should. Not this early, of course, but maybe by level 4 you want a point in there.
I actually think that Rubik should do perfectly fine in this lane. I feel like Rubik is one of the stronger laners mid. He just struggles in the mid game department, right? But I think the lane itself should be fine. I think the issue is when you get level 6, especially if Ember gets like an extra deny than you and he gets it before you, how do you deal with his onslaught? The supports have to be ready with a TP, right? I think he kills you once he gets remnants.
Oh, we'll see. We'll see.
But I don't think the lane should be that difficult because Fateful is just kind of broken as a laning spell. Unless he keeps missing these last hits, then, you know, that's also pretty bad. No, I'm not going to take that into account when I do the analysis of you missing the Fateful deny.
Yeah, that one can certainly hurt. We'll see. I always think rotations can really upset this. It's more of a question of can these supports afford to rotate away from the mid lane in order to assist? No. Down bottom here, they have, once again, NWP, formerly known as Yamate down bottom. I think he struggles actually a bit in this Mirana matchup. got a glimpse here if he wants to use it. Lionax able to stand his ground quite effectively here. Careful, they might even go a bit aggressive. Some of the stars going in 2 seconds. Yeah, but not going to go that crazy.
They didn't set up the third Spark Wraith. Surprised, honestly. KMP's playing really conservative with his mana. He's gone for the Wraith Band build. Sometimes in the lane Arc Wardens, they have to go for either like a Bazzi early just to help him out with mana, because you don't have the boost of anything else, right? The support sometimes do it as well, and feed him mangoes instead. You're a very mana-starved hero early on.
Oh, he might get aggressive again down bottom. That's already the salve use, so they will make that die.
He's gonna die. Yeah. It's just a matter of time. He either goes to the Arc Warden or the Marana. First blood for Arc Warden. Definitely not something you want to see, man. This shouldn't be happening. And that Miracle, he's been fluxed. Does he have Search? He does not. He went to the vacuum level 2, so he'll take a bunch of damage. And standing next to the creeps now, by the way.
Lionax
stops the slow.
Ooh, I don't know about that one.
That was quite the play.
As was meant.
Honestly, 30 HP away, I can understand that miscalculation. It's not that big a deal.
Yeah, but I always think tanking the wave is always really, really questionable. I mean, he's out of
but you're
mana,
support.
so he wanted to go back in. Yeah, but as a range support, as a Marana, like, it's a little bit
No,
rough.
I'm with you, but I'm just saying it's an understandable death. Compared to some of the deaths we've seen in this series, my bar is really high for us to put. I'll question now.
See, BB now, he did go for 0-2-2, so 2 points Sleight of Fist, 2 points in that Flame Guard. Pretty standard stuff out from XERXIA.
Do you think that's the right build against the Rubik? You don't think Searing Chains could kill him? Like, I feel like this build does not kill him.
Maybe I think you take the point at 5 and it's more forgivable. I just think your supports are so good at rotating. They haven't yet. Maybe that's more of the issue here. But I also think you really do bully him hard with Sleight of Fist. You can already tell he's winning the regen war. And now with Shaker coming in, yeah, these runes are guaranteed. No, they let him just kind of walk away. Fissure?
Okay, now I should kill. Oh, no, never mind. They had found a spot.
They don't have arrow. Okay. Well,
yeah, I mean, you're playing Marana. I mean, it's level 2 Marana, and I understand this is the build these days, right? But you're playing Marana Ember, and you don't point into chains. Marana doesn't have a point into arrows.
I do feel like you're missing out here. I don't know.
Right?
I mean,
it feels like an easy combo to run. You have Earthshaker as well with a Fissure. Searing Chains and Rubik dies.
We'll see here. We'll see what they want to do. I don't know. This is a little bit of a wacky game here.
You can say that 1,000 times.
They will force XERXIA back, but he does do a good job of pushing the wave under tower. The BB is going to have a little bit of a lead here. So that's good for him. Top lane again. They are just ready for some skirmishing. See, they really would like to get on top of this Drow. Might have to settle for play hard. Who will decay. And I believe he dies for that.
Play hard will die to Boom Boy, RDP. Young God is actually keeping him in place. The Frost Arrows really annoying this Death Prophet. However, Boom Boy tries to body block him. RDP wants to fight back because he's Spirit Siphon range. All of a sudden, Young God has to retreat into the Tombstone range. That's all they're playing around.
Yeah, Tombstone level 1 though, so a heads up play there. Boom Boy just kind of focuses onto the zombie, kill the ads, you know, and he is going to be able to easily evade that kind of a fight. Just wasting a little bit of mana. Curious usage on the Spirit Siphon there. It's down bottom, a bit of brawling here. Who's that Spark Wraith after? It's after the Dark here.
Okay. They don't have enough mana for another Spark Wraith though, so KMP will struggle. Yeah, he's not going to get it.
Pretty close. Takes it out alive. Young God just happy to continue farming away, but the early game, a budding lead right now for the side of Vessuwan.
Radiant structures.
He did take that 3rd point now in Sleight of Fist. Now this is, I think, one too many. I really do think they need to have this Flame Guard up. Or sorry, Searing Chains.
Yeah. Or just, I mean, that Marana's arrow is like, guys, oh, we have a combo, right? Oh, shit, my Ember has no chains.
Yeah, Fissure is not going to be good enough as well to deny XERXIA and the regen rune. Okay.
It feels like BB was concentrating more on the lane, and that's what the Flame Guard did, right? But now it's working against him because you don't have the play. Like, I think he read this. I think he read the lane erroneously as to what he can do against Rubik.
He actually got Sleight of Fist.
RTP's gonna die, by the way. This time he should, right? Have a glimpse. Yeah. He's just a matter of time before that Spirit Siphon runs out. RDP. Oh my god, he almost tricked him with a magic wand. That was almost incredible.
Mid lane.
XERXIA survives this Lionax onslaught, kills him with Sleight of Fist because he still gets the bonus damage. BB chases him down, but he steals the remnants. He needs mana. Doesn't have it. BB gets the kill.
Middle tower is under attack.
Okay, and now the Myth Avenue Gaming supports have joined the fray, but they're a little bit too late to make a difference here. Glimpse just level 2 coming off cooldown. BB is also going to get a bottle refill, so we can afford to stick around and continue this with a little bit of aggression. This is a bit bad here. I was expecting Myth Avenue Gaming to punish the lack of Syrian chains a bit. They have focused, though, perhaps rightfully, on really shutting the Death Prophet out of this game. RDP is only level 4. Which is brutal. Young Gods hit 6, so he can actually just kind of be a big bully in this lane. It has cost Myth Avenue Gaming their supports a little bit on the XP front, but everyone else here is right now sitting quite pretty in terms of their their XP. I think Dark Seer is a little bit behind the 8 ball here, but kind of makes sense considering how hard his lane was. As we can see that Midas already online now for KMP.
No, Miracle. Is it a goal for KMP now? MP went a little bit too far. Remember, Arc doesn't go for boots, so it's kind of easy to just chase you down. Using the illusion to body block, and then Dark's here to kill him. Bit of a mistake for KMP.
Yep.
Hit the clone and the actual hero too.
Bit too aggressive. BB, ooh.
Almost dying as well. Again, no chains on this man.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, that max sleight of fist. That's the thing. Like you said, you get this bonus damage, and Rubik has got almost the same amount of base damage as that Ember Spirit does. So
yes,
they do just as much damage, and of course, Rubik has better reach. So
yeah, it's true actually.
It's a bit of a problem. Miracle going for a run down bottom. I think he gets away here, unless they need the arrow to hit. And
on Bumbuy. He just got bursted, Bumbuy. Playhard's nearby as well. Miracle dies, by the way. BB. Sleight of fist. Hitting Excellent. There's the point in chains. Telekinesis. They stole chains as well. And now he's stuck in the tombstone, but he still wants to kill the Rubik. One last sleight of fist is not going to do it though. And Excellent will survive.
Pardon me. Yeah, nice timing getting out just as Glimpse was coming back on cooldown. Good read there. But once again, Myth Avenue Gaming just continuing to be aggressive and annoying. You have to be careful again when they do combine into the Myth Avenue Gaming Azoid as the Power Rangers 5. They tend to be, they tend to be able to overpower a lot of their opponents just by kind of outfighting them here. Excellent with double bounty here is going to be able to get back to full HP, but they are hunting RDP top lane, who's just trying to soak experience. He'll be killed for this.
Yeah, they just want to make sure that this Death Prophet doesn't have a game. As a result, Young God is having a great game though, because he just does constant kills being fed to him. Obviously, he's not equal to the Arc Warden net worth, but close-ish, honestly. And that's all you can ask for as a drow.
This is a huge problem, right? Because this DP is supposed to be your tower push early. Like, they already have 3 heroes mid, and they're not doing any tower damage. They're just kind of forcing the Rubik back a little bit. But he doesn't really care, because this is 3 heroes for an early game Rubik. Like, not bad at all.
Okay, I already used the sleight of fist for this. BB versus 3. Wants to kill Yamate before he retreats. Right, there's the last spirit coming for Yamate. Out of spirits now though. Did Rubik steal it? Yes, he did. But he has to run away because the Marna hits too hard. Nice sleight of fist combo. Excellent will get away, but he's gonna have to find the regen rune here. Playhard finds it for him just as he's TPing, which sucks. As in the bottom lane, Miracle deep dive to kill KMP. Will he succeed? Only the clone for now, and the Fissure keeps the real one alive. KMP will get the kill after all. A lot of attempts on Myth Avenue Gaming, as in the mid lane, Rubik comes back. He did leave a remnant so he could come back here. And start a sleight of fist plus that Fate Bolt, but the Searing Chains will catch him before he can use it. Now, find Playhard. There's the Fissure into the arrow. Playhard starts the tombstone, wants to lay into the high ground, sets it up instead a little bit closer to the enemy so they can glimpse him back. And the Earthshaker will suffer the wrath of a static storm as Playhard hits him with the voice line.
Yep, they also took the top tier 1 tower in the meantime, by the way. Young God just pushed with the 10-minute wagon and took that thing down. That was just a drow ranger, basically. They will find Lion Axe as well as the aggression continues out from XERXIA. Lots of burst damage here. He's basically doing like 200 plus 300, so a little bit less, right? But something like around 500 damage before reductions, just for free. Basically, what, every 10 seconds? It's kind of brutal, honestly. Not everyone's able to sustain through this. Certainly not Vessuwan, who have RDP now down bottom. Given that this is the only safe area for him to farm, they might go diving onto him, and likely will.
Yep. They don't static storm though. No. So they're just kind of waiting for the potential glimpse. There we go. Into the connect field. Set up our replica. RDP wants to give up on life, but instead he's forced to fight to the pinner end.
Don't no point yet either in the Exo, so just trying to maximize his farm right now.
Okay. They got the arrow though on Yamate. Yamate will die as a result.
Youngot's here.
This whole time, by the way, our court is just free farming, so it's not that bad for Vessuwan.
It's not that bad, but again, it's just going to take some time for him to really do much, right? And he's quickly losing
not
a
the rate
lot
is
of
far
map
from
control.
Radiant structures
You
are
kind of get online with Gleipnir plus Blink, honestly.
Yeah, but that's
Actually,
still a lot of money for him. And with the amount of map
Gleipnir
control,
travel Blink, sorry.
yeah, and the amount of money that they're losing, or the amount of map control that they're losing, means it's going to have to come from someone. So that means Ember, I mean, certainly already this DP is like whatever you can get, we're happy with. They're not going to give her any priority farm, but BB still needs BKB. So Arc just can't absorb everything on the map right now because his map's not that big. Careful here. BB going to be okay. I thought maybe Disruptor was going to connect, but Disruptor's actually top right now, so there's really no threat for another kill. No Meteor Hammer this time, by the way, for Exilern. He's going to go 4-staff straight into the Ag Scepter. Really wants to steal as many spells as he can this game. Quick note on this Ags is now, of course, they've changed it. Right now you can steal 2 spells. But the problem being that if you steal something that has 2 buttons associated with it, which I think this game is basically only Fire Remnants, it's going to delete both of your spells. It takes both slots.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's it's a bit of a problem.
I thought it was fixed.
Was it? As far as I know, it hasn't been. I think that's
I mean, if you say it hasn't been, I believe you. I just thought that was like that's a very old bug, right, with a new ad. So
I think that's the only spell. And as a result of this new Ags as well, they've given a list of, they've further restricted what spells Rubik can steal, so you can no longer steal rearm, unfortunately.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's really sad.
I used to love rearming and just lifting Tinkers.
Yeah, it's like, look, this is what it feels like.
Yeah, this is what it's like.
Yeah, when you hex me 16 times, that feels good. Well, they're just buffing Tinker all the time, 55% win rate.
Oh, it's too strong. Let me see here. We need to take a look. I don't believe there are any spells in this game that he's not allowed to steal, but I just want to check just in case. He cannot steal Primal Companion. He could not steal Stone Remnant. He cannot steal, of course, Quaswex Exhort. Could never.
Don't tell me all of them. I just want to know the one in this game.
No, there's none in this game. Stone Form.
Okay.
Really? You can't steal Stone Form.
Stop telling me more spells. KMP, he's stuck in the kinetic field with the wall rep. Look up. Back you go. Dead.
Yeah, rearm's the big one.
Play hard. Did activate the Flush Golem to make sure that they don't even dare go on him. Myth Avenue Gaming just running him down, honestly.
Yep. And this is the problem, right? When you don't have map control early on, is it's like enemies just kind of run around and kill your Arc Warden underneath his top tier 2 tower. That's supposed to be the safe part of the map where he's farming. Not the case here. You just have so many heroes that wants items. Earthshaker, he's desperate for money. This Death Prophet as well finally has mechanisms so she can stop farming. BB just really needs BKB. That's a good fissure.
Okay. We still have 4-staff on Rubik, so he shouldn't die here. Okay, someone 4-staff in the wrong time,
Yeah,
though.
it was Young God.
It was Young God, so I guess you died today. Excellent. That was such a...
A very good voice line as well to boot up from Bumbui.
It was a great voice line.
Yeah, they could have gotten him out easy peasy, but he went right back up to the high ground. Oops.
Whoops.
Mistakes happen.
That'll teach you to try to be the win condition sometimes. Young God just kind of asserting his territory. That's the equivalent of peeing on someone in Dota, right? He's just 4-staff in the wrong direction.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
That's how I asserted my territory. I don't know about you, Richie.
I do. No, can't claim to do that.
Okay, well.
Is that why?
Don't look in your.
Is that why you showered alone in high school?
No, I showered on people because that's more easier way to assert it. Honestly.
I see.
They gotta see you do it. Otherwise, they have to take a video and you have to get the PSA 10 thing about the video. It's a whole. It's a whole thing.
He's not gonna go too aggressively here. He's just gonna. Yeah, probably know that they have a ward. This is Myth Avenue Gaming smoking. What are they smoking on? Nothing. They're just smoking to fight.
Rubik has almost died.
Dude, they're smoking on Static Storm. That's it. And
this is the equivalent of when Rubik goes and says, I'm 5.5, right?
What the hell? Miracle's gonna build a Midas.
Sure, yeah, why not? If you're fighting all the time, Midas is a really good item. He's not double Midas on Arc and Thought. Maybe we should get one. Just one is fine.
Running at him. Classic initiative.
I don't know why Darkseer would ever get a Midas.
It used to be a build, actually. It used to be super greedy builds, but it's pretty good. This hero is just like kind of insane with items, and you tend to need the experience that you get from the transmute.
Really?
Yeah, because you put Ion Shell on creep waves, and then you just never get levels, right? Because you get money, and they farm on the other side of the map from you. It's super greedy. This used to be a build, though, I swear. I'm pretty sure I've seen, like, who's one of the better Dark Seers? I've seen Saber Chad will occasionally go for this item build as well when he's having, like, a phenomenal game. It's very much a thing.
In competitive or in
pubs? In pubs.
Okay. Right.
I don't believe I've ever...
Explains it.
I don't know when I've seen this last in a pub or in a competitive game. I'd really have to check, but it did used to be a build.
Rune of double damage.
Okay, Gleipnir on a KNP. The start of his recovery into this. Now you can actually... Oh, he didn't go for boot to travel. Oh, wow. Okay, with Gleipnir is when you can actually start to side push because Gleipnir deals damage independent of your clone distance or whatever. So you can actually push out and shove waves more effectively. And then once you get Blink, I would say you're online. You're not super online as Arc Warden yet, but you're getting there.
Let's see here. How many times do we end up seeing this Dark Seer? Yeah, it's still very situational. I just took a look on the spectral.gg. It's less than a 2% item build early on. Just to put that in perspective, Meteor Hammer is almost twice as common a pickup on Dark Seer. You tend to see still more or less the mech into Greaves, Blink Dagger, more of a build-up. But yeah, I'd have to do some research as to when last time this was popular. But I do recall it being a kind of a niche build, just when you wanted to really scale and get your Ag Scepter online. That was with old Ags, though.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Remember old Ags? Good times. Good fissure. What's the two?
Yeah. That's going to be a dead disruptor. Play hard, also caught. More spark is being set up. BB activates the BKB and then a kill. Play hard. The Rubik should be easy for BB as well. XERXIA just trying to get as much distance as he can, unsuccessfully so. Tombstone destroyed as well. Vessuwan just took a team fight on the Gleipnir of all items. Well done, honestly, playing around this Arc Warden completely. No Drought in Vicinity or Miracle, which are the real carries.
Yes, they definitely are. Miracle, who has Hand of Midas now online, of course. Wouldn't be surprised if that's the very first pickup of a Dark Seer in this DPC, as he is, yeah, gonna get caught. Greaves, arrow still hits, and that should kill him. Wow, they echoed his ass.
Miracle's dead. Oh, going for Bumboy as well. Bumboy will also fall. Stuck in Static Stormer's BB, but Young God not in the perfect position. Now the Arc Warden fights back and gets the kill with the Gleipnir. Also catching Yamate. KMP sent his clone through, as RDP will be the one who actually kills Yamate with the help of an arrow. And so Vessuwan still take the better part of this fight, even with Young God. A little bit disorganized, though, by Myth Avenue Gaming. And this time, Vessuwan are not falling into this disorganization.
Well, yeah, Myth Avenue Gaming, you say that. Rubik just really wanted to steal a spell. I mean, Crypt Swarm, sorry, is such a good spell on Rubik, because it's one of these spells like Dragon Slays, Breathe Fire, or the two big ones that come to mind that let Rubik easily just insta-farm creep waves. So it's just like a farm machine. Kind of a spell for him. Important for him this game, of course, because he is going for that Ag Scepter build, which just needs a lot of money, of course. So not too many other spells that allow you to get that as quickly, easily, and safely. This is going to be then Young God. Yeah, I would assume Young God does not want to show up again until he gets his BKB. I think I was pretty surprised that he felt emboldened enough to go for that kind of a play. I shouldn't be surprised after what we saw last game out from Myth Avenue Gaming. Miracle might be in for a bit of trouble here as he farms his own BKB up now. Gleipnir connects, but he's got the Greaves, of course. He's fine. Everyone just farming away towards their really big items, though, here. Field for the vision. Let's play hard. Might start a fight here. Wonder if Roche is on any of these teams' radars as well. BKB up on BB, going for a Blink Dagger next item here on the Ember Spirit. As with this BOT's online and now the Gleipnir, it's going to be Octarine first for KNP, so still no Blink Dagger for him. Not the hero I thought would be building Blink first between him and the Ember, honestly. He's going to be valuing that kind of initiation, a bit of aggressiveness here as that's a learn. Maneuvering around this smoke, but should get caught here. Yeah.
Yep. The arrow connects as well. He's dead. Play hard sets up a tombstone. That's not going to help. They bubble around the tombstone. I don't know what the purpose of that was. Guys, this is the target. Nobody in the bubble, though.
More attack speed. Hit the Doomstone.
Yeah, but they're not close to it. It's nothing. You could have just done it away because you're ranged. KMP now playing super aggressive with the clone is what you have to do. He's not going to go for Blink first. He's actually going to go for Octarine instead. So this build is a more trust your team build. And I think he's actually adapting to this because his teammates are recovering. When you have multiple cores, their core doesn't have to be the one to jump in first. And you can actually just stay behind with the Octarine core. It's more effective. It's more damage.
Yeah,
the Blink build's better if you're the only core.
Ember's the one jumping in now. He got his Blink delivered, and he'll even be taking the Aegis.
Okay, nice. And then, bro, there he goes. There's the Blink Dagger right onto the Disruptor. BKB activated to make sure the Gus is not too much. BB has to avoid the swarms of Frost Arrows as they try to finish off Yamate with a Flame Guard. Don't succeed. Going for the support next. It's going to be Play Hard as KMP keeps the rest of the team at bay while his team can concentrate and Play Hard. Miracle. That's been solved by the Flux, but they don't have any more Gleipnir, so they can't really keep him in place.
DD-Rune as well in the bottle. I don't think Vessuwan are quite done with this fight. They're likely going to look for another little bit of an advantage here. Tombstone wasn't committed, though, and Undying's only back in 15, so might need to probably just take a little bit of a chill pill here and wait for their own abilities, their BKBs, and the Zet clone double to be ready again before they get too aggressive. But getting that Aegis is going to be pretty big for them. Don't get confused, Rubik also stole Spark Wraiths, so he's got a lot of his own Spark Wraiths on the ground, which is why he's walking through half of them.
Double damage
I
empowers
don't believe they've scouted Bumbui with this. Doesn't have enough money for the Blink quite yet. There goes BB getting a solo kill on the Play Hard. And that DD doing a lot of work. The DD for BB. For now, though, with the Ember Spirit going in for this initiation heavy build, he's going to double back for the Maelstrom. A really weird optimization for him, but it is the one that feels right for this game. RDP is almost time to actually start doing things as well. Finally has full Greaves and nearly the full BKB, as they are just kind of getting owned right now by the Spark Wraiths from Rubik.
Yeah, but yeah, they do just kill Rubik, honestly. It's way too much. He also has the Ags, of course, so the boosted Spark Wraiths. Should be. It says no Aghanim is found, but there is one.
That's a good point.
I need to see if they oh yeah, that Spark they definitely timed out in 15 seconds. Yeah, that's definitely the new Spark Wraiths. Octarine Core is going to be finished on KMP soon, though, and then you're going to have a really tough time dealing with him. That's permaclone, because he gets Octarine plus level 18. Not quite permaclone, but very close to him.
So I'm just watching Rubik throw Spark Wraiths at all these heroes. This is still a game that's a bit more in the balance, honestly, than it might seem. BKB's coming online now. Like I said, for this DP, it's about to get delivered. I think that's what Vessuwan were waiting for. We should see them make another play here pretty quickly. EXO is ready. Don't really want to use that for a top tier 2 tower. Might want to use it mid and then look to force a fight around it. But for now, Fifth Avenue Gaming still not without their own power spikes here. Young God's got his own BKB all finished up. Miracle as well has his and continues to scale pretty nicely with his Hand of Midas along to his Ag Scepter. And Exilorn with probably one of the more annoying spells he could have stolen here, Spark Wraith. He's trailing behind though now in terms of farm, as well as, probably most importantly for him, levels. Does need to get a little bit more experience. That 15 talent for him is huge on a spellcasting based Rubik like this.
Young God. Is he gonna die? He has no chance to activate the BKB here. Oh, they even bubble around to make Bumbui kill him with auto attacks. Alright. Another kill onto the enemy carry. And now without him, the team fight's pretty much a freebie here. BB goes for the Rubik first. That's technically a core. Doesn't look like one, but he is. Actually learn. There's a Searing Chain sitting up for his death. As they go for Miracle next. We have Searing Chains once again. Can he do the combo? Yes, he did it. Just before he got glimpsed back. And that allows him to get all three cores. Almost. Go little ghosts. Don't break that range. Miracle Surge about to end. Now he tries to TP without the BKB, and that's not going to succeed. That's all 3 cores.
Yeah, no, I mean it is. Basically 2 cores. Rubik a little bit more of a support right now, but you're right. Technically that is a core. Has Ag Scepter, so he's exceptionally farmed for a support. But that's just the problem. It's just kind of exceptionally farmed as a support. Now the you know what I think was with Young God. He's alone.
Yeah, he is actually. He just killed the clone. That's all he got. And we still have Gleipnir and Octarine. Clone in a couple of seconds because you've reached that super timing for the Arc Warden level 18. There's the arrow, Flux, second Gleipnir. Oh, activates the BKB. Forced it at least. And he only stole, well, he stole Spark Bit. Pretty big deal. That's the best defensive ability Rubik can get.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top
Feels
tower
bad though,
is
and once again, like I was saying, this is Vessuwan feeling like they're right back to their strength from game 1. This is an unbelievable fight.
Yeah, Static Storm that kills too. I mean, it's just unbelievable because of how disconnected Myth Avenue Gaming is. Their timing is not off. I mean, as in like they could still recover. They had a really good timing crushing the DP and the Ember, but they've let the enemy team get out of control. They have better team fight. You're fighting into the enemy team's window, and you're fighting 2v5 constantly. Even in a game where the Arc Warden's in here, you're not going to win these fights 2v5.
Well, and also the Vessuwan are really executing now on their coordination. That really wowed me in game 1. And it is a lot easier this game, I have to say, because they have Earthshaker Fissure from very long range to set them up twice now, of course, with Shard on that double stun. They've got pretty good vision now that BB's on this like Blink Initiator. He's going in first a lot of the times and allowing everyone else to follow up. So it's looked really convincing from them. And this is kind of what was lacking for them in the last game, right? Which made it so difficult. Impressive stuff this game. They seem to be kind of settling into a little bit more of a comfortable kind of position this game, where they kind of just go for pickoffs pretty casually here and keep finding these heroes out of position and forcing really big utilities. KMP has found Miracle. I'm not really sure which way I want to say it though. Yeah, okay. KMP has found Miracle. That's what I'll.
That's the way. That's the way. Yep, you're committing to it. Miracle does have. Oh no, search it. He has BKB TP. Shouldn't die unless they fissure and perma-stun him with the arrow. Got the BKB just in time.
Dies again though. So do his BKB TP. I don't
he has the TP. That's a TP immediately. I don't think they'll find him.
Oh, okay.
That was close though.
That time's better, but they keep straggling or staggering rather these important abilities and cooldowns and timings. Young God has got his BKB up, but now he doesn't have Miracle. Doesn't have his. They just killed the Undying, so he's dead for 30 seconds. It's just going to be more map control here for Vessuwan as they look to take second Roche here, or positioning rather for second Roche, well before it respawns.
I actually think it's wild that the Arc Warden can ignore the blink this game and actually go for the straight south advice. This build shows that Myth Avenue Gaming is just running into them and they have no desire to contest them. Blink is the enemy team is like playing cleverly, they're playing on the trees, they're cutting. I guess they don't have many heroes to do that. Darkseer keeps dying and he's probably their best one, and Rubik feels very useless. And now with the Hex, the Drow has no chance. You double Hex her and that's it. There's no way she doesn't die in that time period. By the time Arc Warden falls off this game, you've already won the game 10 times.
Yeah, I mean, everyone else is starting to get a little bit greedy here as well in terms of their itemizations. You see Marana queuing up that Ag Scepter, already halfway there. I mean, DP even feels a bit recovered as well and is bringing a lot to these team fights in terms of push and the physical damage. I mean, all Vessuwan needs to do is avoid fighting into all these Rubik Spark Wraiths and they'll be fine. Although, Buoy would be a big catch. Oh, they're not going to get him. They're not going to get him.
They're going to play hard, though. They'll buy play hard. Okay. Or give up. That also works.
You don't want to fight into these. This is like a minefield right now with Rubik.
Yeah. The Spark Wraiths from the Rubik. They cut the Marauder, actually, so they did get Lion Axe at least.
Something. Could have been a big play if Roche was up right now. Unfortunately, it's just not meant to be. It's going to respawn in another 1 minute and 45 seconds. Disruptor has Ag Scepter as well, so Myth Avenue Gaming might not be out of place to make yet if they can actually catch this Ember Spirit inside a Static Storm. Right now, it's not a big deal because, of course, BKB on cooldown, but it might come as a bit of a surprise here, especially if Miracle could then, actually get this Ag Scepter online. They'd have a pretty mean combo for him to try and actually get on top of this hero. But for now, Myth Avenue Gaming just continue crawling towards the Roche pit, trying to set up a little bit of better map control.
Yeah, that smoke you're going to know immediately.
This is a fight you guys want to avoid taking. They're a man down right now, and this Braun is doing a lot of work for them as far as like arrow follow-up from Fissure. Would not want to be too careless in taking this kind of a fight. 10 seconds till she's back up again, but Avenue Gaming are trying to take this road the old-fashioned way. You remember this? Remember this clip?
Was this a thing ever done?
Yeah. I think it was, wasn't it Mid-One or Secret? When he was on Secret, I think they did this. Might be misremembering. It was a C team, as I recall.
I don't remember this at all. I mean, I remember like this being like to fully kill Roche with that. I think that seems ridiculous.
It happened already. It happened. Miracle did it in Arc Warden at minute 50 in the game. It
Minute
was
50?
Yeah, it was versus Vici Gaming. This was at the Epicenter Major in 2019, I believe.
How far goes he? Does he have like Octarine?
Let me check. He also had an Arcane Rune.
Oh, okay, that explains it.
Yeah.
Still though, that seems insane actually. The Arc Warden used to be so much stronger.
Look, if there's a hero that can do it, it's probably Rubik with an Arcane Rune as well.
Yes, though the Roche spawn and the Sparkle has gone away.
Because I think that was before Arc Warden had this one.
This what?
This Ag Scepter upgrade.
Oh yeah, surely, yeah. By then, I don't think that was the axe. I think the axe was a stupid rune thing back then.
I don't even know if I had an axe back then.
No, the rune thing was an axe. Yeah, it was a meme for a really long
goodness.
time. Oh look, Arc Warden could give you a double damage at minute 70. Oh lord, such a good choice.
Oh, that's a big fissure.
That's a very big fissure. You could have just walked in and Echo Slam. Nope, there's the Ember. Ember's like, I'll Echo Slam for you with my Searing Chains. Kill the two supports. And now you take Roche or the rest of them? Oh, they know the Drow's nearby. They actually acted an exorcism for this.
It's going out. There's too many Spark Wraiths, man.
No, that's why. Okay, sure. Respect the Rubik, I suppose. The Roche is going to take a while to take. Now with a DP, less so. The Arc Warden is just like, please, someone get rid of this Rubik. I'm so sorry I gave him the Spark Wraith. That's exactly what they'll do. There's no BKB in December though, so the Gus is really screwing with him. And Ember's gonna die this rate. BB, oh, Young God changed targets for a second. Finally killed off BB. As they control Miracle on the backlines, RDP doesn't want to fall either. And they're gonna go for the easier kills. Miracle and XERXIA. Now finally concentrating Young God. Without his teammate, there's nobody to cover for him. He has to Gus, get some space, but they're just onto it, man. They just need one more Gleipnir. They have Blink Dagger on the Arc Warden. They get a glimpse back to Death Prophet, but the Blink Dagger plus that Gleipnir will finally catch Young God. A second Gleipnir to actually finish him off. The fissure continues, and the support will need death not once, but twice this fight. With Disruptor barely getting away with his little life. Oh, but his little life, it's so measly, it's so inconsistent, it's so unimportant. They just kill him as an extra afterthought. Myth Avenue Gaming will be team-wide +2 in this fight.
Yeah.
They decide to loot or take the Rex now on Vessuwan.
I think we're gonna see world's saddest story, dude. For sale, Disruptor Ags never used. Never got a static storm off here with that Ag Scepter upgrade. Kind of got too good to use syndrome. With Avenue Gaming kind of running 4-man into a fissure made that fight real easy as well for Vessuwan, who didn't even take Roche, by the way. They kind of got drawn into that long fight. So perhaps with Avenue Gaming with one more fight really to try and drag this one out. But things are starting to look a little bit well, rather difficult for them here, Avo. I just don't see how they get back into this one, honestly. And Bowie's been popping off as well here on his Shaker, finding the right kinds of fissures and using the Echo Slams pretty, I don't want to say freely, that implies like he's wasting them, but he's not been like holding on to them looking for this ultimate 5-man Echo Slam, right? He's just been using them to
pretty
secure
freely,
kills.
man. I swear, if you Myth Avenue Gaming, you'll tell me at the end of the game, hey, you guys didn't know there was an Earthshaker that game. Oh, what? An Earthshaker? Oh, we didn't notice. They just bunch up. I swear, they haven't divided or tried to take a different avenues of attack at any moment. You have a Darkseer, and that surge feels like it's not been utilized at all, because you just don't have people attacking from different angles.
We've got Ags now. We'll see what Miracle can do with this. I don't know if he had it in the last fight. He might just run into the entire enemy team. Yep.
Yeah, there's the Hex. Nah, he's dead. There's no chance that the rest of them don't convert. They didn't come in an Echo Slam, huh?
He's fighting?
Wow.
Okay. He's fighting for just a second. He got out of there. That's Echo.
KMP didn't want a TP. Interesting. Like the real clone, right? Because he had that second Hex ready, but he just didn't.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. I guess some of them consider that valuable and not all of them. Interesting.
Maybe they don't just care about Miracle. Like, oh, I care enough about him.
Care enough to. That's the clone. That doesn't matter. He's dealing a fair amount of damage, but he's far away from his real one, so he's not dealing full damage.
Yeah, that's right. This is. I never noticed actually. If you right, because it's not a clone. I don't think it has that debuff. Oh, they just found RDP for free.
What are you talking about? Yeah, he's gonna die. RDP. And Static Storm, a really valuable kill here. You got rid of the Exo for the next fight.
What are you talking about? Love that. I was wondering if you punch. Oh, hold on. That's clone again.
KMP that's stuck in the high ground. You can get rid of the Tombstone with a clone. Nope.
Does Rubik still have You know you could steal another spell, right? That's the point of this egg.
That's a very good point, actually.
Like,
I haven't seen him with 2 spells for a while.
Just saying. Look, I know, I agree this is the best one, but like, you have both of those keys bound, right? So use them. You paid for the 2 slots, you better use them, man. Getting ripped off right now.
It is interesting why he's choosing not to. I'm actually not sure. Like, surely, because if you do this with like Fissure, because with Fissure you actually steal now the Aftershock as well.
Oh, yeah, that is really
it's still
good.
bugged.
Oh.
So
That's a really good idea. Yeah, he should definitely do that. I think he should also buy Shard. If I'm being honest with you. But no matter.
Shard's very good.
He's got level 15 now. Oh, hold on. Okay, that's
just a clone. Yes, he has Hex though.
But young guy
and he has a Denver. Okay, never mind. They hit Drow out of position and killed. As play hard, next target, they're gonna go for Miracle instead. That's the real one. They're gonna force this BKB. First the Hex. No second Hex. In fact, the Surge is saving him for now. Miracle's holding on to that BKB. Not bad. As the Ember being held on because the Static Storm still has his own BKB and the Aegis. Going for the Rubik instead. Echo Slam to kill off XC Learn. As Miracle stays in the trees, BKB still off cooldown. What is his plan? What does he hope to achieve
He's
here?
gonna Midas
The clone's
the
going
creep.
for the Undying.
Dude, Midas
Why
the
is he
creep,
dead?
Miracle. That's fine. I don't know.
They're gonna Shivas and find him by accident, perhaps?
Dire's
No,
bottom
they're not.
tower
They don't even
has
guess he's still
fallen.
there. For the clone, Exorcism as well. Miracle might surprise him from behind. This might be the
Yeah, but
Hail
what's
Mary
the
play,
follow-
Myth Avenue Gaming.
Don't want to have a Drow. But
No,
this is not even the right
30
play. You
seconds.
need Drow. So let this one go. Maybe try and get him from behind from a different angle, because I don't think it's going to be worth fighting over bottom. They're not, well, actually, they're going to get another Fortify here. No, sorry, just the one. They've already lost to tier 3. Oh, and
They killed...
Dire's
Oh, in the base, in the fountain, they killed Disruptor.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Miracle? They're like, guys, I don't
Okay.
think that Darkseer's here at all.
Drow's back in 10. I mean, this is not looking like it's the worst outcome. See what they can
No,
make
it's only
happen.
one lane. Drow's already come back.
They
There's
found-
the initiation. He was patient. It's kind of paying off. They got close to the arc and Kempy's here. Not a Miracle
Oh my
alone.
God.
Look at that, Richie. Miracle showcasing why he was waiting that whole time. They don't have buybacks, but they don't seem to need them. Miracle will die for this regardless. BB's the true carry anyway. As they fear play hard, now they know where he is, and they kill him with the damage from the Strength Blink on the Ember.
Okay, BB popping off, has Aegis for, of course, 30 more seconds. Is that 30? Yeah, it's 30. So he's in a pretty good position here as well. It's a DD in the river down bottom. I don't know if they're going to be able to find that, but also doesn't really seem like Vessuwan are going to let up here on the push. They have lost the Arc Warden, but Ember's coming back. Oh, and he's back.
Yeah, he has BKB though. But of course, the Agamother Shelter prevents him from using it.
He killed him.
There's the Aegis. He comes back with BKB.
Yep.
And he still has Blink, I believe. Can he find the Drow? No, he's not going to play this aggressively.
Yeah, he's not the one holding the gem. He needs Lion Axe in position if he wants to make a jump like that.
Oh, BB. They're just trying to force his BKB. There we go. And he gets the Searing Chains onto Young God. Opportunity? No. Namanta style dispels them.
Okay. I mean,
And just retreat. I mean, you have Arc. There's no reason to force this, honestly.
yeah, I agree.
The Rax is still alive from Myth Avenue Gaming.
Not bad. I mean, all they did was just get another tier 3 tower and some pretty significant structure damage, sure, but you know, as far as the permanent stuff, it's fine. Your lanes are not going to shove in. You're technically still in this game. 24k is the net worth deficit right now that Vessuwan is pushing with, but the next minute or so they won't be pushing, not until this Arc Warden is reestablished on the map. He's pretty big though. I mean, he also has E-Blade. He's going to go for bots too. He's very quickly looking to replace this this Hand of Midas with something. I guess.
Use it one last time and probably sell it for the E-Blade slot.
Yeah. Then
I think you definitely, though, are reaching that moment. I'm saying, like, eventually Arc does stop scaling and Drow Ranger takes over. So if you really can't close the game soon, you will have a problem. Drow, even by osmosis, you'll eventually buy MKB on this hero. So you can actually hit.
We'll see. Miracle trying to keep these lanes pushed out, going for Refresher now on the Darkseer, still holding onto the Hand of Midas. Disruptor able to get off a couple good static storms here now. I think he's going to be much happier with his ulti usage. But again, Myth Avenue Gaming, they're just fighting into 2 cores right now, and they really only have the 1. BB up to 25, has 2 sleight of fist charges. Even if he's not really necessarily built for, you know, like don't know, some crazy Deso Ember Spirit. He's doing a lot of work still. There he goes. Gonna kill the
Initiation that kills Disruptor.
A buyback though.
And they're holding their own for now. The siege though is consistent, and you just throw clones to the high ground, honestly. And if anyone makes a mistake, you punish with the double hex.
Yep. Tombstone is well committed here already. Oh no, Rubik freaking got Spark Wraith again, man.
Yeah, he did. That's
arrow,
keeping up. Young God has Manta though. Can dispel Searing Chains. For now, he's been saved by the 4-step. Fights back with the BKB. Goes for the Arc Clone first. Arc Clone, tanking a lot. There's the Ember. That's a real kill. And BB will fall. The Rex are somewhat alive. You only got the ranged ones.
Ember can buy back. He's right back into that Remnant if he really wants to, but I think that's a bad idea.
Be wary of that. Yeah. There's no BKB on Drow this time. There's no autosave here.
Yeah, it doesn't really say this, but when Ember dies, he also leaves a Remnant. Maybe we should probably add that in the description.
Oh, really? I thought that was... He had to do it every time. Oh, I did not know that.
Really good. Yeah, I don't know why it doesn't say that. It's a huge part of this upgrade.
Of the shard, you mean?
Hmm?
Oh, wow. I had no clue. I actually had no clue about that one. That doesn't
I think it's maybe because if an enemy hero... No, because it's enemy hero. I don't know. It's every time. You'll see it.
Okay. No, I believe you. Okay, now it's God. Now you don't have to be wary about the Remnant. Honestly, if Young God keeps getting saved by the Force, like I said, this game is definitely not over. People are overestimating how much arc scales.
Also, I think Exilern, just get the shard. Like, you just see how big a difference your Drow Ranger can make if you keep her alive. Shard, it's so good.
I agree, actually. You should be the support Rubik right now. Stop trying to be a core. Oh, KMP, this would be huge. Can they actually get him?
Oh,
no, that was close, though. And they continue this? I don't know that's the play. That does not seem like the play. Okay, they're fighting into this. Like madmen. I guess they want to force the back on Ember.
They're trying.
They're killing boy. Yeah,
dying to the clone, by the way. I think he dies here. Yeah.
Nope. That sucks.
Ooh, he's close.
No, no, don't walk. Oh, that's your Spark.
Whose Spark Wraith is that? Whose Spark Wraith is that? Oh, it's
Flux. Oh, he had a magic one. He had a magic one, Richie.
Oh, no.
Shadows, take us.
Oh, no.
That was... Yeah. I'm with you, though. Buy shard. Screw your BKB. Oh, they found me undying, too. Okay, well, it was a nice dream while it lasted, Richie. Miss having gaming. They saw what it was like to win a game.
Man, I think they're still in this, honestly. I'm not so sure. Yeah, I just checked the wiki. When Ember Spirit dies, he also leaves the Fire Remnant as death location. It's not noted. Should be. It's really good.
Appreciate that. Not an Ember player myself. So I actually...
Yeah, no, me neither. I always want to be an Ember player, but you got a lot of press. You got to press a lot of buttons.
Bro, I'm so old for this.
That's what I'm saying. Too many buttons, bro.
Actually, it's not so much the buttons, it's the temp reactions, right? Like, I feel like Tinker or Arc Warden, which is just pressing a lot of buttons, because it's just a sequence, right? And you just learn the sequence like a code. It's not that bad. But, like, Ember and... Especially Ember, I think, is all about, like, reaction times. And,
Ember,
this is where I do this.
He's probably the closest hero in Dota 2. Is it funny enough that even more so than Marcy? That's, like, the most, like, a fighting game. You know?
Yes. Well, I think Tinker is the most of the fighting game. No? It's just literally just all buttons. I mean, I know I said it was just sequence, but, like you do need to learn combos and everything, right? I don't think Ember has too many.
I think Ember might have a couple more though than Tinker, because with Tinker it's like item 1, item 2.
Yeah, exactly.
Spell 1, spell 2. Whereas with Ember, like, it doesn't really matter. Like, maintain vision and blink in the right place. Whereas with Ember, it's super important.
Right.
Like,
so okay, I see your point. Ember's footsies on the fighting game, and then the combos are like more like Tinker.
Yeah, I guess so.
I see your point. Ember is the footsies. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah, because it's like you're positioning and then being able to like know which combo to use. Whereas with Tinker, it's like you have one ideal combo you want to use at all times.
And you just use it and spam it as much as you can.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Which
and then besides that, it's about map control.
Yeah, where I guess maybe you can just distill that down to fighting games, but I would say that's a little bit of a, I don't know.
He stole the bubble. That's actually pretty huge to defend.
It is. He's not basically half of Arc Warden now.
Yeah. Oh, okay. BB got undying. What was Play Hard doing there?
Got buyback. That's BKB used, well, first life,
yeah,
goes 3 minutes on the stages.
Oh, there goes the Arc Warden clone, but this time they got him. Next Drow, which is annoying, but they should die. BB setting up the clone just in case. Here comes the Hunter, blink in. Will Aesthetic Storm for the Death Prophet here. But she's surviving
Can't
this
reach
whole
her.
onslaught. Instead is BB. That's what they want. BB is breaking this completely. There he gets gusted.
BB.
Still has the Aegis, however. Even a Miracle gets him.
big
It's not going to
back.
matter that much. BKB activated by RDP. Young got hitting, trying to hit the clone. Still on MKB, so he can't hit inside the bubble. XE learned, tries to silence people away. They've lost the ranged Rex again, and the melee Rex should fall soon. BB goes in for round number 2.
He's thinking about it, though. It's really scary against this Rubik right now. They are set to at least pick up 2 lanes at barracks. These Spark Rays ever stop spawning in. Holy moly.
I quite literally cannot
That's
tell
refresher. That's
who's-
refresher for Miracle. He just farmed it on the last transfer.
Okay. What does he have? A second vacuum wall? Yeah, I guess you have to use it.
Second BKB as well here is pretty nice.
Okay, yeah.
And a
Might be
second normal
surprised.
punch. You do refresh that.
Oh, there's the Arc Warden again.
Good man to
Nice.
Holy moly.
Really good. He was dead otherwise.
Maybe
Oh,
still
but
might
that force
be.
that was not so good. That force that was not so good. Young Gun still running away. They got rid of the clone, but Young Gun is invisible, and the tree's caught by the Fissure. He's going to die. Young Gun is forced to activate the buyback. Can he fight this Miracle? Miracle. There's the refresh into the wall replica. The clone comes into the sternum though. Clone, sure, you'll kill him again, but you don't care. The Arc Warden is too strong. Here comes the Emperor again with the Gleipnir catching the Drow. He can't be out of position.
Miracle did kill Lionax, I believe, with his own illusion. That's pretty good. And
Okay,
now they've got the Disruptor back. Oh, they just don't have any vision. Would have been a huge glimpse onto KNP.
Yes, it would have been, but they can't.
Okay, and they still
Young Gun's
actually...
going for the Swift Blink now. Okay.
They actually barely, but they do manage to defend their top, or sorry, their middle melee barrier.
Yeah, but they're mowing you down, man. It's just a matter of time before the Arc Warden takes over.
Look, it's brutal, right? It's block by block fighting here, basically, from Myth Avenue Gaming up in the high ground, but they are holding on.
Yeah, but your matchup is so bad as Drow, right? Like, it's just, you have to be able to go in. I think Swift Blink at this point is actually a better option as MKV, because you just need to be able to go in, kill the real Arc, and stop the Arc Warden.
Yeah, I think BB's also a huge problem for you in this kind of a game. He's just so free to jump around in these kinds of games.
Yes.
You need to get him inside the static zone,
Miracle
especially
can't die.
without Aegis.
Miracle can't die. Miracle!
Oh no, he
That's it. You push to win now.
doesn't have buyback for 400 gold either. Ember's now got
Oh, okay. They don't
refresher.
know he's not buyback.
RDP
Okay, I thought he was.
has heart. Myth Avenue Gaming, I don't know if Vessuwan are gonna. I think they should force it. I mean, you have Arc Warden clones, just throw them into the base. Dagon 5, okay.
Yeah, that's the best way to scale at this point. Honestly, you're out of items.
Oh, a lot of damage, man.
Yep.
What do they drop? They dropped the Hand of Midas. Miracle, no!
There goes KMP. Okay, Young God once again is starting to get rid of the clone, but the clone was well timed, so it just ends, and now they have another one.
Miracle, he dropped his Hand of Midas. If enemies pick that up, he will have buyback. He has buyback!
Okay. Wait, no.
Oh, he's
Didn't
just
work.
50
Oh,
gold
he's close.
short.
He's close. 50 gold shot. 50 gold shot.
short. They need to drop that. That's a bait.
Yeah, that is a bait. Yeah.
Dire's top tower.
He's not gonna buy back in time though, especially the Hex the Drow. Oh, they got him the Dagon. KMP go on. RDP not chasing, maybe not in position. Young Gun will survive for now, but the Rex won't.
There he is. He's got buyback.
They're just gonna
now.
die.
There he is. He's got buyback because they put them with fucking Midas.
Okay. Last attempt for the boys. They already lost Yamate though. They already lost Yamate. The Racks are alive. Swift Blink in. What are you gonna do? Can't hit inside the bubble Drow. Can't hit. I think the BKB. No. That's it. That's your attempt to go in. It's thwarted. Miracle wasn't ready.
Okay.
The Sutter's back, I suppose. Maybe one last fight for the boys. Is it actually happening? They're quartered, annoying the Drow. That's not Storm, but where's the Drow? Is attacking the clone instead. They go for RDP. He's still silenced, but he has the refresh for the BKB. BB will just walk away from this fight unscathed
I
for now.
guess.
Tower is under attack.
Once again, Myth Avenue Gaming managed to hold. Bit of a mistake there from Vessuwan. You should know, never pick up enemy items on the ground in the late game. It means that they're trying to diminish the value of their own net worth so that they can get buyback, because that's how it's calculated. It's calculated by your inventory plus your current amount of gold, right? So he reduces that when enemies pick up the item, because that means it's not like in his inventory anymore or in his stash or whatever. And he gets buyback, and it actually ends up making a difference. I thought he was trolling for a second, but I always forget about this interaction. Mostly because you barely ever see it. You don't want
It
to.
wasn't that relevant though, unfortunately, for this game. Well, cool play was not that relevant.
No,
It
I
did
mean
nothing with Miracle.
relevant in the sense that he still gets to play here, as eventually
Yeah, I
this game is
suppose.
going to end.
Yeah, you play until the game ends. That's the relevant.
That's the goal, right, of Dota? Oh, goodness.
Rubik's still no shard, man. Learn, please.
51 minutes in. Has BKB fought out for this.
He was just waiting for the Rose shard, and once he didn't get it, it's out of principle now, I suppose. Oh, okay, one last attempt. This could be good. Boomboy's not the target you wanted, but it'll do. No, or maybe it won't. Yeah, that's the kill.
He's got buy though, yeah.
Immediate
And they
buyback.
outpost.
Yep. And they're going for the Drow again.
Oh, wow.
Black here for Drow. Young Gun activates the BKB. Young Gun fights from the low gun. Little harder though. Little harder. Got rid of the clone though. Lionx dead.
Okay.
Baby. Next target perhaps, but Young Gun's a little bit afraid. He knows he has to preserve his distance right now.
And you can see, by the way, Rubik did steal Fire Remnants, and he's got both slots taken up with Fire Remnants. Real quick.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so that's... I don't know if it's a bug, because you only have 2 buttons. You only have 2 slots as Rubik, so...
I suppose that's just something that you can't really get around.
Yeah,
I guess you
it's-
just make a third one, right? There's no point of fourth one, I suppose.
It's the same thing, like, whenever you steal any
Young Gun.
Invoker spells, you just get whatever he currently has invoked, right? I don't know if it's a bug or not. Whoa.
Structures are fortified.
So this arc's too big. They get the Fortify out. This is +8 Exo Spirits, so these structures are going to drop fast.
And they're not going in for RDP, they're just gonna let the structures fall.
Has fallen.
It's literally impossible in magnetic field, honestly.
Oh.
No, they got the clone at least. No, but he played it himself. Even with the clone, KMP is taking them for a ride, man.
God, dude,
That's the last interaction. That's Mega Creeps.
taking 5 as well. Oh my god.
Oh, he's gonna beat her. He's gonna beat the Drow. So
No
is Steven
way.
Fisher. In comes BB. All they need is sleight of fist, but Young God gets forced into safety. Okay.
Oh, and they got a little bit lucky there. Spark Rate didn't hit on the Drow. I don't know if that would have killed her necessarily, but was a good effort just to scare her all the way back. That probably would have killed her, dude. 465 damage on Spark Rate with that 20 talent. Yeah, for sure she dies. Ooh, that was a close one. Now it's Mega. No one in the entire game, although he got buyback. Roshan is back up, though. That's Rosh number 4 at least. It comes with an Ags upgrade. I suppose you give that. It doesn't really matter. I think at the stage who you give it to. Shouldn't really matter too much. That's KMP. No, he's got his own already, actually. You can give it to... Ember's got his own. I guess you give it to Shaker. Because Marana also has her own. 3 Ags time for him. Maybe DP? Yep. Okay. Fair enough.
Sure.
And the Aegis. Really? I guess you're feeling that confident now in this game.
Yeah.
Ember's
His
got
also
buyback,
does.
yeah, so he doesn't need it.
That with the Mega Creeps, I don't think you can fight back because you don't have anything like no place to stand on as the Drow, right? Who, by the way, still nothing to deal with a bubble. The ultimate counter to the range hero. Just bubble.
Does have buyback in a minute, though. So that's what she's saving for, even if it... Oh, well, maybe she's saving for too long. Fissure. Oh, goodness.
Yeah, play hard instead.
Doesn't have
They both are
buyback.
dying though. At this point in the game, it's really difficult for him to accomplish anything. Honestly.
Yeah, it does drop a tombstone where he falls, though. Here lies Undying.
There's a dead Darkseer.
Ah, that's
That
definitely
should
the
send
game.
this one. Yep.
Also was saving for buyback, or maybe the full side device, but now is dead for 2 minutes. And KMP is going to start walking them down here, honestly. There goes Exo number 1. Number 1, of course, because they have a refresher. Not stolen, that's Scriptural.
I feel like
Dire's middle tower.
that chance until the very last moment, but we didn't really see the best of fights. So go for one last fight for the boys. Why not? Aeon this triggered on the Earthshaker. Young God though in knocker position. He's gonna be saved by the E-Blade, and Young God just can't do anything. He literally can't do it. That's gonna be it.
Yep, Throne is fallen.
Dire's ancient
It's RDP who's finishing off the game here. Slowly but surely. Young God doing his best, but not much they can do. Mid give me. They throw in the towel. They will lose the series 2-1. With Vessuwan back in Div 2 after they were relegated last season. Take down a fan favorite. I don't know about a favorite now with Boom Esports in the mix, but they're going to be able to start their season off right with a win.
I mean, they look similar to last season, where their individual skills is very high. At least I would say so. They have really good, particular like. I think they lean on their comfort picks maybe a little too much. But when they get good comfort picks, like it's a good game for them. They're very skilled. I think we saw KMP Coordin. I am surprised that with Avenue Gaming drafted fully for the mid Coordin, it had zero. Oh, sorry, for the KMP Coordin, had 0 ways to deal with them. I will still keep it up that that mid game where they decided to just like arc ward and farm and absolutely do nothing and not play on their timings whatsoever for like 20 minutes was a little bit sus. But that is Myth Avenue Gaming in general. Obviously by sus I just mean like not great, right? Not necessarily actually suspicious. And I just feel like with Vessuwan, once again they've been having potential for a while. I'm tired of saying this though. I want them to go from potential to fully there. The draft in game 2 was very questionable. In general, the drafts are very questionable with this team. And sometimes they can't find the consistency and they get pulled into the crazy shenanigans of the enemy when they're a much better team, clearly, right? They should be a true contender for top 4 slots of C Div 2, I would say.
Yeah,
should be.
I mean, I'm willing to give them a little bit of credit because this is a team with a lot of different kind of wacky ideas, and maybe they're just trying to settle down and find really their identity. I think it's hard. They're at the other end of the extreme where like a team has just really standard players and they're really struggling to find a play style that suits them. They're at the extreme opposite end of that, right? Where they have the opposite problem where we have like 40 different play styles here and everyone's played every different position. Maybe they just need to, decide which ones of these play well together, which ones of these are encouraged by the meta, and kind of sit down and have that kind of a discussion. You know what I mean? Because I saw a lot of different ideas here. And again, I always, Dota's a team-based game. I mean, it's not really groundbreaking stuff. Like you need to have one kind of idea that your team is playing around, even if it's not necessarily the best idea or the right idea or the most popular idea, but it's just never going to work when everyone's trying to do something a little bit different, or ideas that don't play well together. I think maybe that's where this team is maybe perhaps struggling a bit, if I can say.
It was a solid I would say they have solid ideas that I guess have cohesion between them, right? But there are some like I think it's different to Vessuwan in the sense that Vessuwan, they have comfort picks, and when they get them, it's a good game for the comfort pick, even if it feels forced. They're just so good at them. They kind of style. Like I would put BB's Pango, BB's Ember in that category. I would put KMP's Dark Warrior in 100% in that category, right? Whereas I don't think that Myth Avenue Gaming, when they force those comfort picks, they style as much, right? Like the Rubik mid. First game we saw Rubik mid seemed fine. It wasn't like, wow, I'm just seeing the new coming of Jesus. It was just like, okay. And then in the second game, again, seemed okay. Then you have a Rubik mid 50 minutes into the game. In a game where you also needed to go 50 minutes into the game to actually beat the Arc Warden or play really fast, so you didn't do either, right? So, not sure. By the way, for everyone that's going to watch this game and complain about Arc Warden being overpowered, blah, 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 he really isn't. It just was a really good Arc Warden game.
You can call him by his name.
Like, I just saw a couple of comments.
Ice Frog. Don't nerf him.
Stop it. It's like, seriously, the hero is not that good. He gets countered by most things. It's just that Myth Avenue Gaming chose to pick none of them. And honestly, the real issue is that Arc Warden gets countered by like 70% of the mid-hero pool right now. Really. Like, they're most good at getting to a bubble. But they picked the Rubik, right? So you kind of lost that. Rubik decided not to go to Shard, which was a really, really huge choice against Arc Warden. And seriously, I know Drow has marksmanship. I know it has a 35% chance to pierce it. Just buy MKB, dude. Just buy it. Like I saw a Silver Edge go, okay, it's more damage, but MKB gives you more damage. It's the same thing. Or the Manta, or literally any of the items. Like, you're dealing with Arc Warden, and he made the game so difficult for himself. It's very difficult to argue that. I don't think it would have won the game, but it certainly would have been the mid game easier, right? Some Drows, they choose to go Maelstrom into the Axe build when they see Arc Warden because of this build, right? Because it gives you more chances of hitting inside the bubble. Whatever it is, the choice to just ignore the hero seemed odd, and this is what happens, If it was a Tinker or a Huskar or anything else, and the team just went, whatever, we'll deal with it eventually, I think you'd have the same issue. Miracle seemed to be the only one that had a plan to deal with the Arc Warden.
Yep, that's true. Yeah, and then even then, it's like the rest of the team not really playing around. That's what I mean. I really, really admire this team a lot because they've got a lot of experience, and they have, I think, they're not afraid to experiment with the meta, and they're not really, they're not constrained at all to the meta. And it's not like I believe they're going with like super comfort picks either. You know what I mean?
No, I don't think so.
They're just kind of like trying out a bunch of ideas and seeing what works. But like you say, like with your comparison to spaghetti, you know what I mean? If you're going to cook spaghetti and you're throwing it on the wall to see if it sticks, and then like your next dish is like rice, you're like, why are there so many grains on this plate? What am I in Peru? Are you gonna put French fries on there as well? Like, it's too many carbs. You need to make like a dish that's proper, right? That's balanced. And even if it's different than what everyone else is serving up, it's just you have to have that idea.
It's never a good sign that a team only wins games that are either stomps or crazy Clownfest, like the second one, right? And I said Clownfest because it was that, not because they made necessarily mistakes, which I think Vessuwan made more of. They played well. but those Clownfests are not an indicative sign of what Dota is usually, and that's not a good. It's not a good sign. But I think they're SMG in the making, honestly. Myth Avenue Gaming. That's what I would probably call them. For Vessuwan, though, I think good potential still. They could be one of the contenders to Div 1. That's what I thought last season. I was very surprised they actually dropped towards the end, but I'm really, really curious to see how they do again with this new revitalized roster. And I do believe we actually have an interview with one of them as well.
No, we don't have an interview.
Oh, there's no interview. Okay, sorry. I just heard the word. I apologize.
That kind of sucks. I was kind of hoping to get to talk to them as well, whomever we would have gotten, and seeing what they think after a win like this. Because again, coming from getting bounced and then coming back through the opens and close, right, to kind of make a nice comeback, I think is a pretty nice story. Taking down Myth Avenue Gaming, who were a third place finishers, does bode well for your season. I would say this season of Div 2 looks to be a lot more competitive, not just because of Boom Esports, but also because of the team that bought Fnatic slot. I think they have a chance as well at making a pretty deep run. So I wanted to see what they were thinking about their chances here and which teams they think were going to be the most difficult. But yeah, that's going to do it for our first series, Avo, and that does it for us as well. We were only on the first one for today, and now we are going to go and enjoy the rainy KL weather.
Ah, lovely. It's already storming outside. Can't wait to see what other games we have today. For you guys that are staying, next up is QWE versus Team Tough. It's the Mongolian matchup. Old Mongolians versus new Mongolians. QWE, while a little bit of a question mark, could be one of the potential contenders for Div 1 as well. They already looked really good in their first game, albeit not against one of the strongest teams, but that doesn't matter. So QWE versus Team Tough is definitely a match to watch. Team Tough also had some glimmers of really big brilliance, honestly, on that team, or perhaps more of the middle of the table team that we're looking at. And then at the end of the day, we'll have Boom versus XERXIA, which is another one of the obstacles that Boom needs to surpass if they want to secure that slot to Div 1 yet again. The match against Spawn went well, albeit a little shaky at moments. Let's see if XERXIA will give him some trouble as well. For now, my name is Al Plus. I'm joined by Seek and Strike Dota. It's been a pleasure casting for you guys. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you enjoyed these wacky games. Yes, okay, I get it. I don't get the mirroring of cameras. All right, I'm going to leave You're a Fool and a Clown in the whole circus. You are the game number 2 of this series, Richie.
True.
Goodbye. Take care.
See ya.
Welcome back here to the spring tour down in Southeast Asia. We got two fresh new teams battling it out. Danog, there was a bit of a bloodbath in our previous series, of course, going the distance. So we'll see how this one is shaping up for ourselves. We got the Mongolian kind of affair with Team Tough taking on QWE.
Probably should have done a bit more of my research. You know, when the Filipinos go up against each other, it's the Rambulan, but I'm not sure what Mongolia v Mongolia is, or if it even counts, because you got Krish there for a little bit of Indian flavor on QWE. But still, I'm interested to see which one is going to take the chocolates, which one's going to get away with the first win. They did play up against each other in the closed qualifiers earlier, and it was a quick 2-0 for QWE. So keen to see if they're able to redo that, or if it's going to be Team Tough coming back.
And the interesting thing as well with that is they also played against each other in the second qualifiers, the open qualifiers, where Team Tough actually beat QWE. So they've, of course, played recently, and like you said, that was the one before they played in the closed qualifiers. So they have kind of both been able to get a dub against each other. We'll see how this one is able to shape up, though. My thing that I'm looking for, though, for QWE is Krish. He's playing as the one, where on the previous rosters, you know, TNC in particular, he was the position 2. Yes, Sanctity, of course, is a incredibly gifted 2, so probably a big reason why Krish has been moved over to the 1, but I'm very excited to see how comfortable he is in the carry role.
It's not even just Krish, right, that's moved roles. You've got Ace, who's moved to be a position 4. Previously, when it was Little Gun, it was Kishka playing that role. And then 4-2-3, previously the carry for Little Gun. Now he's playing in the off-lane role. So I think that move fits a lot more strongly, because you think back to his hero pool, he plays the Lycans, he plays the Dooms, he plays the Viper, like all this crazy stuff that doesn't always fit into a position 1 mold, but position 3, there's a little bit more flex to that. So I'm interested to see how he's going to turn it out.
Yeah, it's because with that previous roster we saw, it was a lot of the like the Sanctity just win condition. This position 2 man was able to take over games left, right, and center. So we'll see if he's going to be able to do that. Of course, their opponents being Team Tough, again, some Mongolian boys over there. It's just a question of, you know, they've got a lot of synergy together, but can they pull it out? You know, you've got Trill, Moody, Velky, Seimei. So it's going to be exciting to see.
Go on, say the last guy's name. Try it.
Tsukimoto.
There you go. All right.
Was it actually right?
You were right. Yes, it's Tsukimoto. But
I did it all right? Oh, nice.
You did. And like you said, I'm interested to see how they're going to be able to come up against this, because they don't quite have the same pedigree, let's say, as the top guys coming out from Mongolia. Obviously, you've got Kishka and Sanctity. Kishka's actually not playing on any team right now. Previously, he was on Myth Avenue Gaming, so a little bit unfortunate that we're not going to get to see what he's able to put forward. You've also got Narman, who, again, very, very solid Mongolian player. But these guys, they're much more of the newbies, the up-and-comers. So let's see if they can really plant their flag and get a solid statement for their first series of this DPC.
And we do have a draft underway, so we'll see how we get ourselves set up here between either squads and kind of what they're looking to favor as well. We haven't seen them play just yet. Team Tough, they lost to XERXIA on the first day, but for QWE, we haven't seen them perform just yet. So with the open up, we've got the Ember into the response of the Rubik and the Dragonite, and then the Enchantress for Team Tough as well. A very early Dragonite pick, but this is more than likely going to be your mid matchup to lane versus the Ember.
So these guys, they're countrymen. They've played up against each other a lot as well. I'm sure it happens in scrims a bunch. I don't think you can get too lax, and I hope they've done their research as well if it's just not something that's come up in those situations. Valky, he plays the Ember Spirit, right? That's just how it is. He's obviously the mid laner for them, but he has the potential to flex to play it in the safe lane if it's a good Huskar game for Trill to play in that mid lane. So I'm wondering if maybe they're going to look to ban out a few of the bigger counters to that Huskar, because Huskar into the DK really doesn't feel that bad, and the reason you picked the DK was to be able to counter this Ember Spirit. So we'll see what Team Tough opt to go for. And again, it doesn't really feel like a Sanctity hero either, right? The DK. It's much more of a 4-2-3 style of offlaner. But I mean, if the matchup is that good, I think you got to take it.
Yeah. I do think one thing I was impressed by when we got to see like that run from Logan is, even though Sanctity was often on his win condition heroes, he did have a very, very diverse hero pool where he would be able to play, the spirit heroes and even the DK. We saw it a couple times from him as well. So I do agree, like I prefer him on some more harder carries, but we have seen him run it in the past, and I think it's really important that he has this diverse hero pool. Yeah, nice call. So I was going to ask you, I'm like, do you just get rid of it in the second phase just to be like, I don't want to play against Huskar. Let's just, screw that hero, take it away. We don't have to worry about it anymore.
I think this is totally fine, right? And honestly, even with the way that we've seen Dragon Knights being built lately, like you're going to crush the lane, so Ember Spirit isn't going to have as much playmaking potential, and then maybe you can get away with going a greedier, like, I am the win condition style for Sanctity, right? Like, how many times have we seen a Dragon Knight hit his level 20, have his Aghanim Scepter and Manta style, and everyone's like, well, what the hell do we do now?
Yeah. All right, though, for QWE, we're going to get the Monkey King and the Jakiro, so more than likely we've got Krish playing the Monkey as a 1. I don't think there's going to be any flex with the Jakiro being played as a 3, but see how that's going to go down. Do you like this kind of second phase for QWE?
I find it okay. I mean, the thing that I'm a little more worried about is that with this Disruptor pick, that's something that they're flexible with for Team Tough, so they can run it in the 4 or the 5. I think this game it's much more likely to be that 5, just because you can now throw the Enchantress into the Pos 4 role, and you can't really make use out of the Jingu in lane. As soon as you get that buff, you just dispel it with the Enchant. So I wonder if that even means that you can, like, go for an actual, like, melee offlaner into the Monkey King that would normally be horrible, Because that's really what you're worried about. You're worried about the Jingu, but if it's instantly just getting removed, who cares?
Yep. Is there any that kind of come to mind at the moment for Team Tough potentially? What do we got? Death Prophet. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine too. DP is just a solid overall hero. It's Seime's best hero as well, so why not just go with something that's going to work for you? What have they really got left for QWE? Like, I'm still thinking that this is going to be the mid DK, but if they really want to put it into the offlane, like, they don't have the last pick overall, right? So it's going to be Team Tough that make that decision of, look, are we going to pick something else that isn't the Huskar for that mid lane against the DK? It could be a mid Death Prophet, like they've got some flex here available for them.
Yep. And do you think for QWE there's like any room to flex? I know I brought it up before, but I'm just thinking if you can put this Jakiro as a 3, run the Monkey 4 and go for a range carry to be able to play into the DP, because we know that's one of her
You've been
big
begging
concerns.
for the Jakiro offlane for a while and we haven't seen it. What do you want to see out of it? That's what I want to actually ask you.
The Jakiro 3?
Yeah, what do you think it provides?
No, I don't know if it could be flexed as a 3. I'm asking because I think whenever you see Death Prophet, you kind of want to be playing with a range carry. So I don't know if there is that potential for QWE.
Okay, no, I see what you mean. So what, like a Jakiro 3, Monkey King 4, Rubik 5 maybe?
Yep.
And then look to go some sort of range. Like Drow is still in the pool, I guess, which is decent. Gust against the Ember Spirit means that he really needs that BKB before he can do anything. I mean, we saw what an Ember Spirit could do in that last series, right? And Drow was really the only counter play that they had on Myth Avenue against UDV. So I wonder what they're going to be considering here. It seems to me like Team Tough are still considering, like, well, where actually are they going to be able to flex a lot of this? Like the Morphling ban to me suggests that maybe they think you're on the right track, right? That it's going to be like an offlane Jakiro. It's good to be able to have extra spacing against the DP as well, and well, with the Jakiro with your spells, but the level 10 talent as well, you get that extra attack range. So it's certainly a possibility. Good Slark ban too, though. Kind of. I know you seem to think it goes both ways, but the Morphling to me, like if you're banning that out, that suggests maybe you want to pick the Slark.
Sure. And we've got the Naga banned out as well. So, of course, the combo that there is a potential of with the Naga Disruptor. I mean, QWE, they've had some difficulties with being able to deal with the illusions. Their heroes relatively well at shoving out side lanes, though, which can always be a concern into a Naga. But we're also still looking for the carry hero for Trill here with their 24th.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there's still a couple of Krish heroes left, right? You can go the Drow. Again, not the greatest against the Dragon Knight, just because he's going to have all that additional armor just from the Dragon's Blood. But Krish likes playing the Sniper. Krish actually plays Bat Rider as well. So I wonder if he might consider going down that path. Timber Sword's still in the pool. So with the Viper being banned out, with OD gone as well, no Morphling. Feels like that might be something that Team Tough are considering.
Let's see. Very intrigued on how they're going to outrun their draft for QWE. They don't have a whole lot of reserve time, so hopefully they've already been able to decide what they want to go. And that is not a hero I was thinking of. So we do get a ranged hero. It's going to be the Venomancer picked up. Okay, so it looks like we're going to get a DK1 potentially. They're going to put the Monkey mid versus the Ember. Maybe actually, what's going?
I don't know, man. What do you look to do against this? Could they Chaos Knight into this? Lifestealer, Chaos Knight? Yeah, it'd be one of those two. Just something with sustain in lane, and I like the Chaos Knight because you've got some actual kill threat to get it on top of two squishy-ish heroes. But yeah, Lifestealer seems totally fine to me too. Not great against the Monkey King, but I feel like you've got other heroes for that.
Yep.
Tick-tock, tick-tock. And ticking it down. It's good that it's all laughs, though, with Sammy having a bit of a chuckle with his teammates. He's stretching it out. Do you have a stretch when you game, or is it just plop down, get into your real gamer posture, and then look to go?
I'm in my gamer posture. I should probably stretch a little bit more. Definitely the hands. Got to stretch, the hands, the wrists, get them loose, the fingers as well.
The carpal tunnel.
Okay, up. Got to be worried about that.
Posture check, chat. Hydration check. Make sure that you have plenty of water. Ooh.
What we got? What's going on?
Coddle of
so
the
Ember
Light.
1? Okay.
Nope.
So...
Well, it is, but Trill's playing it instead of Valky, which I'm kind of surprised about. Like, Valky is almost their designated Ember Spirit player. So, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Like, it seems to me like they just want to be able to stay at ranged as much as possible away from this Venomancer. So, who knows? Maybe it... I don't know. I don't know. Like, oof. We'll see. We'll see how it pans out. C Dota, this is why it's exciting. Maybe this is something that they've come up against each other in scrims with, and they're like, you know what, let's try it again.
Do you want to lane Ember versus Veno?
No. So maybe Trill's playing at mid and Valky's playing at 1. Like, that's the only thing I was really thinking, and why I got a bit jumbled is like, well, surely if you want to do that, then Trill just plays the Coddle and Valky plays the Ember Spirit mid, That I could see working, but we know how good Ember Coddle pair up is, but normally it's a support and a core, not a position 1 or a position 2 and I don't know. I'm not going to predict this. There's no way I'm predicting this. This could go any which way.
Okay.
Just enjoy the ride.
Are there any holes, I suppose, we should maybe between either side's draft that we might be concerned about? If we don't want to chalk up predictions. Like, are there any weaknesses that teams could exploit here in this first game?
I just want to see who's actually laning where first before I talk about any of that, because we still don't know. I mean, that's one thing. If we're puzzled, then hopefully their opponents are as well. That's what they've been going for.
Well, let's see. We will get ourselves underway and over into the game. So Team Tough against the lovely QWE. We've got some good luck, have fun, some capital good luck, have funs as well. So the extra emphasis on them. Let's see. I'm also very intrigued on how the lanes are going to be set up. It looks like at the moment, got Chris running over towards that top lane. He's already got a sentry out as well, so easy hard camp block. I think in particular for Team Tough, If they are just going to run the natural setup, like putting their carry down in the safe lane, the Ember does avoid the DK matchup, which is a big reason why QWE was looking to draft it. But now you picked it into Veno. So, I mean, as the game goes on, Ember versus Veno is always pretty nice. You're not worried about Blinks to get on top of him. Remnant's very easy to close the distance or a natural BKB builder. Just very concerned on how he's going to be able to sustain the lane. And, well, Trilla's a bottle queued up as well. So, I don't know if this is just a safe lane bottle he's hoping for.
They completely see him. Oh, that's not the best glimpse, though. That might even actually reveal the fact that they've got it warded there, too. So they're going to get a D-ward. I mean, just off the back of that observer ward as well, they're going to know that there's some sort of D-ward happening up on that top side, right? Because there's no reason for a Monkey King to have been patrolling back from the left-hand side unless he was using that extra movement speed to place down a ward. So I'd be really shocked if... wow, they're actually not even putting the Enchantress into the Monkey King lane as well. I'm a little surprised.
Okay. Are they... Do you just want a better laning support to be with the Ember in this kind of tricky bottom lane?
I mean, I really don't think that the Enchantress is going to be able to do much more than a Disruptor will into this lane.
Sure.
It's Veno, not great attack damage, so maybe you're going to be able to get some denies off, but he's got plenty of armor against this, you know, right-click spam coming out for Moody. Disruptor would have been just fine, right? Chains into chase down into glimpse back feels quite strong, but well, Moody's really getting up in 4-2-3's face.
And we take a look at how our other lane up top is starting to get set up at the moment. I mean, double range versus the Monkey King should feel pretty nice for Team Tough. Really see how much Krish is able to get out of this. I imagine Same is going to pretty much free farm here on the Death Prophet.
You would think so. I mean, they are going to do a good job of just keeping them away with that glimpse, right? If they ever go for a kill attempt, just glimpse them back and give Same time to be able to create some space. And importantly, is about to hit up onto that level 2 as well. So much harder to go for these sorts of dives when you've got that Spirit Siphon to play around. Even just the kinetic field as well. If that glimpse is on cooldown, level 1, it's still 24 seconds. Quite some time. Tsukimoto actually still wants to avoid this lane altogether. He's making a pull happen on the top side, so Ser slightly out of position to not be able to block this. He'll get the slow onto him, but it's not going to be enough. It's just level 1 slow. Maybe if it was, you know, he was level 3 on the Jakiro, double the damage, it would have been a little bit more impactful, but nice pull there by Tsukimoto.
And what do we feel like this Keep of the Light as the last pick is going to be able to provide Team Tough? We see, I mean, Velky should have a pretty good matchup versus the Ember. Can't imagine it's going to go too poorly for him at all. But what are they hoping this hero is going to be able to provide them with their draft?
It's just something nice to be able to stay at range, right? Like, not too many heroes win against the Dragon Knight in lane. And, well, with all of that magic damage, that's just a surefire way to be able to do it. And it's not really like... DK is able to quickly push out lanes as well, so it might enable you to get a little bit active as well. You know, look to play around a power rune, see how quickly he can get into the Boots of Travel as well, to be able to, you know, make some moves to the sides of the map and help them out a little bit, because there's still not great side lanes for Team Tough.
Okay. Does seem like though, top lane set should be our first blood. Glimpse back into Seimei. Krish is still going to try and continue to get the right click damage out. One more might be enough for Tsukimoto. Krish forced to run underneath the tower though, so take a lot of damage in his attempt, but nonetheless we do get a 1-for-1 exchange up top.
He'll be fine. He's a Monkey King. He's got the 2 points in the Jingu Mastery, not punished by the fact that there's no Ember up here, so he will be doing just fine.
Does look like 4-2-3 is not having the most enjoyable lane down bottom. I thought it was going to go a little bit more difficult here for the Ember, but we already see Trill. It's got the Orb of Corrosion, 2 points up in the Slight, so Spam seems like it's going to start to be a little bit more difficult for the Venomancer to be able to handle.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with an Ember Spirit, right? Like, yes, you're a melee hero, but you've got that Sleight of Fist to be able to secure a lot of these creeps, and even just to dodge out the Venomous Gale a lot of the time. So 4-2-3, he was able to land it that time around. It's going to at least force Trill back for the next little bit, but it's just level 1 Venomous Gale, so you're not really worried that much in terms of what it's going to do to you in terms of damage. You're a bit short on regen, though. That is the one downside. The gang
Maybe
just
health as
expired.
well.
Yeah.
2-3. That's just a bit telekinesis from Ace, and that's actually going to give him an opportunity to
Radiant's
chase
bottom
down
tower
Trill
is
and
under attack.
even get some nice damage onto Moody as well. So, and the Rubik putting in work down in this bottom lane to help them secure that early kill onto the Ember.
I don't hate them going for that kill because that feels like one of those instances where, like, we don't have any money, we don't have any way for the couriers to get out to us in this next little bit, and we're up against a Venomancer lane. Top side, they might be able to get a kill up here, though.
Yeah, he didn't get the mischief dodge out. And now Seth, he's probably going to go down as well. One more right click with the Thunder Strike. Is it going to be enough? Doesn't look like that will be the case. And meanwhile, we also saw Ace got denied to the Tier 2 tower. Okay.
So yeah, what I was talking about on the bottom side is like, well, you'll be able to get some more regen back in base. You might be able to go for a kill and then die as a result. And that honestly wouldn't have been the worst result, but instead, they just got a kill onto this Venomancer who was, still kind of is having a tough time actually, sitting well down on the net worth, but means that you're not receiving quite as much pressure. And you're able to get levels. Levels is the most important thing for a Venomancer.
Top lane does look like Krish is going to be able to come back and find a kill. So catching out the Disruptor into the tree line. Very easy one for them to find, but like you're saying, just
he is going for that that real win condition style, isn't he? Going the Midas even in that mid lane.
Top lane again, the action continues under the tower. Seimei, they want to go for this on Krish. Got to be cautious about that Spirit Siphon. Going to be able to juke back, looking to disjoint it, but Seimei's got another Siphon to work with, so Krish just overplaying his hand, and Seimei more than happy in that exchange.
That's the thing about this freaking Disruptor, man. Like, he shows up and you're like, well, I kind of have to commit to the fight now because he's just going to glimpse me back if I try and run away, and they're going to get a few extra hits onto me. At least Monkey King, one of the better heroes at being able to do that with, of course, the Jingu, but with these couple of deaths now on Krish, he's more than a full level behind this Death Prophet, which is not where you wanted to be out of this lane.
No. Not at all, not at all. But I guess, like you were saying though before, the Sanctity going with this Midas, and at least you're going to have the Dragon Knight that is looking to scale. And Sanctity's off to a very good start. This is the recipe now completed, so it's going to be delivered on the courier pretty shortly. Bottom Ace. Okay, it's chill. But we'll see. I mean, it's a pretty good game for the DK to scale into, and overall for Dire, like, there are some concerns on Team Tough if they're going to be able to match that, considering their carry is an Ember.
What I want to know is, when is Valky looking to get a little bit more aggressive? He just picked up the Boots of Travel. Of course, it might feel nice to him if he looks to get into the Urn first, but might be forced to make a bit of a move to one of these side lanes as, well, Moody trying to pick up that kill. Orb of Corrosion not going to tick out Ace, so he's going to be able to back away. Getting those all-important levels, though, for the Veno, right? They're farming underneath the tower, they're getting kills. And Sanctity, with how aggressive he's playing, is forcing Valky to not farm a lot of these stacks that he's built up for himself. He's having to defend the tower rather than farm or be able to move to these side lanes.
Yeah, I think Valky with that first Outer Dragon form, he used it with the Arcane, so with it already being back up, it makes it a little bit more difficult on. Yeah, we'll see.
With the Exo, I really don't hate it.
Krish probably going to look to leap away with this now, and as soon as they see Valky as well, they want nothing to do with his top lane. Unfortunately for Krish, he doesn't really have anywhere to go to afterwards. In one side, the Ruba. Rudy is getting chased down. Ace is going to be able to drag him back towards Sanctity, so
Still might be in a bit of a worry. Not level 6 yet.
yeah, Tsukumoto's going to try and do whatever he can to protect him with a kinetic field, lay it down, but Krish, he's got those long-range attacks. I mean, the beautiful thing about these new heroes. So Krish, nice body block as well with 423's Plague Ward. So I was a bit concerned that Krish might not have a lane to go to, but he finds 2 kills straight away down bottom with the combination of 423.
I mean, that is almost purely the fact that Moody was just helping in that mid lane, right? He wanted to play around the runes a little bit, make sure that it's not being secured by the DK, but it's actually Krish who, again, like, he's got a very brawling style of build. Power treads early into the Orb of Venom, of course, and yeah, allows them to chase down, even with the Disruptor landing a pretty good glimpse in kinetic field.
And with this ward as well over by the bottom outposts, Sentry is in range, so Moody's going to be able to get that D-ward shortly, but It does scout out this rotation down, and even Velky was considering about moving to the bottom tier 1 tower. So QWE going to be forced to play it a little bit more safe. We do see, though, like Christian, in regards to his Iron build, he's got the Echo Saber queued up at the moment. So probably looking for a bit more of an active Monkey King in this game, considering he's had a bit more of a tougher lane, and you do have, of course, the Midas onto Sanctity.
Yep, DK is the true carry this time around. Just got to give him, funnel all the net worth into him. He's the one that's going to be buying that early Blink Dagger. He's the one that's going to be catching out this Ember Spirit, because they really do lack the tools to be able to do that outside of the DK.
Radiant's middle tower.
Boys.
That's surprising that they've been able to pick that one up. You know, I mean, sure, you get a kill onto the Rubik, but you've lost your mid-tier 1 tower now. Very important as well for Valky to be able to have that safety of his jungle to be able to play around with lots of stacks.
Is under attack.
Oh, this Sentry Ward isn't going to be able to unblock the camp yet. Really nice placement coming through there from Ace. So, I mean, Valky, he's been able to get a couple of charges into the Urn of Shadows, so at least you've got that base to be able to play around with now as he works into the Spirit Vessel as well, just 700 or so gold away. Really going to have a high impact once he finishes that one up. No one close to a BKB. Sanctity still 2 components away despite rushing it.
And we're actually going to see smoke come out from Team Tough. So you got this Exo back up to work with.
Static Storm as well.
Already. Yeah, so it's going to be a big ultimate to potentially catch him off guard. And when we currently see Sanctity is showing
Goes for the backstab.
with the wraparound, a great placement for Team Tough. Do they have stuns though? Stuns, no stuns,
Glimpse
no
too
damage.
soon.
Sanctity's out.
Dyer's middle tower.
A couple of times now, Tsukimoto's just been able to use that glimpse not perfectly, and it's really one of his most played heroes as well. So kind of surprised that he's making a couple of these quick mistakes. I mean, they'll still get the tower, but you really needed to take control over that DK that was really starting to look to be a big threat towards the later stages of this game.
It was a great movement as well. That backstab, we saw Seimei look to start with the Exo, run through the tree line, then Tsukimoto with his positioning all the way around. It was a very, very cute attempt, but just not rewarded. They might get 4-2-3. I don't think there was any vision there, so looks like he's going to be okay. Bottom lane as well, we got some action back and forth. Velky, though, is a big concern for QWE, and looks like no one's going to be there to protect Seth, so another kill for the boys on Radiant.
Not sure how good this Spirit Vessel on the Venomancer is going to be, though. Like, you're going up against a Death Prophet that's going Guardian Greaves, so he's going to always be able to remove that. You're not really worried about anyone else in terms of having that vessel onto them. No real people that are going to have massively high HP pools, so interesting choice for him rather than, like, some Aura build.
Yeah, I was thinking he might go the pipe this game, because the Coddle, I suppose he can still go into it after the Vessel, but would be delayed.
I would have preferred the pipe. I mean, you're up against so much magic damage, and when you think about it... Oh.
Okay. I thought Sanctity was going to try and go for the kill instead of getting some damage in the tower.
He's got DD, so either one is pretty valid, making sure to use the pig pole to get away just in case Disruptor is around, but Tsukimoto is actually without that TP, so he's not going to be able to quickly connect there. Anytime you got a Midas, and if nothing's happening, your team's the one winning out. So I feel like Sanctity, even though he wasn't able to get a kill or a tower off the back of that Elder Dragon form, he's feeling just fine about things.
I guess we do have, like, Trill is going Radiance as well. He's gone Brown Boots or Corrosion. So this is pretty much a straight Radiance rush here for the Ember. So
Dyer's bottom tower.
do you feel like he's pretty happy as well with the status quo of this game, considering he hasn't really been contested? I suppose 2 deaths, so.
It's reasonable. I mean, it would make the pipe so much better as well if 4-2-3 chose to get that one instead. I really just feel like when you're playing a Venomancer, yes, as a core, it's really important to, speaking of Veno, starting to get jumped on. Plague Ward's reveal his positioning though, and the silence misses. No, boys.
I should be able to blow him up. Oh boy.
No point even dropping the poison over.
Trill. Okay, he's got a Remnant out as well.
Just highlights that importance. Oh, Ace was able to steal the Searing Chains though, so he might be able to lock him out. It's maxed out too.
Yeah, might catch him off guard. Nice tree cut down. They have Velky's TP though. Looks like he's going to be able to join the fight down bottom. Drill's able to get the Remnant away. Ace is trying to close the distance, but the chains was just out of distance, so Tro's going to be okay for the moment. And meanwhile, Velky is trying to chase down Se. He does have another round of the Spirit Vessel if he wants to apply it. In fact, he's going to try and give over the Chakra to Trill. He does run back into the Ice path, though, and now Trill's in a lot of trouble as 4-2-3. He's moved down to the bottom lane, and even Sanctity wants to get involved as well. They found the stun before the Static Storm. It's going to get stolen as well from Ace, so we'll be able to protect Sanctity for the moment. It's going to look for the TP out with the Glimpse on cooldown. Sanctity will escape.
Big lack of stuns on both teams, so we can expect to see a lot of those flashy sort of looking plays, Giga Chad, whatever you want to call it, TP out right in their face, because it's going to work most of the time.
I have some.
Static Storm's pretty huge.
4 heroes.
It's still lacking to me. Stuns.
What do you want? You want 8?
Yep.
You want 8 stuns?
Mm-hmm. Although,
lacking.
when you think about it, you just got to kill people. It's basically like the stun, the duration of their death card, you know?
All right, just kill people. Thank you. I appreciate that, analysts. So good.
It's all right. I know it's something you could use in your pub.
Just kill people. Hey, come on now. My pubs, I'm godlike every game.
When I'm supporting you. That's right. I remember.
No.
I'm never going to let that one up.
There's the Spirit Vessel completed now for the Venom. We see 4-2-3 has got a 4-staff queued up as well, so...
Don't hate it, but I mean, you're going up against kinetic field where it's really not going to help you, so I really want to see if Ace looks prioritize.
Whose scan is that? Oh yeah, Radiant scan. So they know Sanctity's docked in here. Oh, they get vision for the glimpse. Oh no.
Oh, is he in that little spot where you can see out but they can't see in? I think he might have been.
No, they did see him. I went Radiant's vision. They saw him. Meanwhile, mid lane now.
Stolen Static.
Ace again. Velky was looking for the solo kill onto Krish, but with QWE being nearby.
Warpine Raider nearly got the kill. Gotta keep running. He's got that. I'm gonna just start calling it the nut shot instead of the seed shot.
It's just seed.
Nah.
Sanctity now. This is a pretty big kill. They have no vessel charges though.
BKB's coming out to him too.
They've got no vessel charges, man. What?
You gotta get.
This is not what
you haven't converted onto kills. That's why. So you gotta go for an easy one, like a Jakiro or a Rubik is very worth. Especially a Rubik that's still got the Static Storm. He's gotten 2 uses out of it, and he'll probably get another before the spell still expires. So I'd really be looking to put a lot more focus onto Ace.
He's having a pretty good game so far, and take a look at his farm. Highest net worth out of the supports. He's going to be rushing 4-staff as well, and he's pretty close to it. Definitely has enough gold for a couple of the components. So you even see Seime's just pinging out the Rubik is missing. So kind of keeping tabs on his placement across the map.
There's a lot of good spells to steal this game. Even just Illuminate feels really solid. You can get Exorcism, you can get Chakra, feels really nice when you're playing with this DK, such low cooldowns on the spells. Glimpse as well, like it needed more cast range. So yeah, what I was saying before was I was really looking towards Ace to see what his item build is going to be. Like he's gone the 4-staff, but I really feel like it's Aghanim Shard. Maybe he doesn't know the interaction with Kinetic Field, that it's one of the few things that you can actually look to reposition with it. But I mean, that's going to severely outvalue any kind of force in my eyes. Coddle's going to chase you down. Ember's going to use a Remnant to catch up to you. DP has Exorcism with the increased movement speed from it. It really just does feel like, it's going to have a lot more impact to have something like that versus a 4-staff, despite how good 4-staff is right now.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think Agshard's quite the item versus Disruptor, so...
4-2-3, maybe it's a bit of the carry mentality coming through from him. He's going to BKB for himself. Still a good pipe game, my guy. Maybe when he sees Ember Spirit with that Sacred Relic, he might, change his tune. Although he could be thinking perhaps it's a nullifier against the Monkey King and the Jingu. But again, you've got the Enchantress for that.
I mean, is there any reasoning because all your cores are going to have BKB as to why he doesn't want to pipe? Screw the supports.
I mean, it's still good for your other cores, right? The buff lasts a long time. You might be spell immune, but then once the spell immunity expires, you're still going to have that pipe active available. It still does mean, though, that you can really only do things during Exorcism or with the Ember Spirit once you've got BKBs on everyone, though, which is a pretty big deal. Level 14 on Sanctity's Dragon Knight as well. He's getting tons of usages out of this Midas. Hasn't died a single time. Highest level in the game. He's having a great one.
That is, but I do feel like we're getting very close to a big timing here coming out from Radiant. You, what, under 100 gold for the Radiants on Trill. You're going E-Blade next on Valky. You're working on the BKB as well for the Death Prophet. So we do see some of the Dire's cores are starting to fall behind. They're going to make this attempt on Trill. It's not going to be easy. They need to start with the telekinesis. That's where Ace is able to come into play, and they have the damage to bring him down. Radiant, they're starting to TP bottom. They will cancel one on Tsukimoto, so it looks like only Moody is here for the moment. So finally this tower will drop to the Elder Dragon form. Meanwhile, mid lane though, 4-2-3. What's going on here? Tsukimoto's actually looking at dragging back. Valky doesn't have the Illuminate just yet, but it looks like for the damage from Tsukimoto might be enough to the kill. Is it? Crypt Swarm, they got the vision of him. There's the last little instance of damage to bring him down. So in the end, we got a 1-for-1 across the map.
Wasn't able to get the poison over onto Valky as well, despite popping it at the very end there. So again, that's one of that was all magic damage. So just imagine if he even has a casual cloak there. I feel like it's an entirely different outcome.
A gift from the tempest of battle.
It's going to be really big for him to hit up onto his level 12 as well. Giving a big damage increase to that Poison Nova, of course. Now it's percent. It's not the greatest against 0 strength heroes on Team Tough's lineup, but you know, every little bit does count with a Venno, especially when you got that Spirit Vessel too. Quickly gets them down to that lethal range. With that kill, Sammy, he's brought himself up to level 13. So, you know, I mentioned how with all these BKBs, how it's going to be really important just to have that exorcism available. Well, he's got it up again if they want to look to try and take away a tier 2 tower, perhaps on the top side, because one of the advantages to this Venomancer is that once you set up shop with your Plague Wards, you just cannot go into that lane. It's way too difficult without BKBs of your own. And right now, they don't have any on Team Tough, so they just got to avoid Venno as much as possible.
Oh, sir. Are they actually wanting to take the fight?
There's that Vessel charge.
Okay. Tsukimoto's also looking for the +1. Sanctity be able to jump over the top before the Disruptor maybe gets some vision for the glimpse. Of course, they have this higher ground ward to play with on QWE. Even considering about turning over to the Death Prophet as well. Blink up in a couple of seconds for Sanctity. Gonna be able to find the angle in, closes the distance with ease, so they have the burst potential to get rid of him. They do. All right, beautifully done. Can they get more out of this though? The Mischief Dodge. Christian's got a BKB as well. Team Tough, they're going in 1 by 1, and it's not gonna work out for them.
It was just a level 1 Nature's Attendance as well, so he was never going to be able to survive through that. Now the Midas usage coming up for Sanctity as well. Using onto a Siege Creep gives the biggest benefit as well, just with how much experience.
Might be in trouble, bottom. Oh, they got the glimpse.
Got BKB.
Oh. And the boys
dodges out the Eliminate.
Radiant's middle tower is
Ace would love to steal that Illuminate. He's holding on to the Fire Remnant now. Stop
that
himself in. All right.
So...
Radiant's middle tower.
Whoops, indeed.
I mean, you said it, man. He wants the Illuminate. Maybe that's a bit too far to go for it, though.
A lot of solo underneath a tier 2. Maybe if Sanctity was there with the Elder Dragon form. Speaking of, a little under halfway towards that Aghanims. Farming so quickly, though.
Yeah, that he is indeed.
Tend to see a lot of DKs get much more team-oriented, but he's being selfless, let's say. Outside of taking those towers, he really is playing for his own game, and we might actually see the rare blue dragon come out from this Dragon Knight. Most of the time, we just see the Elder Black Dragon come by the time he reaches level 18, but he's almost there already.
We're going to get a smoke from either side. Team Tough weren't able to catch anyone out.
Disrupt is the main priority, and Coddle's good too.
They'll get the Coddle as well. I mean, that's an even better target, getting rid of a core, the main damage source inside the middle of the fights, and Krish has got the backstab, so the initial stun onto Trill.
Stolen Glimpse.
Turn to Tsukimoto instead, with the Stolen Glimpse. They might be able to get Roche. They pop the Elder Dragon form, and with 2 down, it seems like it's going to be pretty free for QWE.
Yep. I mean, you're really not wanting to pop Nexusism into this. You just got to make sure you get up into your next items. We can see Seimei. He realizes the threat of that Venomance, and even the XERXIA to a lesser extent, right? You want to be able to just run through all of the fortifications that they've got, stopping you from approaching the backline. And well, right now, until you've got that BKB, you're just not going to be able to do it.
Oh, it really does go down in the end. It's so frustrating to deal with the Enchantress sometimes, but both supports, they got plenty of magic damage from themselves, and meanwhile they do still get Roche as well. So Chris has got the Aegis already down to bottom lane as well. I know the Monkey was struggling a little bit early on in this game, didn't have the greatest lane, but I've been very impressed with Chris and what he's been able to do across the map so far. 7-3-3, and he's already got 2k going to the bank, so he's actually going to go down this Desolator route once this Maid Slay was completed.
Don't hate it. I mean, they're really playing around this. Trill has to be a little careful. He's just got the one Remnant available for himself, and actually had one set up previously, my bad. But you're approaching this really scary point for the Dragon Knight as well, right? Like, he is almost at level 18. He's almost hit that big timing, level 20 as well. And then once you've got that plus the Desolator, you can really look to start to chunk through these towers with how strong you are. What's Ace doing up here? That's what I want to know. Just on the top left side of the map, playing with his glimpse stolen over. I mean, maybe just wanting to... Maybe they're going to go for an aggressive play, see if the DP TP's back, and then they just glimpse him back to be able to block it. But not going to happen if there's no creep wave there.
Starting to get set up though. Let's see, very intrigued. Maybe it doesn't have a ward. I was going to say maybe he wants to drop a ward by the T1. It's scouted though. It's all... Right, I'll TP out. But I'm waiting to see when Team Tough feels strong. Like these timings are continuing to be delayed with some of the deaths being bled across the map. I thought they were going to be pretty strong before Dire were able to find their real big timing out of the Aghanim Scepter, but haven't really seen them group up and try and force an objective. Maybe now with this Exo committed top.
Yeah, but they still don't have BKBs on anyone. Seimei's going to be forced back. You've still got the glimpse, but Ace is actually down bottom, so won't be able to bring him back.
Sanctity, they're going to glimpse him away. All right, now you can take the fight. Look at this, the instant remnant into the middle, but Krish, he's going to try and cover them, getting some control out of the Wukong's command, but Seimei, he can charge over to the right side. They're doing a great job to kite the Monkey King at the moment, but they've got to be cautious now. It has given enough time for QWE to start to bring their remaining members over. As Seimei, he's in some trouble. He'll look for the TP, and they won't have a wait to cancel it. Sanctity, he's still not back just yet. Rudy, has he got the damage of Battle 423? Very close, but it's not going to be enough. And meanwhile, Krish, he's trying to catch up to Velki. So wait, that Velki will be okay.
Krish was just a tiny bit short on the Boundless as well. That would have enabled Sanctity to be able to catch up to him. Look at that beautiful blue dragon. Really don't see it much anymore, do we?
We're not going to see it for a whole lot longer as well. Scepter pretty much completed in about 10 gold here for Sanctity. That was a
great glimpse.
Yeah, great glimpse. Probably the best fight we've seen from Team Tough so far, and maybe what they're going to get. And unfortunately for them, they only got 2 kills. Yes, the buyback out of the Chikira, but they didn't even get the T2 tower as well.
I almost wonder if it would have been worthwhile for Sanctity to just stay down on that bottom side of the map, right? Like, he was right there in front of the tier 2 tower. He could have popped the Elder Dragon form and started to pressure them, so that even though he's not influencing the team fight, he's going to be putting a lot of pressure on, force them to come back.
Oh, I love this part.
There's the Axe.
There's the Axe, and there's the Deso.
Increased magic resistance, even without using that BKB against the Coddle. You can look to catch up just through having that cliff walking ability. Most of the time, Coddle's going to be faster than you. Not with the Dragon Form pop. While they've still got a minute left on this Aegis, they really want to make a forward move. They feel like this is the period where they feel incredibly strong. BKB finished up by 4-2-3 as well. But once again,
they might be able to get the high ground first.
Velki.
It's a big kill. They get the initial jump. Sanctity beautifully done with the Dragon Knight. Finds an opening and make sure he uses that straight away. And Velki, couple of deaths in a row now for the Keeper of the Light.
Courier has been killed.
just because it's nighttime, they didn't see Seimei when Krish was jumping around in that tree line, but Sanctity, he's got bigger fish to fry. He wants that mid-tier 2 tower, and I'm sure they're very conscious of the fact that he's got a Desolator as well on the Monkey King. So really not wanting to pop this glyph because they know another lost fight, especially if it's the Coddle that ends up going down, even just solo, is going to mean that you lose your base incredibly fast.
Radiant's top tower.
Okay, they're actually going to TP back. I thought they might go for that T2 tower push up top, but they without the Aegis, they're not feeling
No need.
all that strong.
Yeah, Coddle being alive, it's still a big threat, right? He's got the Ethereal Blade. They haven't had to use the BKB yet on Sanctity, but I really feel like this is going to be, you know what, we got 3 minutes to farm, we still got the Midas, I'm dealing a ton of damage, let's just get the Manta style and then look to go. So Team Tough, they're not going to allow that to happen. They want to make sure that this lane is pushed out for starters. Oh, they might have seen the Radiance burn on it though. Let's see how active they are looking around the map.
Sanctity jumps straight into them.
Got BKB though.
That he does, but still Trill was able to pick up the DD for this fight. Sanctity's going to activate the magic immunity early on and look to retreat. It's a pretty good ice path to cover it as well, especially with the 4-staffs. QWE. They've been able to reset the position. Now Krish can look to enter the fight off the back of the Wukongs. They've sprang the trap and Muty's going to be penalized. Simultaneously though, Trill still looking for the finishing blow. 4-2-3. He'll go down on the high ground. Can they get anything more out of it though? Static Storm off the mark. Meanwhile, inside the river, the support. They've caught out Valky. Ace and Sang combination together once again. A big kill for them to find Seimei. He's looking for the cleanup. He's got to be cautious though. His BKB is just expired and they're able to get on top of him inside the tree line. They've stolen the Siphon. And now as a result, Seimei, he's going to go down. A full 5-man wipe as QWE, they only lose 4-3.
And he got off the Poison Nova. Again, that's the important thing. If you're not going a full Aura bot, all you really want to do is live long enough to be able to land a great Poison Nova. And he's even holding onto the Nether Shawl as well. So the damage was absolutely bonkers. And, well, with a Rubik, I can't think of a much better time to get this Aghanim Shard, right? We've already talked about the benefits of it against the Disruptor, but he's got it for the Spirit Siphon as well. So it's going to provide that extra cast range to be able to land it for starters, but also just the fear aspect too. Yep. Yeah, Manta finished up for the DK as well because of that really clean team fight. We triple kill for Sanctity, yep.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Really liking how, what's the right word? Not conservative, but conscientious they are of the fact that Team Tough have a lot of this potential to fend onto the high ground. You really don't want to be sieging into a Coddle.
I do quickly want to mention before that fight broke out, somehow, I have no idea how, but says Courier died inside the Dire's jungle, so he lost the gem. I don't know why it was in Dire's jungle, but the Dire have Radiant's gem, which...
Radiant are scanning.
Wait, bit of a network swing, helps with the vision.
Put that down.
Okay, Sanctity. Trying to turn over to the Rubik. They should be able to get a pretty easy kill, but in exchange, they'll be able to find the support. Still Trill looking to try and clean up over to the right side. Gotta be cautious though. They're not protecting Seimei at the moment, but
Sanctity though.
He's in too deep. He's only got Krish nearby, but there's nothing the Monkey King's gonna be able to do. And now 4-2-3. Just pop a BKB and TP out. So finally, it's probably one of the better fights we've seen out of Team Tough.
Yeah, but it's not really a fight that QWE needed to make, right? They knew that the Roshan was coming up potentially soon. It was a 1-minute respawn timer, just 20 seconds away now, and they potentially have thrown this one away. You're not going to have the Dragonite up for the next minute, so they got a good 45 seconds where they could look to take this. They've even got Exo available as well. Just hit level 18 on Seimei, so yeah. Scout it out with the Enchantress creep, pop the Exo, take it away, go back to farming until Exo's up again, and then feel like they've really got a spot to be able to come back into this game. Perfect timing as well. Just as they're walking next to the pit, he looks to respawn.
Also, I was trolling about the gem. I made a boo-boo.
Yeah, so it was actually Benno that was holding it, and he died on top of the on top of the high ground.
But yeah, it was before that. But I thought, I don't know why I thought Seth was on Radiant.
You know what? He's played with a bunch of these other Mongolian players, so it's very understandable.
Alright. Aegis Shard? Trill, what do they give? They give him the Immortal.
Definitely.
And... Okay.
It's a great one.
Yep, she had it queued up as well after the blink, so... Now look to go into the Sunjin Kaya instead.
Just got to get onto the Rubik or the Dragon Knight. Look to take them out of the fight, I feel like, is the main goal. They
Smoke.
do have 4 staffs, though, to be able to help kite out that DP. So Seimei is really looking for a fight where everyone's clumped up together so that you can't just chain 4 staff onto one person. He wants to make them, perhaps be a little bit selfish, worry about number 1. They know that they would have had to use the exorcism to be able to take this one, so Krish, seeing if you wanted to go for a bit of a dive there. Kind of surprised he's not playing in the trees.
Oh, the bounce. Oh no, that timing of the slide. Gonna be forced to back on out now, so maybe have to address some of their side lanes. Top's in a pretty good position for Radiant. But if you do leave, you're going to lose your positioning on the observers, so maybe this can give an opportunity for Team Tough to deward their own side of the map.
Possibly, but you don't know where they are right now. You can see the duration on the Mantle illusions as well, so you can use that to get a general gauge of like how far away the main hero is, and they know how strong Sanctity is still at this point. The only reason they won that team fight was because they just took one that they didn't need to.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Still, though, they're not really getting anything off the back of this. Like, they use the Elder Dragon form. He's got the Quickening Charm, at least, on Sanctity to be able to play around with, but this is going to allow them to have that Exorcism available. Once again, maybe going for a tiny bit early smoke.
Yeah, Seimei's going to actually look to jump in. They're probably just going to cut their losses with the Rubik. Static Storm gets dropped. Nonetheless, he will go down. A lot of hate for the Rubik.
I'll take that.
423's hit up to his level 18 with the Kaya, with the Nether Shawl, so plenty of damage for him. They just instantly pull in the retreat as soon as they saw that glimpse being used. Knows that there's not really any great ways for them to be able to catch before the TP goes off outside of Trill.
Radiant are scanning.
So despite a couple of fights going their way, they are still growing their net lead on net worth lead, excuse me, on QWE. Who are they going to find here, though? This is a deep move, and they would have seen the direction of that Venomous Gale, but Plague Ward sees the Ember Spirit first.
Do we like Sanctity going for the Octarine? Did you feel like he needs damage, or are we okay with this?
I'm fine with it. You want to take longer fights. He just needs to be tanky and be in this Elder Dragon form as long as possible.
Let's see if the flying, it's going to be enough. You can probably just pop BKB and TP out now as soon as you see some of the other members. I was hoping good to be able to fly off into that tree line, but...
No real Basher builders either, so still nothing that's going to be able to stop this.
It's a big win though. You've got, of course, BKB force out. You're not going to be able to combine that with the Elder Dragon form, and Radiant didn't have to really expend any ultimates. So you'll be able to find the T1 tower down bottom for Trill. They are starting to group up though on QWE.
Careful here. I mean, they're going to be looking at what the duration is on that Ancient Black Dragon. They're going to look to set up a few of these Plague Wards inside of the more dangerous areas.
It's a great spot for the Monkey King to fight for the Wukongs. It's just ripping apart both supports on the low ground. It's going to be the cause now for Team Tough to turn the fight back around as Seimei is trying to charge down the Rubik. They should be able to get a pretty easy kill, but can they get some more valuable members? Chill's going to be able to turn and activate the BKB, so the Venomance is in some trouble. Now he'll remnant over the top to Krish, but the Monkey King, he can stand strong. He'll miss on the Boundless though, so Velky, he's going to be able to get out of dodge. And it looks like they might be forced to go for the easier targeting Seimei, but Seimei's got some boys playing behind him as well, and with the BKB on cooldown for safety, it's up in a couple of seconds. But it will be a bit too long away, so Team Tough, it was looking like a bad start with both those supports going down, but in the end, they're able to salvage a pretty decent team fight.
That's the dream fight that Seimei's been looking for, right? He just creates so much havoc with blinking in onto those backlines, chasing down the Rubik, kind of as expected. Rubik's like, save myself, but that ends up meaning that your other cores, probably the more important heroes, are put into a lot more of a vulnerable position. So I think Seimei's playing this one very well. I mean, maybe that fight turns out incredibly differently as Krish, speaking of him,
Oh, no. Oh, they clipped the creep wave as well. Really nicely done. They made the brilliant only play you could go for, Krish, on trying to kill off the creep, and unfortunately, they were just too quick on the fingers.
Even just the blast rig as well on Seimei. So he hasn't gone this build that emphasizes armor against what? Have they got the AC yet? No, they swapped out of going for the AC on the Dragon Knight, but the Desolator and all of the heavy right-click damage is going to be not quite as impactful just because of a single neutral item. Yeah, that previous fight with Krish might have turned out differently if he just lands that Boundless Strike, right? The Coddle is still incredibly squishy if you're able to get on top of him. But it's why I was even considering, like, the fact that they didn't get that second Roshan and didn't get to give an Aghanim Shard over to the Monkey King so that he could instantly just get on top of that Coddle feels kind of big.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
This is a Daedalus now completed for Trill. Quite the Monkey King performance for him. Struggled early on, but 8, 5, and 6, top of the net worth. Another double damage rune as well for him to work with. He's been a big threat inside the middle of these team fights, and it's only going to get worse.
423's got his level 20 though, so he's got an extra talent to be able to play around with. Wonder where he's going to go. I mean, the extra Plague Wards just, again, as the BKB start to get lower and lower in duration, Plague Wards just get more and more value. They're always going to be applying that Poison Sting. He's talented into the slow and the health regen reduction, so it does make it challenging, but he's just going to go for the big ulti play, especially considering he's working towards the Blink Dagger, so he wants that 5-man Blink ulti. Poor Ogre Bruiser was winding up that Ogre Smash. Good positioning by Moody.
Yeah. For the long way around. Trill is currently nearby. So it would be a very big kill for them to find. They're going to spy him out as well. Sanctity, they'll get the first stun. Can they chain control him perfectly as well? Krish going to be nearby.
They have the damage.
Strike. Trill, he'll get away. Activates the BKB. A threat of the Ice Path, and now Trill, he's actually looking to jump it in the middle. He'll blow up the Jakiro. They're going to be cautious about the Poison Nova, though. 423 is looking to TP out. They want to retreat on QWE. Sanctity, he thinks otherwise. The Death Prophet's BKB has expired, so Christian Sanctity will stand toe-to-toe. Seimei, he's still got a decent amount of life to play with thanks to the Siphon, but it's not enough. They bring him down. Can they look for more, though? As Trill, he's back into the middle, but Sanctity finds the Dragon Tail. Down goes the Ember. Now Tsukimoto, he'll be killed off as well. The Shadow Amulet, not enough to cover his escape. And now Sanctity, they have the Stolen Glimpse. Ace is going to send Velky back into his grave. The momentum was starting to build but for Team Tough, but QWE, they stopped that short.
Ooh, gonna be able to get that Korea? Not quite, as it just winds its way through back towards the base. I mean, I was saying it before, they really love these long, drawn-out fights on QWE. You've got a Dragon Knight, now the level 25 as well, so he's just able to catch multiple people to be able to start things off. Wukong's command just prolongs the fight. Venomancer, of course, just having that extra 5 seconds duration on the Poison Nova means that it does an incredible amount of damage. You don't even need to hit anything else other than that and a Spirit Vessel, and you've basically won the fight for your team. And, well, they eventually just run out of juice on Team Tough.
Is this Megas?
I would say so. No Coddle. It was a good Scythe device usage as well. Brought him out with the Ethereal Blade, full channel of the Illuminate, but man, that magic resistance on the Elder Dragon Form is kind of nutty. Even the support's itemizing for it as well, right? Lotus Orb, Force Staffs, Glimmer Capes. They've got tons of survivability on QWE, and they've got Megas.
Can they even deal with Megas?
No. Do they have Maelstrom? No. On the Ember Spirit. He's got Daedalus, I guess. They're going to play this a lot more passively this time. They're not going to give up the third Roshan as easily as they gave up number 2.
I guess for Trill, he's pretty close to level 25, so more than likely forced to go the double slide of Fist Charge just now, so maybe that can help out against Megas, but They're coming for this fight.
Dire are
feel
Our
like-
Dragon form is down for 20.
I feel like it's a bit of a last-ditch effort. Veno's been given over the timeless.
Nice
play.
scan. Know what's
Up
occurring.
there.
Scans on the
Put
mark.
himself
They're just
on
going to
home.
look to run them in. Chris can just protect the area with the Wukong's command. And how do you fight into this? Who can get all the components, Ages, and the Scepter picked up? Gonna be cautious though about taking the final QWA.
Great Nova.
4-2-3. That's a huge Nova. He can look to reset his positioning, but the damage has been dealt. They need to be cautious about a long drawn-out fight on Team Tough. Both supports are going to go down. It's pretty much up to Seimei now on the Death Prophet, but they're just continuing to kite them. Valky up to the high ground, and they're even going to call it quits before they even die. Trill's out of this game along with Team Tough, and QWE, they're going to be able to take it in 42 minutes.
They will, they will. They showed signs of life for sure. They didn't actually have the win probability past the laning stage of the game. I really felt like they got out of that probably a little bit better than they had any right to, just because of how they set up these lanes, but it was a bit of a wonky draft, right? Like, who was going to be that late game carry? And we got to 42 minutes, and it was pretty obvious. It wasn't on your team. It was the Dragon Knight. Sanctity playing it out of the mid lane. A little bit unorthodox for that to be your true position one, but he was. He was the one that hard carried this game. Great early game, great decision-making outside of just one little bit too deep dive.
Yeah, it was a really good performance overall from Dire. I think it was great to see as well how they're able to recover some of their lanes, because we did see Chris struggled a little bit early on the Monkey, but what he was able to do with this kind of active build, we saw him go for that Echo Saber. So it meant that he could get involved in some of these early team fights, and I think they just did a good job overall to enable him to recover, because we saw some of those Wukong commands were really important inside the middle of the fights. I think multiple occasions we saw him just clean up both supports instantly with that ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, against any kind of lineup that just wants to run at you and try and fight and perhaps kill some of your squishier heroes, Wukong's is a great tool for that, right? Like, you want to try and kill Venomancer, try running through a Wukong's. You want to try taking Roshan, Wukong's is up. You're not going to go armor on Death Prophet. Can't run into Wukong's because you're just going to die, especially with that Desolator as well that he was able to pick up. So, yeah, there was just way too many avenues for QWE to be able to take this one, and it felt a little bit inevitable. So good win for game number one, and they're putting themselves on the path to be able to take this one quite cleanly. But Team Tough, we know where they need to change things up, right? The draft, way too out of whack.
Out of whack? It did seem like there was some momentum building though for them. Do we feel like there was no avenue, or was it just a difficult draft to execute, and you just want one that doesn't have as many holes potentially?
That it was too difficult. Like, make it easy. More stuns, an actual position one, someone that can take towers outside of a Death Prophet with Exorcism on 150-second cooldown. Just things like that, that's really all I want to see.
Well-deserved MVP for Sanctity, and that was kind of the person we were really putting a lot of attention on at the start of the series, just highlighting his stint on Lil Gun and him being the win condition over there. And well, this game he had to fulfill that role because of Chris having a bit more of a difficult time, and he did it very easily on a hero as well that we don't see too often. But this DK is starting to rise in value. Like, we're seeing it played as I know Tundra put it out, Skeeter's got a very good DK1, and we're starting to see kind of this Midas Scepter build and being a late game threat. So very, very impressive performance from Sanctity. Very excited to see what he's going to pull out next game, because he has a very diverse hero pool.
He does. And I mean, even just some of the bans from Team Tough seem kind of odd as well, right? They banned the OD themselves. And, maybe it's not that big late game win condition hero, but you would have been able to deal with the Dragon Knight just that little bit easier too. So I don't know. Draft's got to be where it changes. So we'll see what they're able to do moving forward.
Yeah, we'll see. The beautiful thing, we got a game 2 and potentially game 3 as well. So we'll see what we have in store after the break. And we are back with our second game coming up shortly. Then I don't know. Look, I'm looking at all these intros. I'm seeing food. I'm seeing yummy drinks. You're munching on something as well. I see you there. You can't smirk it. You can't hide it. They can't do this to us. The viewers, me. They make me want to have something. They make me want to eat. They make me want to drink. Come on.
You got legs, don't you? Get up and go make yourself something. You had time.
Yeah, but like, I want that. I want that.
True.
You want some tea, some cookies, some milk, some cookies. I'll have it later on. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. There's always later.
There's always later. You just keep telling yourself that when you're on a diet. You're like, I'll have it later. And then you have sleep for dinner instead. And you're like, oh, good. Sweet release. I don't have to feel hunger until the morning.
That's always the good way to do it. You just go to sleep when you're hungry. It fixes the diet. Doesn't, you know? That's what I'm
I just go to
forced
breakfast. So that's the way I get around it.
Do you deliberately intermittent fast or you don't like breakfast?
I love breakfast. Like, if I'm at an event, if I get flown out for something, you better believe I'm having that hotel breakfast. But, you know, other than that, yeah, I can do without it.
Okay, well, we do have our draft ready to go. QWE, of course, Team Tough in our second game. We'll see some of the adaptations for Team Tough, because you were mentioning that you went overall from what we saw for them wasn't what we were hoping. There were some holes in their draft, and starting off with an Undying, can never go wrong with that.
Yeah, I like QWE's response to it, and I feel like if they're going to pick an Ember, this is the place to do it. Picking it first with a response available to it was a bit of a mistake, but instead they're going to go for, all right, a bit of the Nature's Prophet counter in that Primal Beast. So I'm not sure who's going to be playing it, though. They don't really have a lot of experience on either side with going into the Primal Beast, but you could say for the lane, if they feel like they're lacking in stuns, then you could just go for the Primal, because Sprout's not going to stop you. Forces QWE to maybe put this Tusk as a position 5, and I mean, it's something that Ser has done before for sure, but I feel like it's much more up Ace's wheelhouse. Even just even 4-2-3, excuse me. Probably a bit more likely to be the one playing this Nature's Prophet. So the fact that Krish can play it as well is, fine, but it really fits 4-2-3's playstyle, doesn't it? And you could just avoid the strength of the Primal Beast in lane by just tossing it into the offlane.
And it should have a pretty good time as well versus the Undying. Your ranged, non-strength hero, bunch of summons which the Undying can have some difficulties with dealing with, so that's also going to be maybe a big reason why they're wanting to give it over to 4-2-3.
Yep, I would say you've got a slight edge in the draft so far for QWE just off the back of that, plus the fact that they've got second pick. So the ability to flex out this Nature's Prophet is always going to feel really good, despite playing up into one of the counters in the game. You can make it like a game counter, but not a lane counter. And again, as long as you've got some sort of way to be able to stop the trample pre-BKB, then you're feeling pretty good. I'm not sure exactly if the Tusk Punch comes out fast enough in between the pulverized slams to be able to stop that as well. But if it does, then, even better.
So far from our games that we've done over in Western Europe and China, we haven't seen a whole lot of Tusk as well, which I've been a bit surprised by.
Bit of the prevalence of the Undying, I guess, but there was Undying before and they still weren't picking it. Maybe the Jakiro starting to become a little bit stronger means that they feel a lot more confident about this Tusk, and I guess it's fallen off a little bit in that mid lane especially, so that's probably one of the better reasons for it.
Is there any reason why?
No, I'm trying to think. Like, what is the real reason for that? Because, tag team still feels pretty strong. You're still picking a lot of these Zoo style of heroes. It's a lot of, physical stuff that you can get off the back of that. I'm not sure, actually, why Tusk might have dropped off a little bit. To me, he still is incredibly versatile. Probably not the same level as, like, a Pango in terms of what you can provide to the game, but in terms of where you can put him, in terms of lanes, 3 positions, pretty good at all of them. Not position 3, though.
Yes, that's what I was thinking. I'm like, 3 positions? What do we got? Which ones are there? And then I thought, Tusk 3? Oh, yeah. I do not like the Tusk 3, so...
No.
Definitely not that one.
Don't do anything. You don't get levels. You don't get farm priority. You don't want to sacrifice yourself with the snowballs. So I'm feeling a little bit off about it. And they're actually going to be the ones that pick up the Ember Spirit themselves. Okay. Team Tough responding with the Morphling. I wonder if we've seen that Trill is able to flex towards that mid lane. So I wonder if he's going to feel confident enough playing the Morph into the Ember mid.
I do like the Ember pick though overall, even though you're going to be playing into some further difficult matchups now, but at least the first two heroes you see, you're able to address quite well. I mean, Primal Beast doesn't like versing the chains at all until you kind of get that 15 talent with the Uproar Dispel. And of course, Undying have no way to catch him too. And we know what Sanctity can do on a hero like the Ember.
I wonder what they've got to come as well on QWE, right? Like, maybe they can look to pick something like a Snapfire, perhaps, to go up against the Tusk, to have some damage to follow up on the chain stuns and roots that you've got on QWE so far. An additional stun never hurts. You're going to buy Orb of Corrosion. So that plus Tag Team plus Little Shredder means you can take Roche, and just a way to be able to escape a little bit from the Primal Beast as well. Not just with the cookie for the stun and the movement, but even just the Scatter Blast gives him that little bit of a slow.
I guess my only concern with that is that you wouldn't have another hero to deal with the Morphling. Like you've got stuns, but you don't have that instant stun, which is kind of important to be able to set up for your other ones. Do you feel like that is a concern with the Snap, or just the other components that he provides to the lineup is just enough?
Team Tough don't seem to be overly concerned. Like, they've gotten rid of the Clockwork, sure, but Bat Rider doesn't feel as amazingly good. Willow, huh? A little interested about that. I mean, I'm sure QWE are just going to look to try and put the Nature's Prophet into the Willow lane, whichever one that might be. I mean, you have to assume that maybe this bumps up the priority for the Nature's Prophet being in a position 1 role. It makes sense where they remove the Clockwork, though. Clock 5 would have been great into a Primal Willow lane. But what else can you look to put in front where you just are able to stop this this Primal Beast from doing whatever he wants? Disrupt. I mean, I'm surprised it lasted this long into the draft, to be honest. It also gives you a little bit of that extra lockdown for the Morphling, doesn't it?
Yep. They've got pretty nice ways to address the Primal Beast so far.
Yep.
Doing a good job to help enable the Nature's Prophet.
So it's really just like, this game is all on Primal's BKB timing, basically. Like, until he gets to that point, again, you're going to be able to, snowball save, you'll bind up 4 staffs to get away, you can remnant away, you can get glimpsed back. Lots of stuff. Very effective against this.
So there's a potential for the Primal Beast to be flexed to the 3 or the 2. Is there something that you'd prefer currently with seeing the 4 members of QWE? Because Team Tough, they do have this 23rd coming out, so they will have to pick first.
They will. I would probably put it mid, just because I really feel like you're not going to do anything in this lane with a Disruptor there just to glimpse you back. The cooldown for the trample is about 30 to 20 seconds, I think, when you go from max level to minimum, and glimpse is 24 down to about 16, I think. So that's really just going to completely nullify that. You can use the glimpse for just preventing Nature's Prophet from dying, rather than having to use it for like an aggressive harassment purpose. So may as well just go into a lane where you've still got decent armor against an Ember, right? You got like 4.5 armor, I think, against an Ember Spirit who Sleight of Fist spam, don't care. You've still got some potential for killing, or at least harassing, before he's level 6. You might just choose to put 1 point into the chains, though, to be able to create a little bit of that space.
Well, if you're wanting them to put the Primal Beast mid, what do we feel like they're going to try and pick up here for Seimei on their offlane?
Could be a Mars. Wouldn't hate a Mars. Just helps lock him into position to be able to get good value out of the trample, to let Morphling be able to gap close without having to constantly chase. Undying, great. Trample, great. Terrorize into the trees, into the walls, great. I think it'll be fine. Decent way to deal with the treants as well from range. I did see this thing the other day, though. So the way that the Mars arena works is kind of interesting. So you know how it blocks range attacks coming from the outside, right?
Yeah.
So if you walk right up to the edge of it, there are a few heroes that can, like, because of their animation, where the attack comes out from is actually inside of the arena, so you can still hit. And Nature's Prophet's one of them.
Why is that a thing?
Games in beta.
Is that intended? Right? Okay.
Probably not. do you think they would have a mechanic where you can't hit into it and then, well, actually, these few heroes can that just really like to reach their arm forward to attack?
Well, why can Rubik with Shard get people out with telekinesis when
He's
you
the
can't
Grand
knock them out with
Magus,
other
bro.
things? Oh, how dare I not expect that?
Son of Aghanim, all right? You gotta read up on the lore. How do you feel about this OD?
It's good. It's very good versus Ember. It's probably a big reason why they picked it. Astral versus Glimpses is always very nice as long as you don't get the Shard. No, I don't hate it.
Yeah, you can really only run the Ember mid still. I know Sanctity loves playing the Ember Spirit, so he's going to find a way to make it work. I really don't think they have that same level of flex. Interested to see what they go with this last overall pick. Like, can you get away with a sniper here? Just because Morphling has relatively short range, Sniper's pretty good against OD, just lots of physical damage from far away is a great way to counter it. Gives you a way to deal with a Tombstone as well. Or it could just be like Doom's been banned out by them, first phase. TA, okay.
Okay.
Hype agreed. Is it TA mid?
And
yeah.
I like it. I like it a lot. So, still regardless, the OD Ember matchup, it's pretty nice for the game for the OD, but at least Chris is going to be able to avoid that lane, and you're able to play now into the Primal Beast as well still. So you have the chains to hold him down if he gets aggressive, like you were mentioning earlier. You've got the Glimpse as well, or Kinetic Field. So we'll see how much they can really get out of Same on the Primal Beast in the off lane. But for Sanctity, we spoke about he loves his win condition heroes. It's going to be a Templar Assassin on the Radiant side, and it fits pretty well with their draft. You've got traps to be able to set up for the Glimpse. You've got a lot of global potential with the Nature's Prophet being able to TP in. This is a
Builder.
very, Deso Builder as well, so you're going to be able to take those objectives fast. I guess the one little thing about the OD is that early on you do have Arcane Orb does count as 2 instances, I believe, still for the refraction. So at least that's a minor thing for the OD against his TA matchup, but I really like this last pick.
They basically just really need to keep track of where Moody is on this Dark Willow, because that plus, let's say, OD with a Meteor Hammer might be enough to be able to kill Sanctity, even with all of those refraction charges. You know, you get caught inside of a Brambles, you know that you're going to be able to set it up as well because of the Astral Imprisonment. It might be able to kill them a few times, but it still feels like a pretty damn good TA game.
Yeah. Is that enough to put you over the edge to favor the boys of QWE in this second game?
A little bit, I would say. I mean, I liked how they played a little better. They didn't make as many big mistakes like Team Tough did. Granted, they were kind of playing behind the 8 ball a little bit with what the draft was doing. I'm also just thinking, like, what is Krish actually going to be able to do on this Ember Spirit? It's not like a hero that he's unfamiliar with because of his previous stint in the mid lane, but I just don't think it really does much this game, do you? Like, you're not going to be able to really close in onto the Dark Willow that easily. You've got the Shadow Realm, like you mentioned. OD feels pretty good against it. Morphling, really are going to be tanky enough to be able to avoid a lot of this damage. Primal, you can run away from it. So is he just going to have to play a bit more of a baiting role, like a true playmaker, and let 4-2-3 be the one to actually greed up a little bit?
Take it.
30 seconds.
Yeah, I think you go for this playmaking role. You've got
his role is to force reactions, I think. Like, take attention away from TA and Nature's Prophet and trust that they're going to win the game for you.
The game is very frustrating for the Primal Beast to play into the Ember until you get that 15 talent with the Uproar Dispel.
Yes.
And BKB as well, but really that's the one nice thing once PB is able to have that. So beforehand, that's a big window. That's 20 minutes, maybe even a little bit longer, where Krish is going to have a pretty good time versus the Primal Beast. And you pick this hero to have a lot of early game effectiveness and to really limit what 4-2-3 can do. So And again, like you said, he was a previous mid laner, and when we were watching him play mid, I think his Ember was his best hero. So,
Yeah. And 4-2-3 was a previous carry player. So for him to go down the greedy route feels like it fits pretty well.
yep. So we'll see. We'll see.
I called Primal Beast PB as well. Maybe it's just because I'm so hungry. I just thought of peanut butter, and I'm like, oh man, I could go some peanut butter now.
PB&J though, or
Nah.
oh, why not? Kind of boring.
I mean, it's to me, it doesn't go together. I'm more of a peanut butter and chocolate.
What? Doesn't go together. What do you mean by that?
I don't think it goes together. I'm allowed to have opinions.
You are, but it's good to know your opinions about food as...
Don't you start.
Take them
all right. Don't you start about food opinions, Mr. Hotpot.
Hey, well, I didn't say Hotpot was bad. What are you saying?
You just said you're incapable of enjoying it to its fullest potential. Sanctity's kind of balling out in this mid.
Is he?
I mean, look at how low Valkyrie is. This is not where you want to be as an OD. Like, you don't want to be buying this Tango. You want to get into that Meteor Hammer ASAP. And if you're ferrying Tangos out to yourself, that goes directly against your main goal.
I saw the last hits. I didn't see the health pool. So yeah, all right. That was doing very well to start off here for Safety with the side blades. He's always going to be pretty cautious how he's positioned. So seems like he's going to have, of course, I mean, it's your last pick. You have to expect he's going to have a pretty good time. Bottom lane, Krish, well, they'll find first blood. They already got that level 2, and you see instantly, as soon as they find that extra ability to utilize, they get aggressive with it.
I like it. You know, just the 1 point in the Bramble Maze right now. No defensive. Oh, he's got to be careful, though. Like, where is he going to TP to? Make sure you stay inside of that fog. Don't want to get too close to the Disruptor, but Disruptor's back next to the tower, so he's not going to get glimpsed back. Happy enough to be able to grab one water rune. Thank you. He's going to get the second, though, with the bottle refill because of how well he's done in this mid lane. Yeah, Moody's level 2 now, though, so he's got that Shadow Realm if they choose to go for that dive attempt. Of course, Flame Guard not going to be filled just yet, so he's going to be able to avoid a lot of that damage for now.
Meanwhile, this top lane as well, Dire have got great position with the creep wave, so 4-2-3, we already see he's top of the last hits, and I feel like that's going to continue at the moment with how we're seeing the creeps position, so Sukimoto might be in some trouble, actually. Ace tries to turn it back around with the tag team. They should be able to get the kill onto the Tusk before 4-2-3 has his own damage, so nice read from Sukimoto that he was going to be able to turn it with the Morphling.
Realize plenty of resources as well. I wonder if he's going to try and walk away, maybe deny himself the Roshan to be able to get back to full HP.
For the temple.
He's just running around, running back to base, not wanting to take the risk of giving that one up to the Treants, it seems.
And Valky's getting bodied mid. He's probably going to die here as well.
Would have died.
He's not having a fun time, though.
Seen a couple of whoopses out of base. You know, we saw one in the Rubik last game, 4-staffing solo under a tier 2, and well, now that one.
Bottom, same. They've still got the chains on Krish. Going to be able to glimpse him back. They try and drop the Bramble to protect him, maybe him get a return kill onto Seb, but this is another death for them at this bottom lane.
Is indeed. Krish doing very well on one of his more signature heroes. He always loved playing the Spirits, the Shrek in that mid lane, so just to be able to take that skill to the safe lane as well, must feel real nice. And oh, they're going to go for another one here. He had the Shadow Realm available and well, uses it, but not before he gets chained. One other thing that I wanted to just point out is that the quote-unquote new members to this squad in Krish and Seth, they've chosen to put them together in the lane. So despite the fact that Ace is traditionally a position 5 player, they've chosen to stick him with his previous teammate, the previous lane partner as well, just to make sure that that cohesion is still there, which I really like.
And I get it's showing still. They've got great position with the creep wave, which is always very important.
purpose
Getting
fulfilled.
a lot out of this. We see the treads currently queued up at the moment for the Nature's Prophet. What are we expecting him to go down as well? Like, is this the Maelstrom Interceptor? Is there some other item build that we could see out of the offlane Nature's Prophet?
Really wouldn't hate seeing the Scepter this game. I mean, you're up against, again, a Primal Beast that you want to hold into place, a Morphling that you want to prevent from being able to waveform away, you know, an OD that you want to make have to panic use that Astral Imprisonment as quickly as possible.
Speaking of the OD, even though his lane has looked pretty atrocious through a decent chunk of this game, he's actually just ahead of the net worth on Sanctity, so quite surprised at that, but very nicely done from Velky.
It just means that with that Astral Imprisonment at level 3 now, he can very reliably use it 2 times per creep wave, so he's going to catch up a little bit. Of course, has to get a little bit lucky as well with the Essence Flux procs, but only 200 gold away from that Meteor Hammer. And looking to set up an Observer Ward right before the Power Rune is set to spawn. Rotations coming through from both teams. And it's going to spawn bottom. Who's going to claim it? Well, okay, Valky claiming that's pretty big.
Got to be cautious. Velky does have the ultimate to work with. He's got to drop it straight away. Ace is doing his best to hold back the Dark Willow. Do they have a way to go through the refraction? It looks like they do, and as a result, Sanctity will go down, and they might be able to get Ace as well.
Range
They're
creep.
going to be able to get the connection out of the Cursed Crown. Velky's got the Astral up if they need to use it to keep the Dark Willow alive, and in fact, they'll be using it aggressively onto Ace, so 2 kills at this mid lane. Meanwhile, we do have, though, bottom, Primal Beast getting solo killed by the Ember Spirit. Okay.
It's all right.
Was that? Never mind.
That's all good, but yeah, you got to give something to get something, and well, we saw how just a second gap was all they really needed to be able to claim that Haze Trude. Might even have been Sanctity getting a kill onto Valky if things turned out the other way. Okay. Recovered the game a little bit for this OD. Going to give him the Meteor Hammer to be able to play around with as well. Let's see what he can do with it.
600
Sanctity, he really doesn't want to be in this lane anymore either. Like, he's got 3 points refraction, but with that Meteor Hammer finished up, you've got ways to guarantee that you're going to land it every single time. So someone, well, they might look to get one more kill onto Seimei bottom, and then I really wouldn't be surprised to see Seh make a movement towards that mid lane, just to prevent the tower from going down from consistent Meteor Hammer spam.
One more top lane as well. They're pretty aggressive here on Team Tough. Okay, should be able to...
Valky too.
Is he going to be able to scurry away? Okay, nicely done. Meanwhile, Valky, yeah, he's going to go down mid lane. Okay, so a couple kills happening across the map.
They do have an Observer Ward to be able to scout out whenever TA is doing these ancient camps. So I can be very conscious of that. I wonder if someone's going to go forward and look to try and get a D-Ward off. Oh, 4-2-3 is actually a big caught.
Maybe... Oh, maybe he's still going to be able to find it, but of course, he's already used a lot of the spells, so 4-2-3 will be able to TP out.
How much damage they've been able to do to the mid lane on Seth there.
Yeah, well done. Even Sanctity just passed the bottle over to the Disruptor so he could pick up the regen and still refill some charges as well. Velky might be in trouble using the Astral like that, and Seth's already level 6? Hang on.
When the lane goes that well. Yeah, but it's going to be enough to force Velky back a little bit. Again, got to be careful of where Moody's positioning is, and he should be able to get the perfect Bramble Maze right inside of it.
It is. Ace, he's looking to turn it around though. Glimpse back, Velky. Maybe in some trouble. Does he want to try and turn it, drop the ultimate? It's enough to get the kill into 1, and as a result, oh, they got that Wrath of Nature though. And even Krish is here as well. So another kill for them to find. Krish rewarded. Great rotation coming out from the Ember Spirit, and you just mentioned before, this tower was very low health, so they're even going to be able to get that as well as the grand prize.
And they're not really losing anything. All of their towers, they've taken 1 Meteor Hammer hit, I think, to the mid tower, but other than that, not a single bit of damage onto the other ones. I guess a little bit, but not significant enough to be able to stop this greedy draft from looking to try and scale.
And Krish is wanting to prove them that, I know how to play this safe lane Ember, because he is off to a monster start for him. God damn. 5k net worth, highest in the game. Getting pretty close to that Maelstrom. Again, mid lane Velky. It's going to be in some trouble. Krish is starting to rotate down to bottom. Regardless, so they're going to be able to glimpse him back over towards Sanctity. However, Moody might be in some trouble as well with the shards from Ace. This time it's on the mark. Kills galore for the boys on Radiant.
Really need to make sure you're giving... I mean, Undying has the tome, and it's kind of understandable considering he's not even level 5 yet, but I really feel like Willow needs to be the one to grab it. Like, yes, it's going to gimp your Undying's game a little bit, but you need to have that terrorize to be able to stop these consistent periods where they're just running at OD. Speaking of running at, they're going for Trill.
Moto is here, 2 points up in the Tombstone. They're going to be able to TP into members as well, but they got the Static Storm before the attribute shift. Now they're going to get the gold of the Tombstone and probably a kill onto the Undying as well. Tsukimoto, he'll try and duck into the tree line, but QWE will stop that straight away.
How did they get it before the attribute shift? I mean, he was glimpsed. He had plenty of time to be able to use that one, but must have been trying to get the frame perfect waveform as well to be able to break out of that kinetic field. Anyway, just more and more stuff going QWE's way. They've been the ones getting super active, and I would feel that I don't want to say they've got the ones with better scaling, but I would say they get to that period faster, and that's really what Team Tough needs to be worried about.
Yeah, they've got a huge 25-minute spike, I'd say, on Radiant, whereas Dire, like, it's a Morphling OD, and yes, we spoke about OD's got some pretty good core matchups, but you got to get to that late game stage, and as a result, with all the towers going down, it means it can open up Roshan pretty easily for QWE.
Bit of an interesting item build as well from 4-2-3. He's rushing the Orchid. I mean, against the Morphling, against the OD, really don't hate it. You know, you're able to get in on top of them before they're able to get those defensive parts of their toolkit off.
Yeah, I don't hate it at all. I mean, this is always the one big advantage of the Nature's Prophet. You're just so goddamn versatile with your item build. You see, he's even got an Aghanim Shard queued up after the Orchid, so we're gonna get a very interesting build from 4-2-3's offlane Nature's Prophet.
Not sure what that's about. There's nothing instantly that makes me think, you know what, this is a Curse of the Old Growth game.
Are scanning.
No one really wants to stay inside the trees. Damage over time isn't going to break.
Trill, he might be in trouble again. So we got the attribute shift off this time, but let's see if they have just an overwhelming amount of damage. Velky can protect him there with the Astral, and as soon as we see the Dire boys show up, there's nothing that QWE are able to do. So,
but I mean, look at the three that were making that play, right? It was the three active heroes, Tusk, Disruptor, Ember Spirit. What are they doing on Sanctity and 4-2-3 at the same time? Farming. So I feel like they're incredibly happy to make that sort of thing happen. They might even be able to still clean up a kill here onto Tsukimoto, but Breacher's got to make sure not to just give up his life for free.
He's in trouble, Krish. He's got those remnants ready to play with.
Space, that's all it is.
Yeah. Making space and getting gold as well at the same time. Krish about to be Maelstrom completed here. And
talk about those power spikes. They're about to hit one of them already. Like, probably wasn't expecting it this soon. Blink Dagger on Sanctity, Maelstrom on Krish, Orchid on 4-2-3. They've got plenty of stuff just to be ready to throw into you.
And we're going to see them look to make a play with it straight away.
Any power in lock? Gonna be bot.
Sanctity still hasn't got that blink delivered, but
oh, they see you, Velky.
Able to catch Velky. Static Storm still on cooldown for the moment. He's got the Astral, but he might not have time to get it off, and they could probably consider about getting Roche, maybe even a kill. Trill, oh, Krish got him. The chains cancelled the Morphling's TP, so Trill, they'll glimpse him back into the Static Storm. And with all the heroes surrounding him, yes, he was able to find the attribute shift. He'll make him work for it. It's going to be a long chase down, but There's just going to be no escape from Trill. No one else is even considering about showing up to protect the Morphling, so
Roche?
he's gone, and that will open up Roche now.
Ace 4 points tag team as well, so this is going to melt incredibly quickly, and well, their team fight without that tombstone is pretty much non-existent. He's still been greedily farming on this bottom side of the map this next little bit. He has opened up the T1 tower, but we haven't really seen Morphling make use out of it yet. That's the main area of concern, but we were talking about how important this BKB was for the Primal Beast, just because of how many counters they've got for it, especially as well now that they've got the Orchid as well.
Got it.
And they look to go for a kill onto 4-2-3 here with the Bedlam, with Saymate looking to come in.
They're going to try. It's pretty deep. Reactions are starting to come out. They'll probably be a little bit too late to keep the Nature's Prophet alive, but let's see if they can get a return kill, though. Saymate glimpse back out of the tower. Set doesn't have the kinetic field. In fact, Saymate's just going to look to even TP up regardless, so really nice attempt. Finally, something will go the way of Team Tough.
A slight bit of disconnect there. I mean, Ace was just a little bit slow on his TP back. If he was there a bit quicker, you would have been able to get the interrupt through for that TP back to base and make it all worthwhile. Still, though, Sanctity continuing to grow that net worth lead. Off the back of the Blink Dagger, he can join it onto anyone, and he sees a DD on the top side of the river as well, so they're instantly going to look to go in onto Valky, and they know where he is. Ooh, maybe they don't?
He didn't summon this, or didn't micro the trees to try and scout, so...
Is Sanctity just trying to snipe someone coming up onto this high ground? Oh, is it? Oh my god, he might be able to break a smoke as well. That's the positioning for Seth too. He's got the Blink Dagger, of course, and the DD, but
Dire are scanning.
haven't taken the bait for now.
Come and fight me.
And you just see them ping top, right? They're setting up for 7 minutes from now, where they want to be able to go for the next Roshan. They want to make sure that they're taking that area of the map away from Team Tough to play around with. They don't care about bottom at all. I mean, the only one that's going to be down here is 4-2-3, when it's very clear that Team Tough are playing on the top side of the map. So they're fine to just continue committing all of their other heroes onto this tough area. We're going to use Krish with the Remnant, of course, to be able to quickly clear it out, not revealing too much information that no one's come back to defend it. Might even reach him in his level 12 as well.
Does seem like though Team Tough should be able to open up this T1 tower mid. Ace is starting to get ready to mount a defense. He's actually going to roll in aggressively as well, Sanctity. He can blink over the top. It's a messy start to the fight though for the boys on QWE, and they're going to be penalized for that. How can they set themselves off the back of the respawn? Sanctity, he's in some trouble, but it's an even better Static Storm holding two members into place. Morphling wasn't able to find the attribute ship, but they're lacking the damage to secure the kill. So Trill's going to be okay for the moment, but Valky, he'll not have the same fate. They can still chase down Trill, and TP out will be cancelled thanks to the glimpse on Ser. He'll go down, but it is a worthwhile sacrifice coming out from the Disruptor. And in the end, QWE, they're going to be able to come out on top.
You know me, I don't exactly have a flair for the dramatic, but we saw how quickly Trill disconnected last game after the GG, and to me, it's only a 2k lead. It's almost approaching that point. That was probably one of the worst starts to a team fight you could possibly hope for, and they still come out comfortably on top, just losing the one hero on QWE. I feel like if a few more things go that way, then it might be just time to call it for Team Tough.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, because
now as well on Sanctity.
And a big reason why you're saying that is because this is a lineup when you're playing your 3,000 gold ahead, and these timings are still going to continue coming through, and they're big timings. This lineup works. Your biggest spike of the game is right now for Radiant, so the fact that they're already playing like this is going to be very scary for Team Tough to be able to address, and we haven't really seen a whole lot to make us believe like they can. You know, maybe...
Oh, 4-2-3, what a dickhead. He's putting his tree inside of the ancient camps as well, so even when they use sentries to unblock them, he's just like, no, we're giving you no space to farm. We've got this 3k net worth lead, we want to see that one grow out even further. And if you want to farm, you've got to go into a really risky place to do it. So Saymate, ideally, after clearing out that previous creep wave, would have been able to buy the BKB after taking the the farm inside of the Ancient Camp. Instead, he needs to use the Pulverize. Now he's got it coming out to him, but let's see what that extra 20 seconds is enabling them to do. Look, they're even using Bedlam to be able to kill these treants just so that they can farm the next little bit.
Playing versus people that are really good at micro can be frustrating. The Brood, Nature's Prophets, they just do things like this. They've got another one that's running around trying to block it. Oh god.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
At least they will clear them
Team
out
Tough.
before the smoke. And again, this is the big chance for Team Tough. If they don't come out overwhelmingly strong in this, I'm going to be feeling very worried for them. Especially, they got to kill Sanctity. But right now, you've got Ser actually standing in the way, so Glimpse back. He's probably not going to want to use the BKB for this. They still will get the kill. Nah. But again, there's no real objective to claim off the back of this. It's a disruptor. His death timer is still incredibly low. You shove the mid lane out with the Ice Shards and the Sleight of Fist. You TP down bottom on 4-2-3 because they commit everyone onto that kill. You can push out the waves, and Sanctity might be a bit too deep. This is the one area of concern that I have.
Might also just 4-hit Seimei. Gonna blink over the top.
Okay.
Jesus, that's a lot of damage.
I wonder what the team comms was like. Hey guys, watch this. Watch what I can do.
This is probably just melt.
Why you give me that core roll. Get on my back. The March of the Treants once again.
I was meant to have this.
You could use that with the Curse of the Old Growth as well. I guess you have to be
Dire's
within
top
range as
tower
well.
is under attack.
Imagine if you could do it globally. And the Treants actually count for it, so...
Do it globally and see everyone. A map hack.
Yeah.
Sounds busted. I
Prophet
don't know.
needs more buffs, doesn't he?
Yeah, 18-second map hack.
Mm-hmm.
Just insta ban. No one even might even just be a gentleman's ban. Honestly, at that stage.
We know Dota players. There's no gentleman's ban. Broodmother's still a first phase pick.
Oh god. Let's see. Once again, they're gonna make another attempt here from Team Tough. Last time they were just able to catch out Ser. And they get a more valuable kill. They
Rich?
might see the illusion rune get taken.
got BKB
It's a
though.
pretty nice rune for a fight, being able to dispel some of the Dark Willow abilities. Bottom lane, Trill.
Dire are scanning.
Run away.
They get the glimpse back. He's close to the
he
T1
tried to
tower.
Manta
He's not
dodge.
going to be able to get out of the
And he
glimpse,
didn't
but the Manta,
shift
and he
again.
accurate shift. Oh, he didn't cover his tracks at least, just in case he made a mistake.
That's twice now. Valky's gonna
Am
try
they
and...
strong to fight?
No. No, you are not. They didn't use anything other than Static Storm for that one. Still have the BKB available. Just go back off though.
And with all the kills and the strong start that the Disruptor had, he's finding a decent amount of farm mid lane. Ace, oh, beautifully done. He's going to be able to cancel the Meteor Hammer. Now Christian's going to be protected with the BKB as well.
Nice BKB.
He'll be able to lock onto the outward Devourer. Now can turn to Tsukimoto as well. They've got no response to a magic immune Ember Spirit. An easy kill for him to find. He might even look for more as well. Trill has respawned the Morphling, so they have to buy some respect here. If we can get into the middle of the team fight, we're going to see that be the case as Trill blows him up. Finally, Sanctity's wanting to come on over, though. He'd finished that tier 2 tower top, and afterwards was hoping to get into the middle of it all. But regardless, Trill, he does get that gold-like streak from Chris, so a lot of gold now given over to the Morphling.
Was for sure. I mean, that's a pretty huge mistake. Like, he did a great job in the first stages of that team fight, right? But just to have someone or himself not keeping track of the Morphling rejoining that fight, that's what you need as a Morphling, right? You need someone to go in first, take attention away from you, because we saw how quickly he was able to just explode him with that shotgun coming through in the adaptive strike.
That's going to get him back into that second place position in the net worth and closer towards the Scepter as well. And it's a pretty good Scepter game versus the TA, importantly, to try and take away all those stats against the Agi hero.
Yep. Refraction as well. Just gives you a lot more safety.
Yep.
But they're just going to be looking to play around this Roshan. Of course, it's a DD rune spawning in front of it. So, Sanctity sold the bottle.
Nah, Ember's got it.
Oh, Ember's got it.
Q's go.
Yeah, I like this switch up where, I mean, now you're looking, of course, Ember being more of that active player, so...
This is basically Chris, you're the mid laner.
Yep. Yes. Pretty good position. Pops a smoke. Don't drop the static storm for it. Again, it's another kill that Shez involved in, so he's 1,500 gold away from the Aghanim Scepter on the Disruptor. We've already seen what he's been able to do to address the Morphling a couple times. Sanctity, an aggressive jump over the top.
With DD, I think they could afford to. They were going for a really deep teleport in there from the Nature's Prophet. But I mean, if they could take out this tier 2 mid as well as having the top and the outpost, then it just becomes so much harder for them to provide reinforcements if needed for that upcoming Roshan attempt.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They've even got BKB now on the Nature's Prophet. They got BKB on the
They
TA.
central bottom.
Dude.
They're starting to set up. The dire ward by their triangle does also see Radiant starting to connect down. So it looks like Trill will be able to TP out. Meanwhile, leave Sanctity alone. Very vulnerable here for the Templar Assassin. He can look to BKB. They've got the outpost to be able to TP into as well, so Sanctity will be okay. Gets the kill and scurries on out.
He doesn't even TP out, and he's going to be right next to that Roche Pit as well. A dying again, probably not the greatest value kill, but being able to take away that tombstone feels real nice, and they're going to be pinging Roshan instantly.
All right, let's see if this is going to be a big turning point here, in particular for the Morphlings game. That Scepter is now completed.
You thought they had trouble with the Triads before? Well, +5 Triads for 4-2-3 went at the level 15, so he's not worried about being that carry. He's just like, you know what, I'm going to be annoying. And I feel like that's what he did when he was playing position 1 for Little Gun, and that's exactly what he's doing right now.
Yeah, good to see his playstyle hasn't changed a lot.
No.
Still annoying as ever.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Radiant, they are aware that Roche is up, but probably not looking to force the issue with the BKB still on cooldown. 20 seconds, chill out. Don't want to give them any opportunity for Team Top. It is another Scepter now completed though for Velki, so got that double Astral Imprisonment.
Krish is almost level 18 though. They're going to give him this mid-wave of experience. There we go. Able to pick that one up. They take the bottom tower as well. And again, 4-2-3 is being annoying. He doesn't have the gold for the buyback, but his main goal is to just drag people down towards this bottom side of the map if he can. Want to try and find a quick pick-off here. Woody patrolling back and forth. Titan's Liver feels real nice for Trill.
And look what he's doing with the Treant. He's dragging bottom wave and mid wave in, so... Radiant using the creep wave as information as Krish run into the Primal Beast, but of course he's got that Uproar to dispel. He's here with the Warden. Sanctity is going to be able to be very difficult now for Team Top to fight into this area of the map. Without any vision running.
I'm just watching 4-2-3, man. He's pushing in bottom. His Treants are making sure that mid tower is taking even more damage. With that time, has he been able to farm up the buyback? Not quite, but they've just gone into Roche with all of this havoc that he's been making.
And they're going to show on the mid lane as well, so maybe not.
They don't have any jump either. Like Krish has BKB, he's going to be able to get away from anything. On a DD in front of Roshan as well. I wonder if Krish is going to drop that one for Sanctity. Oh no, Sanctity's got the bottle once again. Really just feels like they've been in control from the start of this game, doesn't it?
Rudy, what's going on here? Rudy was looking for the cart, now Velki's looking for the last little bit of damage on the tower, and he will find it with the meteor, so finally this tier 1 mid's going to go down.
Level 20 on the TA as well, so Meld Dispel feels pretty nice against the Dark Willow especially.
They are cutting off some of the members.
Seimei.
Oh, they're going to see Seimei. They gave the trap over to Sanctity as well, so he won't be able to run on away. Didn't want to pop the BKB.
Poor guy.
Ace? Oh, it jumped over them. Unlucky there with the top.
They found Bulky as well.
Oh. It's just... When a Team Top ready to fight, man, we were just seeing the moment. It felt like past 10 minutes, maybe even longer. They have, oh, well, that's no good.
They're just going to continue extending this lead, man. TA's got a Daedalus coming out as well.
they go. Could be in the backpack for Sanctity.
They're going to have a hard enough
Needing
time killing him once, let alone
Dire's
twice.
bottom tower is under attack.
He might even kill them before they are able to bring him down. A big item now. Let's see. A couple of seconds till the Outward Devourer is going to be able to respawn, so they will get some damage into the tier 3. Maybe they want to go for bottom instead.
You saw how effective that morph was, though, right? Like the items on the morphling, TA losing that 70 attack speed plus 20% of her stats. It was pretty big. I mean, she was hitting quite a lot slower than previous.
Yeah, and we see Sanctity still is queued up Swiftling, so we've seen some ways to address that Scepter on the morphling. It's been Lincoln's, been Moonshard, Sanctity.
The important thing for Morphling as well is that he did hit that level 18, so he's got that 40 seconds less cooldown on the morph. He talented into the plus 16 second morph duration, so really that's his job. Make sure that Sanctity isn't able to just be an absolute beast like he has been for this first little bit of the game.
But for Puff, this game is just continuing to go downhill. Your cores are struggling to find farm, whereas your Radiant, you've got this tricore lineup where Krish is shoving out top, 4-2-3. I've only seen him pretty much back inside Radiant's jungle for a decent chunk of this game, so he's been able to get a bunch of items as well. A lot of utility items, Halberd into the AC next, so it's just, it feels like Team Tough are just waiting for Radiant to make a mistake. That's kind of it with their playstyle at the moment.
It's not like they've exactly got the greatest lineup to punish like a high ground dive though, right? Like there's no big AoE team fight stun. It's really just on the back of Moody, it feels, and at the end of the day, you're a Dark Willow. Oh, look at Ace, look at this, breaks the smoke as well. They're just doing everything right on QWE.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Just waiting for Krish to be able to connect.
Okay, long TP.
They used that Curse of the Old Growth to try and catch him inside of the tree line, but just a little bit off the mark.
One thing that might catch them off guard, Set just completed the Aghanim Scepter mid lane. Krish.
We've got BKB, and that's no pulverize. Let the treants do the work. Single right click in, get that Desolator debuff. There we go. Flip used for a bunch of treants. So the creep wave isn't going to even be fully killed. They're still going to have that backdoor protection disabled. Sanctity, he's got 50 seconds left on this Aegis. I think he can afford to stick around and take one tower. Again, let the treants do it.
How do you start the fight on Dire?
Try and catch the backline somehow. I think you got to get rid of Seth. He's got an Ags as well on the Disruptor.
Yep, he does.
So yeah, BKB, run onto him, pulverize, morph, waveform in, adaptive strike, kill the Disruptor. There's no way for him to instantly rejoin, and then maybe you could start to try and fight into them. But well, they wisely enough put Sanctity as the only real one, plus the treants on the front lines, and so as soon as the Aegis is about to expire, they just back up entirely. It's almost got his Scythe of... Is that Scythe of Ice? No, it might be just Lincoln's.
Who, Sanctity? Yeah, Lincoln's, I think.
Got it.
Doesn't want to have that morphling morph into him anymore. He still hasn't seen the DD on the bottom side of the river either. Been there for the past minute and a bit. Lacking any neutral items as well? No, they've been able to claim all of them, and now he claims the DD.
I was looking for the bottle. Looks like they did finally sell it now on QWE. Thinking they might try and bottle up the DD, but they are chilling. They're farming, man. They've got no concerns. It's like, all right, if Dire aren't going to come out, we're just going to scale, wait, make sure we cover all our tracks and just give them no opportunity to find an angle back in.
Like, Set is just standing at the top of staircases, basically saying, all right, you can kill me, I don't really care. There's no big objectives for you to claim in the next little bit. And now with all the lanes pushing in, you're going to need to have someone address something, and then they're going to try and go for a pick-off here with this Blink Dagger. They've even got the Aghanim Scepter on the Tusk as well, man.
Yeah. And they won't be ready for it. If Trill steps up a little bit too far, it's going to be the kick back into the Static Storm. Says ready. Static Storm drop down by Morphling. What a combo. 70 seconds, no buyback, and now your base is in a lot of trouble.
No
Dire's
glyph.
middle tower has fallen.
This is 2 lanes minimum. I would say almost certainly.
Another
Vegas.
kickback. The Asher will buy him some time for the moment, but Sanctity, he can look to turn onto him once he pops out. OD's got a buyback, but they might not have some members to take this defense as QWE. They're just way too far ahead. What a methodical game from them. Farm it up until they are strong enough to get the pick off onto one, and then they can clean up the high ground. Buybacks are coming out from Dire, but it's just nothing they can do. All the 3 cores are up in their face, and it's time to continue farming the last remaining members of Team Tough. It's a dieback for Seime's off lane, and the G's are going to get dropped as well. Looking for the Rampage.
But he might give it
He wants
to him.
it. Go for it,
Hey.
Rampage!
And he dies. What a noob. Giving that 10
What,
kill
second
streak
death?
over to the Willow, yeah. And the second death of the game, and this is why you and I believe in the Sanctity supremacy. He is such a good player if you just give him the reins to be able to do so. He can play make if he wants to, and we can see there's a lot of smiles coming through from Seh, especially, but yeah, this lineup's looking pretty solid. I love Krish and the ability for him to adapt to what's needed for him in this game. You know, very, very rarely do you see a position 1 where you get told, hey, you're actually playing as like the pure space maker. Normally you get a little bit of help from your position 3, but no, he did it on his own, and every single time they made rotations with that Tusk Disruptor Embo trio, it was the other 2 farming. I think this was an exceptional game played by QWE.
Yeah, it was. And that was just their first game as well. So it's going to be very exciting to see how this team is able to continue to develop, considering they came through the qualifiers. They do have some tough teams to go up against. I think everyone's really looking at how they're going to be able to perform versus Boom. But if people knew these boys from Lil Gun, and we've seen what Chris was able to do. He hasn't had like many stints on teams. Really, the one that we saw him on TNC again for a little bit, and then we saw him with the Team D stack was where
he was on Entity
Ponlo, I
as
can't
well back
remember.
when it was Ponlo, VT faded, and I think Death was on that one as well. He was actually on Entity as well when it was like purely an Indian org as well before they branched out to Western Europe. So he's doing his country proud, and
he's grinding.
He's grinding for sure. I mean, you mentioned TNC before. A lot of people who remember the first season of the first DPC, Lil Gun were the giant slayers,
True.
being able to take out TNC, make sure they were a little bit short on DPC points, all that crazy sort of stuff. It's crazy how Dota comes full circle, huh?
Yes, it is indeed. So, honestly, a very convincing series victory for the boys on QWE. And we were starting the series off by saying that they've had some recent series against each other where we saw in the qualifiers. The second open qualifier, Team Tough were actually able to beat QWE, but then the closed qualifiers, QWE 2-0'd them, and they were pretty convincing games. And it looks like that trend continue as well. So far they've got their number, but of course for Team Tough, they're going to drop down to 0-2. So definitely not the start they were hoping for in Division 2 currently. Of course, they've still got multiple series left up their sleeve, but hopefully they're able to pull it around the corner pretty shortly.
I'm breathing a bit of a sigh of relief that my dramatic call when it was a 2k net worth lead didn't come and bite me back on the ass, but it really does feel like they were so far in front, and just the way that they were playing, it was very clear that they knew what they needed to do at each stage of the game and what was required to make that happen. So I really appreciate the way that they were able to play it, and this is a really promising stack. Probably one of my top 4 favorites here for the region.
Top 4, you reckon?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think so.
All right. Well, we'll see. I would agree. I don't know who I think that second team to get out of the division is going to be, though. I'm trying to look at all the... No, I think Boom will make it, but I don't know who the second team will be.
Oh,
Yeah.
Putting a lot of stress, expectations on Boom, perhaps.
Man,
One
they
team got very
deserve it.
close.
It's Boom. Come on.
No one deserves it. No one deserves anything. We've seen that across every single region. No one is safe.
Sure, but I mean, like, they deserve the pressure. They to get back to where they are. But we got an interview. We don't have to worry about other teams. We do have an interview. It's going to be the lovely Seth joining us as well. Firstly, Seth, congratulations. How are you feeling? How are the boys feeling with your performance? You guys happy?
First of all, thanks. We are feeling pretty good. Yeah, the first 2 series we were confident, and I'm happy that we didn't have to go through a hassle, I would say.
Mm-hmm. With your previous matchups against Team Tough in the closed qualifiers, you beat them in pretty similar fashion. It was pretty solid. But in the qualifiers before that, you actually had a little bit more trouble. Was that something that you've learned how to address them specifically, or is it more learnings about how you guys played that you changed up for this?
I would say the Doom ban was important against them. And that best of one was we just forgot about the Doom and they grabbed it, and their Doom is good. So yeah, the game was still like could have gone either way, but by giving them Doom, we gave them a big chance, I would say. This time we were just no Doom, so no problem.
What was the team comms like after that game 1 draft finished? Because it didn't really look regular, the draft that Team Tough had. You know, that you had a Coddle playing in a weird position. Well, not weird position, but like you had an number 1, you had off-laners. Like everyone was kind of debating on how this game was going to turn out because they didn't really have that true hard carry. What was the comms like on your end?
We didn't really talk about it that much. We knew that we just had to hit our timings. Yeah, and as you said, they didn't have any hard carry, which they more usually do. So we were like, okay, just get items. They cannot really win, and they can't push because we have T-push, a lot of T-push. Rubik, Chikiro.
Cool. Sorry, I'm going to keep asking things, Aries. We commented on the fact that when they were playing on Lil Gun, Ace 423 and Sanctity, it was those two in the side lane that were paired together. Was that a deliberate decision that they said we want to stay laning together because we've got this existing history, or was it more of a thing of I want to play 4 now, and then you just slotted in the position 5? Like, how did that discussion happen?
It just gradually we just went with this, like Christian, me, and 423 and Ace, because first actually it was Ace and Chris laning, like when you started screaming, and it didn't turn out well because of some language barrier, I would say. And with Chris, I'm way more comfortable than Ace is.
Cool. Love to hear it. You can ask a few things, Aries. I still want to ask some stuff, but I'll let you have a turn.
Okay, sure. How do you and Krish work on your laning? Do you guys like duo queue together? Do you even lane versus your 3 and your 4? Like, how do you guys practice your lanes together?
We don't really do anything special, really. We just watch replays of our own, maybe some pro players. That's it. We don't really. It doesn't really matter if it's like offlane or safe lane.
Okay. And are you guys watching those replays together, or is it mainly just individual things, like everyone has their own homework, or are you guys doing stuff a lot as a team?
Individual homework, I'm not sure, because we're kind of chill with the practicing. We don't scream much, and we don't have we're just 5 players. We don't have any coach to to keep an eye on us. So I don't know about the other 4. I do it occasionally. Yeah, that's it.
5 players looking good. Daniel, last question.
My thing was you've obviously had some stints on other teams, like Neon, for example, and I know when you were there, you had some non-Dota related issues, just with like you personally and your health. Is everything okay now? Are you in a good space to be able to play and compete at the high level?
Yeah, but I wasn't really I didn't have a problem with like outside of
Okay.
Olympics when it was
Okay,
when I was in Neo Olympics.
that's good then. Well, you're looking
It's
really
fine.
impressive so far. That's
Like
that's-
dollar-wise, I got better than I was like 100%.
yeah, lots of stuff to learn from. So, yeah, are you guys looking for a coach out of curiosity or anything like that, or sponsors? Here's the chance to be able to, put the word out if you were looking for it.
We are looking for it, but not. We have like some sponsors offering us. Well, we are looking for it. Yeah.
Okay.
About coach,
So contact-
I'm not sure. Like I don't think we can afford coach on our own, because it's really the organization's decision, and we don't have an org. So
Well, hopefully the sponsors, if they come through, hopefully they're able to help out. Congratulations. Thank you for the interview, and look forward to seeing you more throughout the season as well.
sure. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, Danok, there we go. Second series done, and thus we got one more series, though. It's a hype one. We got Boom versus XERXIA. So Boom getting to play their second series, XERXIA as well getting to play their second series. Both these two teams are currently undefeated. So we'll see. That's going to be an exciting battle between those teams, and we'll see what we have in store for us after the break.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Southeast Asian DPC Division 2. Nice cup of coffee in, well, what is for me the afternoon currently. But looking forward to seeing what we can show you here. Today, it's going to be solo dolo DK. There are some technical issues, unfortunately, for my co-caster, so you're going to have to deal with only me here for this showdown. Luckily enough, we do have a very good match. Boom Esports versus XERXIA. Both teams currently at the top of the board, obviously, because they've only played one match before. But that does mean that they are both unbeaten so far. Of course, Boom Esports, a team that needs no further introduction in the Southeast Asian region. A pretty scary lineup to boot, and definitely will be expecting to see them do a lot of nasty stuff here. There we have it, the matchup. The shininess is pretty nice from the logos, but yeah, Boom Esports team, I mean, what more is there to say? Everyone pretty much expects them to make it to Division 1 after the season again. Their opponents, though, no easy targets whatsoever. They are a pretty deadly squad in their own rights. XERXIA have some pretty immensely good players in their roster. Currently, the draft will be starting momentarily, but XERXIA, their only match that they have played was against, quickly gonna have to get my cheat sheet out of there. Oh yeah, they played against Team Tough. Of course, Team Tough just lost their match 2-0 to QWE, another team that honestly is vying for that top spot in the region currently already. The XERXIA lineup is, I mean, they're no easy targets to beat. The match that they had against Team Tough got a little bit close, so that's the only thing that is problematic for them. But then again, Boom also had a lot of chinks in their defense. They had some matches where it got pretty, the second match, especially last time, was pretty close. It almost went wrong, but they did manage to get it back up after a couple of mistakes by Spawn Team. Spawn Team is, I mean, they even said it themselves when we interviewed FBZ. Spawn Team was one of the strong teams that they were kind of afraid of, or how far afraid are you in that regard? But they will be taking on now XERXIA to see who's going to be topping the board together with QWE and QWE X Lil Gun, whatever you want to call them right now. Is they're looking really good. I really am looking forward towards the matchup between Boom, QWE, and Myth Avenue Gaming. Like, those three teams especially is what I want to see, even though Myth Avenue Gaming did lose against UDV, but the draft seems to be live, and we'll be jumping in because the first 4 heroes have already been secured. As you can see, one side's got the push with the ENG Beastmaster from Boom Esports, and on the opposing side, we got XERXIA with the Clockwork plus good old Death Prophet. Well, they both have a lot of push, nice initiation, good vision gain as well. Clockwork and Beastmaster both do exactly that. Gain a ton of vision for their allies and their team. Does work well with a couple of specific heroes in that regard. Tinker's always one in mind, even though I haven't seen as much Tinker as I would have expected in this current season of DPC. The win rates on the hero are really high. Hell, Nepo is an incredibly high win rate at the moment, but it never gets picked. It doesn't get picked just yet. I guess for Pro Team, it is doable to counter it, but that Ags is disgusting. Let's see. Beastmaster. Okay, so they banned the Night Stalker. If you pick Beastmaster and the enemy has Night Stalker, he gets the shard, he eats up the Helm of the Overlord creep. I have seen some Beastmasters. As a matter of fact, last night I casted a match of, I think it was Mr. Jeans that played Beastmaster mid, went for BKB into drums. Did not go that well, but the drums build has been creeping up a little bit more, especially if you can't really summon any creeps with the Beastmaster. It feels a little bit wonky. Otherwise, be running with a Beastmaster that has no creeps. So you just gotta ruffle up some drums, even though I think that the drums need a pretty hefty buff. The fact that you can silence or stun him and it interrupts the entire charge is a little bit broken. Gyrocopter. Could be a support, could be, of course, a safe lane gyro as well. I've seen both being played recently, slightly more the support than the safe lane gyro. You get a failed Discord, you do a lot of magic damage at that point with the shard added in on the gyrocopter as well. It's pretty nasty. It's a hero that has enough burst to take down the Enchantress. Considering Enchantress, of course, gets untouchable at level 6, and then it's really hard to clear most of the time. Well, let's see. What are the other choices going to be? Naga gets banned out a lot in this batch. Also, obviously, we are in Southeast Asia, so Broodmother and Nate's Prophet both got banned out. Not too surprising. Morphling picked up is actually a neat one. If this is a safe lane gyro, you turn into the gyro, you get yourselves the flat cannon, but cooler and sexier, especially if you get the Ags. Still all those nice stats, but anti-mages, that's a neat little hero there to deal with the Morphling. You drain the mana of Morphling can't even swap between stats anymore. The hero just halts in its movements completely. It's also decent against the other heroes because you can spell Reflect Roar, Disruptor. Is a bit more problematic. That is going to force you to get a BKB, but if you jump on Disruptor, 2 hits, Disruptor is gone, finished. It's also a hero that tends to have a pretty big mana pool compared to its HP pool, so if there's, and his spells cost a lot, so if you drain his mana, you just hit him with the Mana Void and boom, entire team is dead. So I like the anti-mage pick here. Last pick still need to be made. I assume... Actually, I don't know what to assume. DP can go mid. DP can go off lane. Beastmaster's probably off lane. Could still be mid. But we'll have to see how they want to finish up this draft. Because, of course, Morphling and Anti-Mage are both heroes that need 2-3 items to really take off. And that's the only downside, I would say. You need time to build up, and that's why DP is a great hero. Beastmaster as well can roam around a little bit earlier. So it's a neat little addition, I would say. Especially if you get a mid laner like, let's say, Kunkka, Ember. Ember's been looking actually, Ember's banned, DK's blind. But something that's a little bit more active early game so that you can get enough time for anti-mage / Morphling to farm, because that's going to be a struggle. Anti-mage, what does he need? He needs, most of the time, Battle Fury, Battle Fury, Manta Style, Basher, or Battle Fury. In this game, I would say Battle Fury, Manta Style, possibly BKB, because if he gets caught in Static Storm Kinetic Field, very likely he's just going to straight up die. Morphling does bring a lot of right-click damage. The magic damage ain't too great on the opposing side. Morphling, does he need an early BKB? Not necessarily. I think just a lot of stats. They have Hookshot, which pierces BKB, Homing Missile, which honestly, who cares about that? Death Prophet, Silence. Like the control on XERXIA is very lackluster currently. Homing Missile is, I mean, I wouldn't even call it a skill shot. It's easily counterable. Especially if Morphling morphs into Anti-Mage and then uses the Spell Reflect from Anti-Mage to reflect back the Homing Missile. That also works. Then you only have to fear Hookshot from Clockwork as a stun, or if Anti-Mage gets his Battle Fury, then that. But definitely looking like an Aghanim Scepter build for the Morphling, because turning into the Anti-Mage seems very solid. Get extra 70 attack speed, a stolen, plus the, of course, 20% stats that you yoink away from the Anti-Mage, nerfing him into the ground. I'm wondering, can you Spell Reflect Morph? And if you do, would you then steal the stats of Morphling instead? That's an interesting one. That's a mechanic that I'd have to check, because I know you can't spell steal morph as a Rubik, because that would be weird. So how would that interaction go? Oh well. Something I'll have to demo after this game. Pango! Yeah, one of the few heroes that really still loves the Diffusal Blade in this current patch. Can be very dominant as well. Early playmaker, especially if you get the vision from the Beastmaster. The lockdown on Boom Esports is solid. The one on XERXIA is slightly less so. I mean, preferably you'd like to pick a Bloodseeker, but Bloodseeker mid, anti-mage safe lane, that seems to be very, 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 very greedy. What other choices against the Pangolier? Puck's Band Quap, maybe? I don't know. Glimpse is so nasty to deal with. Maybe a hero that deals with Glimpse. OD? I don't see enough ODs. I mean, with your ulti, you just like one-shot the Morphling, which is nice. It's a save against Disruptor Glimpse. It's possibly a save against Pango Roll. Hell, it's a save for anything to keep your allies alive. It is very greedy, though. It is going to be a Coddle. That's a hero I did not expect. I guess Coddle. Okay. That's an interesting choice. So it is going to be a Coddle mid with a offlane DP in this case. I guess Spirit Vessel is a nice item to rush this game on the Coddle. Maybe an Orchid. It does mean that mid lane should be pretty even Stevens between the two sides. Like Coddle farms, Pango farms, both of them are happy, but then eventually it feels like Pango has a lot more influence with the farm that he creates. Though high ground pushing is pretty nasty against the Coddle later down the line. I guess that might be an avenue that they're looking at currently on XERXIA. You know, defending the lanes, delaying the game until anti-mage gets fat enough, then you go ham. We'll have to wait and see. Currently, I like Boom Esports' draft more because they only have Gyro Stun, Clockwork Hook Shot as stuns. Those are the only two actual stuns that they have on XERXIA. Of course, you have blinds and slows and silences. But yeah, it's very little control, and a Morphling is hard to control. A Pangolier is incredibly hard to control. So I think Yopaj is going to have a pretty free game this time around. The Coddle is pretty fast though. His movement speed is rather big. If you get bots, you can dodge the Pango roll all the time. But the other heroes are going to be an interesting one. Laning stage-wise, I don't really know which lane I would...
I'll give them a drubbing they'll not soon forget.
Mid, I don't think anything's going to happen. It is a Beastmaster plus ENG lane? Oh my god, that is such a horrible lane to deal with. They're going to be creeps badgering the anti-mage the entire time. That one is disgusting. Enchant plus Boars, and then Gyrocopter can't really defend against it because he has to use his Rocket Barrage to harass them away or kill the creeps, and if they're like 2-3 creeps, then you can't even touch them.
That's more like it.
So I think anti-mage is going to struggle in his lane unless he gets really aggressive, but even if you drain the mana of Beastmaster, he does not really care. He can just, right-click. On the opposing side, Morphling plus Disruptor up against a DP plus Clockwork. Morphling should be fine there. I mean, once Morphling gets level 6, he just turns into DP, does some Spirit Siphon shenanigans, can't die. They also don't have any heavy burst lockdown on that lane for XERXIA. Honestly, I think all 3 lanes are favoring Boom right now, which is a little bit scary for XERXIA.
How disappointing.
They do have anti-mage. Karma has already queued up the Vanguard, knowing exactly what he needs to do this game. And that is get the Vanguard, otherwise you're not going to survive the lane. All the little hits coming out from the Boars plus the Enchantress are just going to be a bit too, and the Enchantress creeps obviously are just going to be a little bit too much to handle.
I'll give them a drubbing they'll not soon forget.
So you need the damage mitigation from the Vanguard. And you can, of course, split it open later to get the Battle Fury from it.
30 seconds.
Or
to
one
battle.
piece, and the other piece you can just put into another Vanguard, or, yeah, no, probably another Vanguard if you want to go for the Abyssal Blade at that point. Lots of pinging. Currently, early brawl. Do we get to see any fun stuff? Or is it just going to be a straight up 2-for-2 trade?
The battle begins.
Actually, yeah, it does seem to be the case. Bit of a harass. Xnova taking some damage, but the battery assault's about to end. Glimpse was level.
They'll not soon forget.
Well, at least they forced out the Disruptor level 1 Glimpse, which makes the lane slightly easier. Well, not really that much. I don't think that Thunderstrike is necessarily that strong. JG versus Joe Pudge mid. Yeah, that's kind of what you can expect. It's really a situation of one of them has to make a big mistake. As we saw Joe Pudge in the first series, he does not really make that many mistakes. Upside, level 1 Nature's Attendants. Okay, so they're more looking to sustain the lane instead of harass or bully out. Aja is doing a good job of first making sure that there are no creeps to even pick up as the Enchantress. I mean, he goes... He's going as far on XERXIA's side to counter his own small camp to make sure Enchantress doesn't get any creeps. That's how terrified they are of the swarm of creeps coming up in the top lane. And bottom side... Yeah, Xnova can definitely die. If Bombi walks out of position, can also die, but I don't think Natsumi or Rupido should really falter in that lane. Whereas in the mid matchup,
Calm down.
Joe Pudge is my idol. He's looking good. But first blood is in the bottom lane because DK Truman does not always pay the most attention in the world. Okay, Bombi gets caught out. I guess he got glimpsed out of position. Natsumi does do significant damage on a hero like a Clockwork at this stage. Clockwork needs to be careful. There's no glimpse yet. So Bombi should be fine. Well, we have Karma actually dying in the top lane. Yep. Enchant, level 1. The slow is nasty. Anti-Mage is not really that strong. He is able to buy the Ring of Health right now to be able to sustain. 2 chills coming in for Boom on the side lanes. It's not starting off as well as they'd like. Mid lane, ooh, JG taking a lot of damage there from Yopudge. Pottle, of course, not a hero that builds a bottle, so he's reliant on not just slight regeneration coming out. What's up with all these side lane kills? I'm just relaxing, looking at that mid lane. Alex Nova is the one getting caught out. Okay, now, ergo, that means top lane is the next area where we should see a little bit of an engagement coming through. Wild Wing Ripper picked up by the Enchantress. Trying to just bully him out. Force him back possibly with the Hurricane later down the line. And Jaja is doing his utmost to make sure that there's no big creeps spawning next to the lane top. Turns back onto Rapido. Taking some significant damage. He's trying to sustain with the Spirit Siphon. Second Siphon comes out, dropping low, is out of mana. There comes Bombi. Is it enough to keep him alive? And yes, Rapido just survives. Bombi walks in the nick of time, and DP is there. That can sustain pretty heavily. Does have the mana, the Arcane Boots now, but needs to wait a while for another Spirit Siphon available. On top side, FBZ's mana gets drained, but he's got a Helm of Iron Will, and he cares very little about physical damage. Here comes Zephyr. He's got a new creep. Ready to rumble. Centaur Conqueror. The slowest chase of your life. Actually, Zephyr has the enchant, so you can slow down Jaja. And maybe FBZ's got Wild Axes. Centaur Stomp misses. Yeah, the gyro should be fine.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Mid lane still even Stevens. Yopaj actually being forced back currently by JG.
Radiant's middle tower
is going for the bots level 1 immediate rush on Coddle. And honestly, if he gets the bots at a good timing, he can help the side lanes out pretty effectively. D-push is incredibly important in this game against the Beastmaster Enchantress, as we've already seen the creep army getting ready in the top lane. He's also going for the Helm of the Overlord on the Beastmaster, so no drum shenanigans. They're starting to roam towards mid to defend runes. It is going to be a rune bottom. Double damage picked up to be picked up by Yopaj after they kill off Bombi. On top side, Zephyr's on the run, has level 1 Mage's Attendance. He's trying to stay alive. Magic Stick could keep him going for just a bit longer. But finished off. The Gyrocopter, Rocket Barrage Spam, too much to handle, and he does get run down on that Enchantress. A couple of kills in return coming here for XERXIA. Currently, it is Natsumi on top of the net worth chart. They, of course, have killed his name. He's going to go for the Morbid Mask, which is not too shabby. Bottom lane, comes back. Bombi taking some damage. Natsumi's going for the fight. Wait from forward. Finds Bombi. Xnova is actually the one getting the Bombi kill. Rupido going to fill in and finish off Xnova. Nope, he will not. Good TP. Just TP. Get away. Scot-free. Bye-bye. Ooh, JG with a nice Observer would deny. It's always sadness.
Where's my pension?
Oh, Yopaj with the double damage heading toward Jaja. Frostbuckle doesn't connect, but he's got a Rolling Thunder if need be. He's not using it. Actually, they're not gonna really go in there.
Denied.
By the way, in the top dire jungle, Jaja has counted his own creep camp there to make sure that the Enchantress doesn't get any good creeps from it. That's how far he's going to make sure that the Enchantress does not have the bully damage onto Karma. You know that camp is pretty important for the Coddle most of the time, because that's one of the two camps that you can stack very easily. Hell, as Dire, you can stack 3 camps at the same time, which as Radiant is impossible. Oh, nice heal there, JG with his own Illuminate Blast. Yopaj, Rolling Thunder has been used. Rotation comes out from Jaja, walking up the high ground. There's 3 enemies nearby. There is going to be another heal blast coming through. They're chasing for more. Lots of damage by JG. Gets glimpsed back. Xnova is going to survive, it seems. Zephyr on the side being hunted, but there's the Wild Wing Ripper making sure that the Rocket Barrage spam does not harm Zephyr as much. A lot of damage dealt, but also enough sustain from JG to make sure no one dies. Topside Karma, Mana Void does 200 damage. Slash care. Oh no, he used Mana Void on me. Oh no, what will he do? Roar comes out, Karma is being charged at, doesn't get taken down. Wild Wing Ripper sends him back, Karma blinks forward. He's dropping very low. Right click. Is it going to be enough? Yes, it is. Kill secured and another kill on to Karma. Big kill. Anti-Mage has his Vanguard, but
Dire's top tower is under attack.
does not keep him alive as much as he'd like. X-Nova towards mid, being charged up by JG. Illuminate Blast comes out. X-Nova will falter. Yopa's actually looking for the Bombi kill in response, so a 1-for-1 trade towards mid. And an immediate TP by JG towards top. With the boots of travel, making sure that the tier 1 tower will not be claimed just yet. And this is what the Kato needs to do pretty much this entire game. It's just D-push. Constant D-push.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Bombi denies a regen pickup. It's going to cost him his life. And he just respawned as well.
Don't let it get to you. Don't get a chance.
Radiant's bottom tower is
JG
under
the
attack.
Spirit Vessel, that's not too surprising. You're playing against a Morphling, and even the Enchantress has level 2 in Aegis Attendant, so having the Spirit Vessel is always going to be a very big plus. It is an item that lately has felt like it only has like a shelf life of about till 20 minutes, and then the item feels like it's just started to become really useless.
Dire's top tower
At that point, you got a Morphling with the Manta style. Yeah, that's it. You have a Morphling with the Manta style, and then he does not care
Dire's
really.
middle tower is under attack.
FBZ, top lane, tier 1 tower gets secured. The D-push is not strong enough. Especially not once the Helm of the Overlord comes out, because then that creep does not give a hoot about the Kato. Net worth-wise, XERXIA is doing a pretty good job. Bombi's got decent farm, even though he died 5 times. And FPC, even with that tier 1 tower top taken, did struggle a little bit in the lane, couldn't use his wild axes to last hit. Couldn't summon enough boars the entire time because the mana just got constantly drained. Didn't die though. And Natsumi was just in general never harmed. Almost level 9, a full level ahead of the anti-mage. Is doing a terrific job at just farming. Bloom spawn, glimpse back. Jaja gonna get caught. Rolling Thunder comes in. Do they have a way of helping him? Knocked up to the high ground. Hookshot actually from Bombi to try and hold Yopaj in place. But Yopaj will just roll himself back to safety, even as a swashbuckle and shield crash to get over the cliff. If need be. Well, FBZ finds himself. JG Coddle is a huge kill if he can find it. The cogs, though! The cogs from Bombi are perfect. Luckily enough, Yopaj just barely manages to scrape by with the swashbuckle, taking down JG. Bombi is going to be a second one down, and they do manage to turn that one in their favor. Boom now with a 2k net worth advantage. Starting to look very aggressively around the map. They've got good vision as well in the Dire's jungle with those 2 observer wards. It's pretty much going to force... I mean, Anti-Mage has been on the opposite end of the map the entire time. It's farming up jungle camps, uses Mana Void to even farm a little bit faster.
Radiant are scanning.
Magic
They have the nasty pause. Yep, look. The new Valve pause. It's great. It's great. Everyone's like, oh, F9. Everyone press it at the same time. Pause on pause. Pause on pause. Pause on pause. Yep. Pause bug. I still don't know why that's a thing. But maybe in the big patch that's coming up in a couple of weeks, that will be fixed. Hope to God. Looking for FBZ. Hookshot's not going to connect, but Bombi does get himself the Thunderstorm jump on towards FBZ. Blocks his exit as well. Illuminate Blast does a lot of damage. FBZ, can he get away? No, he cannot. He's even throwing down Seeds of Serenity. Please! Seeds, help me. Keep me alive. Let me go. It does keep them occupied long enough. Actually, the battery assault interrupts Rolling Thunder. Yopaj still can't get it off. Finally, he does manage to get the Rolling Thunder going. It's dropping very low, but taken down by the Exorcism. Zephyr is going to be the next target. JG is getting himself some earn charges here. And they find 3 kills. It only cost them Bombi, but what a play from Bombi. That one was actually really top notch. The hook shot lands onto, of course, the wolves
Radiant's middle tower
or boars,
is under attack.
and then he uses the Tumbler Story to just get that slight little advantage forward and make sure that he gets on top of FBC. Interrupts the Rolling Thunder for quite some time as well. Right now, Xnova taking an Illuminate Blast is going to get taken down, but Rukido is stuck. Does have a mech to heal up. Roar comes out. JG. Can they keep Rukido alive? No, the last hit from the creep comes in. Bombi tries hook shot, but misses JG there.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Even though Yopaj misses a couple of swashbuckles as well, because Bombi is sidestepping like an absolute G.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He should be just fine.
Dire's middle
Walker
tower
gets himself
has
out of there.
fallen.
In the meantime, mid-tier 1 gets secured by Natsumi, who's close to his ultimate orb, aka his Manta Style, is very close to being done. And he'll have it done about the same time as JG has his Spirit Vessel. Oh, Jaja Gyro. Trying to run away. Nice silence there. Yopaj, he's getting interrupted in his Rolling Thunder attempts the entire game. Like silencers, hook shots, battery assault, interruptions. And that for a lineup that has very little ways of actually interrupting Rolling Thunder. But they still managed to do it so many times in a row on the side of XERXIA. It's pretty impressive. Oh, had a dip. Twitch comes out, Bombi is caught, does have a hook shot. He's actually going in. Ballsy move, they spot, no, Xnova has little mana, but he also has a tiny mana pool, so that's the only downside. And now Bombi, help me, master. He'll be finished off. It's been very impactful this game, even though he's died 8 times. Karma now has the money for his Battle Fury, so that's at least going to be done. It's not the fastest one. It's a pretty late one, but he does have more pieces, of course. He does have his full boost and Vitality boost there. Already done. Guess he's going to start his Manta Style build right now. Natsumi's got his already finished with the Morbid Mask. Even still has an infused 4 infused raindrop charges. They're heading out. Boom smoked up, looking for a fight. Raja lying in wait, spotting out that there's a range creep walking about, so they know that there's a smoke shenanigan coming out, and the smoke has been broken. Are they going Roche? They have a lineup that takes Roche pretty quickly, with of course the Morphling and the Beastmaster and all of his auras. And they are going to head into the pit. Rocket Flare has been used, so they can't scout out the Roche pit. Will they even be able to respond is the question here. I don't think they know. Yeah, they're playing distraction here. Rolling Thunder from Yopaj. Jaja is dropping low, does get healed up. Yopaj gets a little bit stuck. And actually, Jaja is going to stay alive, but doing all of that, the Morphling finishes off Roshan. The Gyrocopter will eventually die. Indeed.
Tis mine.
Yopaj has had some troubles, but still he's 4-1-4 this game. Karma glimpse back, some connect field. He's stuck, going for the straight TP. And just barely gets the TP out. FPZ though. Why is FPZ behind the enemy tier 2 tower when his teammates are on the other side of the map? Like, we know Fango just TP towards the bottom lane. This was really greedy from FPZ. Actually not even chasing the Ancient Granite Golem for the extra cash. Opudge has his Rolling Thunder available again. They still have that Morphling Aegis. He's got 2.5k extra after getting the Aegis. Scary prospect. Vito is going for a BKB next. They do have Roar that pierces BKB. It's the only thing that they have that pierces BKB though on the side of Boom. The moment he pops his XO BKB, he'll probably get roared on the DP. He is going for the anti-Morphling build. First Heaven's Halberd afterwards. Auto Octarine Core. Actually bought out the recipe first. Huh. For the Aether Lens. I mean, the plus side is that you can just send your courier to the outpost and buy the other two pieces.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
So currently Karma is actually catching up pretty quickly in terms of net worth up towards Natsumi. He's now second, and he's got his Yasha done on the anti-mage. Xnova's gonna get spotted out, quickly hook-shotted upon, and the magic damage should be enough to kill him off pretty effectively.
Dire's bottom tower is
A
under
little
attack.
bit on the scarier side. Natsumi, though, has his full Aghanim Scepter almost done. If you Ags turn into Anti-Mage, do you also get the Blink Fragment spell?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Or you can send out 3 illusions? Or is that tied to your ulti?
Precious bounty.
Or is it I don't know. We'll see. We'll have to keep our eye on the Morphling. Okay, Natsumi. Easy kill onto the Clockwork. Rolling Thunder from Yopaj in the opposite direction because the second support is there. Jaja Gyro knows he's going to die. He's just trying to deal as much damage as possible before he falters. Natsumi's Aegis is still up for 1 minute and 20 seconds. Oh, FBZ being jumped. Bottom lane, again, FBZ caught out. His team, you know, they make plays on the opposite side of the map. And because of that, XERXIA, no, there's no one nearby. We can get that free kill onto FBZ. He's playing a lot of solo dolo stuff on that Beastmaster. Zephyr gets spotted out. Hookshot onto 2. Oh my god, Bumby pushes back Zephyr. Unfortunately, did not get the push back onto Yopaj. But Zephyr should die. Healing still significantly. But Spirit Vessel made sure not all the healing came right through. Exorcism was used though. That's going to be on cooldown for quite some time. So it does get the trade-off with the Morphling not being able to get his Aegis going for the next round. Karma needs to be a bit careful. They scanned him that he was in the area. Jaja is actually the one right now that is possibly tanking the smoke. Oh, Karma. Oh, Karma. He's waiting for the creep camp to spawn, but there's the glimpse. Does Karma get away? Static Storm is available. Xnova times it to perfection, knowing when Blink will be off cooldown. Rolling Thunder, is it going to be enough damage? It seems not. They're actually going to lose Xnova in response. Rolling Thunder is on cooldown now. The rest of the team needs to bail out. Karma's actually trying to drain Yopaj's mana, but in comes Natsumi, turns into the anti-mage, and there we have a nasty AM. Morphling, chasing for more, and he does not actually get the Aghanim Scepter effect from the anti-mage, but regardless, he is doing disgusting stuff. He's playing the anti-mage, but better. Bots the stat, stolen attack speed. Natsumi double kill secured. Let's go. There we've got the big bully for Boom. They will finally be able to take the tier 2 tower top.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
XERXIA trying to push them away for as much as he can, kill off the creeps.
Is under attack.
Away, AM has no chance. Actually, Bumby is going to get caught on the side as well while the pushing continues.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Natsumi is already, he's done with the Eagle song. Butterfly is not going to take long whatsoever.
Dire's top barracks are under
Let's get stunned by the homing missile though.
Dire's structures are fortified.
A gift from the tempest of battle.
Melee racks are still standing. Is Natsumi actually going for the melee rack skill? Get stunned. Be a little bit careful. Nice swashbuckle in. There is a Rolling Thunder available. Pango goes... Yeah, they're going for the chase. Natsumi Spirit Vesseled up. But there's the Rolling Thunder coming up from Yopaj. Manaboy. Natsumi's going to get bursted by Karma. Roar in response. But they're trying to get away. Great hook shot. Bumby interrupts the Yopaj TP. And now Yopaj is on the wrong side. He's in the enemy's base. Bumby's trying to catch up to him. Yopaj, he's got a blink, but he can't use it because he's constantly taking tick damage. Now the Spirit Vessel connects on him as well. And the Pangolier falls. Again, a great catch by Bumby. They find the 2 main cores. They did lose a full set of racks.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Well, the net worth-wise, it's still a pretty close game, even though that Morphling feels dangerous. Very, very dangerous. Nova looking for a possible glimpse. Who can he take with him? The 2 supports are just
Radiant's middle tower
dead
is under attack.
most of the time. Bombi has a hook shot, but there are so many creeps blocking the hook shot. Oh no! Shasha, move to the side, you dingus! Why you let me die? Oh, JG trying to heal up Bombi. Still alive. Or not much longer, he does eventually falter. Glimpse actually onto JG's caught in stack some kinetic field. Oh no! Save your buddy syndrome! The Koteru! Why you do that, Koteru?
Radiant's top tower has
Luckily,
fallen.
not take two will stop. He's going for Lincoln, the roar glimpse. Shenanigans the entire time. Very defensive.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And the tower secured. Now only
Dire's bottom
shielded
tower
is
has fallen.
standing for 8k net worth advantage. Next item for the Cardo is going to be Ag. I love the Will-O-Wisp. I think it's amazing. I don't think it's... I mean, maybe. The control is pretty neat. Especially against, like, the Beastmaster and all the minions. Shot in. Quick kill onto X-Nova. Yopaj pump fake. He's got Ags on Yopaj now, so once the bash, the team fights are going to be so much scarier from XERXIA. Findings and catches specific pushes that are very effective.
Running with the pack.
Oh, the Saturn. Oh, the money. That's for scouting it with all their minions. They have as well. Old Beast is screwed up that he wanted the shard, but instead he's actually going for a spike. this game on the Peacemaster. Morphling's got the full-on butterfly ready. He's going for the Ags shard next. They get a catch onto Karma. Does he get pushed over? Yeah, he did get pushed over, but did they have the damage to take him down is the big question. He does get controlled, and yes, indeed, great rolling thunder from Yopaj. And even Rupido gets just nuked down. Natsumi, look at that anti-mage clone just rushing him down completely. It's a 3-for-1 trade, but they only lost Xnova. Who cares about Xnova? Great rolling thunder there, and just barely being able to hold the anti-mage down enough.
Dire's bottom tower.
Natsumi just pushing high ground. His teammates are finally closing in, but yeah, the melee racks are gone. There's no buyback available on XERXIA. There's no way that they can keep Natsumi at bay at this point.
Dire's bottom barracks has fallen.
This one set of racks that keeps XERXIA away from being mega. Towards the road pit. Natsumi is just going to go for that Aegis plus shot. They are smoked up though. But Zephyr is blocking the entry points. And they will spot it out. Roach is up low. Hook shot's good enough. Possibly is it going to be there? The hook shot comes in onto the Yopaj rolling thunder into the pit. Who's going to grab it? Rupido actually steals the Aegis and the shard. And Anti-Mage is in trouble. Karma is being locked and loaded now, but he gets pushed over the cliff. And right now, Morphling is dead. They're hunting for more. FPC is going to be chased down. Mana Void's available. Gets taken down. Xnova is trying to run. Gets the glimpse off onto Karma. Oh, sorry, onto JG, but it's going to be Karma that will be able to hunt for more. Homing missile chasing into Oblivion onto Yopaj, my idol. He's going to get stunned up. Can they get the catch? There is a silence available. Yopaj does not have a way out of this silence. The only tool he has at his ready is going to be that roll up to dodge this stun. And he does do it perfectly, but Karma is very fast. Yopaj's going to go for the blink. Does he get the catch? Oh, he misses the shot. But it is a horrific, huge, gigantic, magnificent team fight victory for XERXIA. With that Morphling getting taken down first, stealing the Aegis, stealing the shard as well. Glorious. Actually got the shard. Did he give it to the supports? Clockwork? He didn't take it himself on the DP. So I guess he gave it either to the Gyro or the Clockwork. I think he gave it to the Clockwork. No, he definitely gave it to Clock because Gyro's had his shard for a while. So Clock is almost done with his Ags. Then he also has shard. So he's going to be very nasty in those team fights. AoE battery assault and shenanigans.
Radiant are scanning.
Rolling thunder in, blink back, Stag Storm does not connect. He's going for the BKB next onto Anti-Mage. Karma is gone. They lose Jaja. That's a risk or a sacrifice that Karma is willing to make. One set of racks is all they have. Net worth wise, they're pretty close. Tito is filling up that Evans Albert. Afterwards, the Shiva's another tool that is really handy this game. AG actually also went for Lincolns instead of the Ags. So they have two Lincolnses now on XERXIA. Anti-Mage, Battle Fury is... sorry, BKB is almost done as well. 5k net with lead. It's so minimal. That's the thing. It's so freaking minimal between the two sides. Morphin's going for zone BKB. I think there might be some connection issues. I will try something. Maybe that will fix it. Be right back. Hopefully, the lag is now subsided. The problems are gone. Karma's going to get jumped. He doesn't have a BKB, actually. Inside the sex zone, kinetic field. Going to get out of there. He needs help. War comes out. Karma's dropping very low. Doesn't have a buyback available. Karma doesn't get blink off. No! 75 seconds. No buyback available for the anti-mage. Charging for more. Rufido is in trouble. Hookshot keeps him at bay. Natsumi is not really taking that much damage. Actually, that blast was a bit more significant than initially expected. Yopaj gets stuck on the side with the Rolling Thunder, but they're actually backing off right now on the side of Boom. He got a little bit spooked. Even with the anti-mage down, it's not the easiest fight.
My sprites are with us.
I love the Aghanim Scepter on Clockwork with the triple rocket flares. The biggest BM tool in the game, by the way, if you just kill someone with just rocket flares. Well, anti-mage is back up. Bought the Vanguard, finished that one up. I guess the extra little bit of sustain is a big plus. He wants to build it into a battle. Abyssal, my god. Sometimes my mind can't think of words. Into an abyssal. Afterwards anyway, so might as well build that piece. Doesn't have a buyback, needs to be careful because we've seen him a couple of times being caught out and pretty heavily finished off. Even though most of the time it's so incredibly close. AG, Scythe instead of the Ags. They never build Ags. They don't like me. But the Heaven's Halberd plus Scythe coming up on the Coddle and DP is going to be really important in controlling the Morphling. If you disarm him for 5 seconds, like, the Morphling just standing there, can't do diddly squat, BKB doesn't help. His team doesn't have saving tools either. They have a Force Staff,
Radiant
2 Force Staffs. I guess the Enchantress has pretty nice tools with the Pipe, Lotus, Force Staff. Third Roshan. When will it be up? It's 45 seconds left until Roche respawns. Free ag, free shard.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Prism on the Radiant side. Ooh. That's a nice one for Pango. Because XERXIA haven't been able to get their tier 4s. Now Anti-Mage is farming them up. Ooh, Ninja Gear. That's a goodie. Especially against Disruptor. Having Ninja Gear to try and when you're running away is so incredibly important. Jaja is going to get jumped. Gyrocopter is in trouble. Gyrocopter is dead. Big kill. No buyback. That's a dieback actually. Rapido is going to get glimpsed back. Pops the BKB. That's already a big cooldown use. Actually, they want to go back in. Exorcism being used. Charge forward for more, but now Rapido doesn't have Exorcism and BKB, and Roche has just respawned. Actually looking for more. Gonna get a catch here. JG is the one charged that. Does have the Lincoln, so Glimpse should not work as well. Charge forward by Natsumi. Bombi is dropping very low. Can he get out of there? He does have a buyback available on the clock. He is at 50 HP, but he gets out. In comes Karma, jumping for Natsumi, but BKB versus BKB is not a fight you want to take as an anti-mage. You rely on that mana drain. Lupido gets glimpsed back. And the DP just in time getting healed up by the Exorcism. Is it going to be enough to keep him going? The blast forward, Lupido. It's the chase from Zephyr, but the swashbuckle from Gaurun Kahun of Yopudge will be able to find the kill to finish off the DP.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
In the meantime, in front of the Roche pit, there is a double damage. Because Gaben always gives with both hands. Charge for more Bombi. He's going to get taken down. In comes the jump from the Anti-Mage, but the Static Storm, he cannot respond. Doesn't have a BKB at the ready. And they lose Anti-Mage without a buyback available. 200 gold off a buyback. Chasing for more. JG is the next target here. Oh, Yopudge is just trying to run away. And run away he shall. Or shall he? Rocket Flare. He's going to be able to get the catch. Yopudge being chased by the homing missile. And into his little roll-up. Will be just fine. He's going to back off. Elbow buyback force out on the side of XERXIA though. Right now, backs against the wall. Anti-Mage is just getting pummeled. Without a BKB, he cannot fight.
Dire are scanning.
Jackpot.
ED. Front of the Roche pit. The rocket flare to push out bottom wave. But they're in the pit right now. It's going to get scouted out. That is dropping pretty quickly. He's not even using the double damage on the Morphling for this one. And this time, Boom are not going to lose a Roche fight that could potentially cost them the game. Is coddled by. Oh, he has the Scythe of Ice now completed. Morphling does have to be a bit careful. What's the cooldown on Scythe with the Octarine? 13.5 seconds. Oh, he also has Quickling Shot. That's a nice combo. Rolling Thunder up, glimpse back, Karma. Oh my lord, Karma gets destroyed! Natsumi DD Morph with the Daedalus as well. Double kill comes in, looking for blood, looking for him. He's just focusing towers because he doesn't even care about them at this stage. GG gets called and it is going to be Boom taking game number 1. It was close to a degree, but Boom did win it out in the end. A couple of fights too many, ladies and gents. That went in favor of Boom Esports, but what a brawly game. What a fun matchup as well. The supports from XERXIA doing their utmost. Gyro and Clockwork, both Bombi and Jaja going nuts in that situation. Remarkable. Remarkable coming out from the XERXIA side, even with the disadvantage that they had of lane starting off a little bit rough. They did manage to make it close. They did play it really well. It's just at one point the Morphling was they couldn't take him down at all. Natsumi getting the MVP, unsurprising there. He was he was just uncatchable. He bursted down his opponents in mere seconds at the end. Anti-Mage wasn't a hero at that stage. What are you going to do against Natsumi? Yopaj also did like a ton of work in the mid game with his rotations. Granted, he got interrupted in the middle of his Rolling Thunder. Some of them were wasted. But for the most part, he was constantly there to put pressure on the enemy and make sure that the Anti-Mage could not get all the farm going. Regardless, that is game number 1. We'll be going towards a short break. I need a break right now. So we'll be back for game number 2 after these messages. Mm-hmm. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. While we enjoy a nice cup of coffee, we're getting ourselves ready for game number 2. It was a close affair for the longest time in game 1, which is pretty impressive. They had very little ways to really interrupt like Pangolier, because it felt like a super free Pangolier game, even a super free Morphling game for that matter. But it was nonetheless still Boom that came out ahead, even with all the effort that XERXIA put into that game. Karma in the late game, right, Morphling turns into the anti-mage and it just becomes a stronger version of him, steals the stats, steals the soul out of his body and completely dominates Karma there. It was at one point a couple of mistakes by Natsumi, but for the most part a clean game in all other regards. Had a lot of farm. Karma did a good job at keeping up. The problem that I always have with mid-coddles is that the value of mid-coddle does not really seem to... Like, the item build, you get Spirit Vessel. At one point, Spirit Vessel is becoming completely useless. Spirit Vessel, what did he have? Spirit Vessel, Octarine, Lincoln's Scythe. The Scythe is a pretty big one. Lincoln's I can get because of Glimpse and Roar, but Spirit Vessel, Octarine, granted you're longer in your ulti form, but the damage is going to like stagnate. It did happen in that game. They did have some damage issues to kill off the Morphling. They didn't have good jumps either. Like hook shot from the Clockwork was it. That was all they relied on that game. And it got a little bit dicey there. I do think Repeater did a good job on the DP as well for XERXIA. But, you know, Boom is a pretty high caliber team. Their players are phenomenal. A lot of experience behind them, obviously. So you're going to need a little bit of an oomph, maybe even a possible cheese added in the mix if you want to try and beat them. I think that's a good... I mean, I'm still waiting for the Meepo picks to come out. Where are they? It's got like one of the highest win rates in Immortal bracket at the moment, but still no Meepos. Severely disappointing. I want to see that Meepo dig, and you can never kill it. So the draft has started right now. There is a little bit of a change up with the hero that has been picked up. The good old Gargle. That is Primal Beast has been secured for XERXIA, a hero that they love to play. And has also been one of the stronger heroes in this patch. They did leave Broodmother in the mix though. So Brood hasn't been banned and Nature's Prophet hasn't been banned, and that's for 2 reasons. Well, one reason mainly, they picked Primal Beast. And Primal Beast is really good against both Brood and the Nature's Prophet. So it's a heads-up choice. We are going to get to see X-Nova on the Disruptor again. With a Tusk, the Tusk is still flexible, but yeah, Disruptor good against the Primal Beast. Glimpse sends him back. If he has no BKB, he can't really do anything. You also have ways to block him if he tries to trample over you, which are the nasty shenanigans. But there we have it. Nature's Prophet gets chosen by XERXIA themselves. So we get to see the NP coming up. Not too surprising. If you don't ban it, they pick it. That's the way it works in Southeast Asia. Nature's Prophet is honestly a staple in nearly every series that I watch. Oh, there's some camera lag going on JG's side. Let's see, Batrider banned. Batrider's actually, obviously it's good against Nature's Prophet, but I have seen Batrider have a terrible win rate in this patch. Sticky Napalm nerf was way more than I actually initially expected it to be, which was surprising to me. Naga Siren has been picked up quite a lot. It nearly gets banned every single second phase because more than anything, it's a hero that's annoying to deal with. It's kind of like when you have to play against a Tinker. You don't really want to play against a Tinker or an Arc Warden because it's just going to piss you off. I would like to see an Arc Warden in this game. I like Arc Warden. Other bans, okay, no more Rupido DP. I also like the fact that Boom ban out the Beastmaster and Enchantress, even though they picked both those heroes last game themselves. Like, we like these heroes so much, we're not giving you a chance to get either of them. Okay, the Lesh ban is okay. It's not superb. It's annoying more than anything. Got a little bit stronger with the Wraithback nerf. Obviously, that's a while ago. But it, of course, has really good mid matchups. It has great pushing power. Team fight's phenomenal. And it's hard to kill. It's one of those heroes you need to buy Scotty, Spirit Vessel, or Shivas, and possibly a Pipe on your team if you want to deal with it, which costs a lot of effort. And unsurprising, they ban out Yopaj Ember. But Yopaj got such a massive hero pool. He could play Tusk. Sure. He can play Kunkka, he can play Mars, he can play TA, even though TA, again, if it's a primal mid and you're playing TA, then that's going to be really sad. Monkey King. It has some kind of anti-synergy as well with the Dage's Prophet, because if you jump on trees, and Primal Beast as well, NP and Primal are really good at clearing trees, so if you get caught inside the trees, they cut it pretty quickly. It could also be a Zephyr 4 Monkey possibly, but I assume it's just going to be Natsumi playing the Monkey safe. Okay, with the Phoenix, there's no way you can stand in trees anymore. Phoenix Egg, all trees gone. Dage's Prophet cuts a couple of trees. Primal charges forward, all trees are gone. Gyrocopter. Oh, we saw it last game. It was pretty good. Jaja played a really good Gyro last game. I guess Gyro 5, Phoenix 4, NP safe Primal Flex. I mean, NP could also be offlane and then they still have Primal. I mean, then he'd be mid. Boom. They have currently nothing. Tower Push is weak. Roche is pretty weak. Team Fight's pretty nice though. And their catch is nasty because Tusk and Disruptor are pretty good at that. I mean, you saw it last game. Constant glimpses from X-Nova really did XERXIA dirty. Really? Enigma? Huh, okay. Enigma is not a hero that I have seen in a while, especially after they nerfed it. I think he can't, level 1, you can't deny range creeps anymore. So a lot of teams just kind of skipped it. It does... it doesn't feel like you're going to get any big black holes this game. That's the problem. Because Phoenix is going to be in his egg. Half the time, Jar just pumps up at who his spells, runs the front line. Primal comes charging from a different direction, and NP TP's on the back line. The only plus is that NP, if he TP's to the back line and he's not TPing perfectly, he will get just immediately black hole. Which is the one big downside, of course, of NP players. They always do that. Every single NP in the world makes that mistake at least once a game. TA ban, obviously Yopaj is on the opposing side. I would also ban TA after game 1 in the game 1 on Wednesday. JG's Coddle gets banned. That's not really a threatening one, I would say. Ticking down the clock. I mean, the thing is, Primal can lane against the Monkey really well. Possibly. Especially if you have a Phoenix to back him up. Like, there's so much damage that Monkey's really good at, possibly dodging and burst damage, but when it's continued dot damage, it's pretty nasty. Disruptor's also a hero that's not really comfortable against it. If they make this a Primal plus Gyro lane, there's so much damage coming out at that point. They get level 3, they run down both those heroes. Literally. Okay, they're taking all the time in the world. Relax. Take it easy. Because there is nothing that we can... Is it feel or do? Do, I think. Puckaroo ban, no yo budge puck. The last pick is for Boom. That's one gigantic plus. Because when the last pick comes out, you should know what exactly the enemy is going to be playing. I hope. $35. Come on. I still am waiting for an OD pick. That's not like this is actually a terrible game for OD, but still, I like OD without Meteor Hammer because I think Meteor Hammer is being overplayed. XERXIA, what's the big surprise last pick? The Hail Mary that wins them the game. Is the mid? Is it a safe? Is it an offlaner? BKB piercing stun against Enigma might be good. Okay, Storm can dodge the glimpse. That was the one thing that I was a bit afraid of, the glimpse every single time, but you can dodge the glimpse. It's good at chasing the Monkey King. You can get out of kinetic field and the Tusk shards pretty easily. It's a nice last pick. And even if you get destroyed in the laning stage, you can always just go towards the jungle anyway and catch up there. Early ganks are pretty nice. You hit level 6 and you just zip, zap, zippity, zoop right on top of your opponents. A Monkey King, until he gets, 3 items, he is the squishiest hero alive. Okay, Quap last pick. I actually like XERXIA's draft more. Even though Quap is going to win that mid lane, should win that mid lane matchup, there's definitely counterplay potential. If Yopaj blinks in too close, you get dragged back with the Electric Vortex, Tower shenanigans, whatever. It's skill based, but it should favor Quap because she's got way more attack range. On the other hand, they don't have good egg hitters at all on Boom. Queen is decent at hitting eggs, but Monkey King doesn't really want to focus down the egg. Tusk and Disruptor are kind of meh at hitting eggs. So I kind of like XERXIA's draft here. They have really good team fight, really good push as well, with the Nate's Prophet, of course, constantly being able to rat. Tons of magic damage. I do think that once BKBs come up on the side of Boom, it's going to be a little bit scary. The only downside is they have one BKB piercing stun to interrupt the black hole, and that's the Phoenix Egg, which is really not a tool that works out too well. However, as a counterplay to that, you do have the Sunray spell from Phoenix, which heals significantly your allies who are pretty tanky. I mean, Nature's Prophet is a hero that builds reasonably tanky. Primal is obviously a god at being tanky. And even Storm couple of, like, you get 2-3 items on Storm, you got 2.53k HP, and then the Sunray is going to do tremendous amounts of damage. So I'm here for XERXIA. Bring us to game 3. Obviously, Boom is the stronger team, but I like XERXIA's draft. Not a biggest fan of Quap.
I'm ever so grateful.
Out towards mid. Hello. Hello, Tata Huzzah. And do we have any early shenanigans? There's an observer ward that I don't think XERXIA knows has been placed already. Also quickly checking. Yeah, it's Xnova again on Disruptor.
The battle begins.
Going in for the snowball onto Bombi. Triple man snowball. I mean, he's got Icarus dive available, which he's going to use right now. Actually, if he got stunned there, he'd die. Bombi is a level 30 Phoenix. Big fat flex right there. For a hero that hasn't had its time to shine in the meta for a while now. Bottom lane, it's a Tusk plus Enigma lane. That is really dangerous though. Ice Shards block onto Gyrocopter, for instance. I mean, maybe not Gyro, because Gyro is pretty fast. They're actually swapping lanes, so it's Rapido in the bottom lane, the lane up against Enigma, and FBZ is gonna back off immediately. Are they? Just curious if they're gonna like swap lanes or what their plan of attack is going to be. Towards mid, a lot of kill threats possible. Between the two, Yopaj and JG, they both have fairy fires at the ready to try and bait their opponents in. That bottle is a necessity on their part. However, you're gonna lane Monkey versus NP, because Karma is topside. Phoenix is still really strong against both the Monkey and the Disruptor. Okay, they're actually going in. Glimpse back. Karma is in a bit of trouble. Can summon Treants, but right click finishes him off. And first blood secured by Xnova God.
I thought I saw that in the forecast.
Not really how they wanted that lane to start out.
I'm sure that was agony.
Rapido should have a decent time. One downside is that the magic resistance isn't as high as it used to be. Actually, Jaja went level 1 flat cannon just to deal with the Eidolons. That's actually pretty cool. Though you're gonna need a bit more damage to be able to kill them with just flat cannon.
That was perfect.
I mean, I like the adjustments that they're making. Currently, Yopaj mid is, yeah, he's actually having an insanely good time against JG. That's going to be pretty scary. But as mentioned previously, Storm is a hero that can catch up pretty quickly in jungle. And possibly, you know, side lane gank when needed. Quap is not really a hero that can farm up in the jungle that effectively.
Has been killed.
Oof, JG. He's almost dead, being forced back. He actually needs his supports to die so they can TP towards mid and recharge his bottle. Oh, let's see. Bit of a lag issue coming out. Top lane not as great as they would want their start to be. FPC is also having a pretty decent time in the bottom lane, even though Primal is a hero that is capable of taking him down and is idle on army, but you need level 3 most of the time to be effective. Yeah, JG and mid's just sad. He's doing some decent damage to Yopaj, but in response, JG, he's making sure he doesn't get jumped. Top lane, again, Karma taken down by Natsumi. It's surprisingly enough that the lane that they managed to swap themselves on the side of XERXIA that is struggling the most. Water room picked up. TP towards mid by Zephyr. He's got Snowball going for JG. Storm Spirit does get the bottle refill, but it is going to cost him everything. A kill secured. Nice move there coming through from Tusker. And Jaja rotated towards mid. He's going to take over a little bit of the farm while in the meantime top lane. Another one for Natsumi. 2 kills on the monkey. Guess Xnova is just too good with them glimpses. Now he's waiting at the ready. They could go for Karma here.
Dire's structures are fortified.
And even if they don't, the problem is Phoenix can't help him out. Otherwise he would get glimpsed back to base. And Karma's dropping low. Natsumi's got the boundless strike in a second. And that is another one on NP. 3 kills on the Nature's Prophet already. That top lane is disaster. And towards mid, JG. And once he gets level 6, he can try and help out the side lanes, but only Rupido is having a good time at the moment. The other 2 lanes are struggling. Zephyr's rotating towards mid. JG needs to be careful. Snowball comes out. He's got tag team level 2. JG, not even ice shards needed. There's even a glimpse from Xnova. They're doing everything to deny everything from JG. Throwing a couple of voice lines, and that man is tilted. Towards mid, the runes are about to spawn. 6-minute rune. Bottom, it's going to be an illusion, but they're actually going to snowball in on JG again. Bombi's nearby though, so they got the burn. They might be a little bit careful. Denied illusion rune, so no recharge for Yopaj. And that's a bit more of a problem for the Quap, because he's out of mana completely. Wants to get himself, a quick refill of that bounty rune should help. JG is a full level behind currently. Because they're putting so much effort into the fights towards mid, they're actually not rotating towards bottom, speaking of which. Top, glimpse again, Karma's gonna get caught, Xnova. Every move he makes has been deadly. Been part of 6 of their 7 kills so far, while bottom lane Rupido gets finished off in a 2v1 scenario. FPZ now has level 6, so he's got Black Hole available, making bottom a lot scary. 8-0 lead
Radiant's
for Boom, and they are
is under
just
attack.
on a wear and tear. Zephyr's looking for JG before he hits level 6. Ice Shard's blocked. JG is perfectly stuck. In comes Yopaj. There's no backup coming through. JG's dead. Another one. Famous words of DJ Khaled. Another one. So we've got 3 deaths on Storm, 4 deaths on NP. Not the best heroes to lose. Karma's even forced to jungle at this stage. Jungle NP.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Even removed it from Dota, the jungle role. He's like, yeah, sure. We'll just do it right now. They sent Rupido towards the top lane bottom. FDZ hiding in the trees. He wants to get that black hole in. but might need a rotation. Speaking of which, towards mid, Yo Pudge. Will get the kill on Shaka. Actually, a deny from JG comes through. Charge forward. Nice snowball dodge by Zephyr. The glimpse as well sends Rupido back. They're trying to disengage Zephyr. The zip comes out from JG. Bunch of mangoes being eaten. Zephyr, is he going to die? The dot, is it going to be enough? Icarus dives from Bombi. Zephyr is going to burn to a crisp. But JG in response, being hunted by Natsumi. And a great move from the Monkey King. Yes, they find a kill finally in that mid lane. The first one for XERXIA, but that monkey is super farmed.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Currently, there's a bit of a push coming out from FPC. Karma's trying to defend it. He's got level 6 on Karma now, so that will help with the lack of damage they have at this stage. So Karma needs to be careful, because if Zephyr snowballs on you, hits you with the Ice Shards block, they can just walk in Black Hole. Zephyr spotted out by Bombi. Karma mills from first item rush. I've seen a lot of heroes step away from the Gleipnir these days and just go for Mjolnirs. Not a fan. I love Gleipnir.
Dire are scanning.
Runes about spawn 5 seconds towards mid. There might be another brawl coming in. A rotation topside by Xnova. Bottom, they've got Zephyr, and there's going to be a rune top. Regen bottled by the storm.
Attack.
Definitely going to be happy with that one. Okay, he's going for a Falcon Blade at the start on that storm. Needs some small item to just bridge the gap until he gets the bigger ones. They're actually going to smoke up, head towards top. Could be a nice catch onto the monkey. If they know where he is, Torpedo could cut down the trees pretty quickly.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
JG making sure his regen rune does not randomly get dropped. Oh, cut down the trees. Oh, Boundless Strike comes in. There's Stack Storm as well. Inside the Wukong's command, they're stuck completely. JG's going to get taken down. H Prophet also does a decent amount. Icarus back forward with the Phoenix egg drop in the middle of it. They find themselves 2 kills in response, but the Phoenix egg will be taken down. Jaja has a lot of damage. X-Nova is dropping low. Can he get the kill? One more right click. It's enough. Yes, it is indeed enough. And a 3-for-3 trade towards top. Heavy actually 4-for-3, sorry. Heavy rotations coming through. Nice Phoenix egg, but slightly too close to the epicenter of that engagement.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
And actually, it's surprising that the NP did not TP top, considering he's the one that has, you know, global TV. And Rupido gets a solo kill on the Yopaj. Okay, good fights, good kills. Coming out between XERXIA and Boom, favoring XERXIA finally. Otherwise, this would have been such a snowball game. FBC's going guarding Reeves, not going to take too long. Natsumi slowed down in his Battle Fury purchase. 6-1-3 on the monkey.
Radiant's
FBC,
middle tower is under
ready
attack.
with that black hole.
Dire's
Come
top
out,
tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Top tier 1 tower to be secured momentarily. They're sending in the Karma TP as well. It is one thing that they are pretty good at this game, and that's extending the game. Cutting creep waves on Primal is pretty easy to do. You have the Nate's Prophet Storm as well, easy to do. Nate's Prophet can, of course, split push as much as he wants. But they're looking for FBC. Doesn't have the mana for Black Hole, but still has a Magic Wand. Snowball chase onto Rupido. Ush's block comes in as well, but they're following Josh. Actually glimpses Rubido back. He's stuck inside the Saxon kinetic field. FBZ's got Black Hole. Are they going to continue for more? Actually, they want to go back in. FBZ gets charged down. Big smack to the face. Xnova's going to be the next target with JG rotating through. And boom, a couple of unfortunate mistakes on their part, thinking that they can easily take down this massive hunk of beast that's got 1,840 HP. The Primal ain't no weak little imp. He's going to be able to just turn on your face. Heading out towards the bottom lane. That's me. Battle Fury still being built up. But that smoke might be something he does not expect.
Is under attack.
Oh, they might not know exactly where he's at as well. Yeah, if he shows himself in lane, he's going to get... Yeah, now they know. They know. Zip-a-doodle! On to Natsumi, charge forward, and a big smackdown. They find the monkey, and they slaughter him. Towards mid immediately, they're going to try and get the push in on towards the tier 1 tower.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Phoenix does have egg, and Yopa just chasing after Bumby, who does not realize that he got spotted. Tries to dive back, does still have the egg, and glimpse back is going to get taken down. But the rest of XERXIA has rotated through. Storm is still really poor, but a couple of good stacks can help rectify that. Aja's got the shard now, so you got the nasty homing missile, rocket barrage, chase down. Jaja, though, is underneath ward vision, heavily underneath ward vision.
Stupendous!
They're all lying in wait, but they're not going to go for a fight. Scan comes out. They know Xnova is towards bottom. That ward, are they going to kill it off in time? 10 seconds until it would have vanished. Easy money! 162 buckaroonies for Bombi. Zip comes in, charge forward for FBZ. FBZ gets snowball saved right now. Does have the black hole available, but needs a better target. And he's going to get charged at by Rupido. Sonic Wave's not going to connect onto the storm. But Karma instead is on the wrong side. Does have his ulti, trying to deal as much damage as possible, but they will lose Karma in response.
Afterburners!
Afterburners! Charge forward onto Yopaj. Doesn't have the blink available, but the snowball save comes out. Now Yopaj can get himself out of there. Zephyr might not be so lucky. Natsumi is nearby. No guns. Actually caught inside the kinetic field. Josh is going for the TP. Nice save there from Rupido. Has his onslaught in 1 second. Problem is, Glimpse. Oh, no, never mind. Not Glimpse. He just got the BKB delivered on freaking time for him to stay alive. They denied the tier 1 tower mid, but it does mean that the tower has faltered. Tower is gone. The net worth advantage is even Stevens. Jaja is pretty decently farmed. I guess it looks like Jaja wants to go for the Veiled Discord. Towards mid, snowball in onto Rubido. Does not have his BKB available because he used it previously to get away, so he's going to be found out. Charge in for more Jaja. On the run, can they get the catch? Yes, they can. Glimpse Jaja back, Gyrocopter. Won't be able to even get his call down off. And another one. Now they should be able to take the tier 1 tower towards mid. On the side, boom!
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That's me, going for BKB after his Battle Fury. Bottom lane, JG gets scanned. Yeah, Phoenix is getting close to his Spirit Vessel. Always a nice tool. Snowball in onto Jaja. They're going to go for the gyro. They have a black hole. They're never going to use it. Black hole is for suckers. Rapido, and now he's going to get black hole while he pops the BKB. Sonic wave forward. Rapido gets pushed out of the area as well. JG is inside the Sexum Connect too, but it doesn't even do that much to him. They lose Rapido. They're hunting for more. FBZ will be taken down, and probably Zephyr as well. Actually, Yopaj comes back in. JG doesn't have any mana left. In comes Natsumi with the Wukong's command. Drop down, bombing, no anchors dive. Karma is now stuck between a rock and a hard place. Even the glimpse from Xnova onto JG. They're going to lose everyone on the side of XERXIA, and a full-on team wipe comes in. Natsumi with the double kill just in the nick of time, joins the fun. JG without mana can't do anything, and that is a big, fat, juicy team fight for Boom. Well, looking for more. And they get Go, and Yopaj got BKB plus Witchblade. I'm going Kaya Science. Rapido gets interrupted in his charge with that glimpse. So he's stuck inside the kinetic field, and another chance falls away. BKB was 8 seconds away from being able to get used. And again, Xnova, he's so freaking good. I mean, LGD Hall of Famer right there. 5-14 on a Disruptor. Oh, JG in the trees. Natsumi needs to make sure he doesn't charge forward, but good counter with there from Bombi. Top side, Josh is going to be found out. And a quick kill comes in. For Boom.
I haven't the time.
PC close to the pipe. Okay, so just full supportive Enigma build, no blink, BKB, black hole shenanigans. How far is JG? He's almost done with the BKB. It should help, especially against Xnova. You still have black hole water spines that are a little bit scary though. Nova leading the charge. Trying to catch up to JG, but he goes for the biggest sip of his life. Back to base he goes. Currently, XERXIA are trying to dodge as much as possible and get their BKBs. So Karma is also building it up. He needs the recipe now for his BKB. That should help in the team fight, even though they're still scary prospects. Boombi, nice. Boombi getting himself back. Phoenix Egg gets dropped. Zephyr is going to be the one getting caught out as well. They find themselves a kill, but there's going to be a charge force next from Connect Bill. Karma TP's in the middle of no man's land and gets taken down. NPs and their TPs, baby. It is always the same story. Like, this is a good fight. TP in the middle of the enemy team. This is a bad fight.
Bounty.
So, Rapido, not get close enough to Yopaj. He hears the rambling in the trees and knows, okay, I gotta blink.
Dire are scanning.
I'm over here.
That Phoenix shard's gonna be pretty big. AG immediately going for the TP. I saw a clip, by the way, that if the storm was zipping and TPing at the same time and he got hit by in zip, he goes over a disruptor ag static storm, it interrupts the TP. That was weird. Yopaj pops BKB going in for Jaja, who is very much in trouble. Nice! Unfortunate. A godlike Yopaj. 12-1-6 quap. Granted, his mid lane was really freaking good. Top side, Karma going for the TP. Natsumi doesn't have a basher, so won't be able to interrupt the TP.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Warriors of the wood.
That's me quickly getting away. He's going for the BKB build. Sorry, the not BKB, the Aghanim Scepter build next on the monkey. Karma's got the Gleipnir BKB done. He's going to go Hurricane. I think Hurricane Pike's a good choice here, especially against Disruptor, Tusks. Ultron's Command is a nasty one as well that they've been struggling against. Okay, catch onto Zephyr. Snowball dodge, actually going back in. The BKB is available for JG. Does get himself out of there. Rapido gets black holed in the meantime by FPZ in from behind. The damage is there. The Phoenix Egg gets dropped and FPZ is in a world of hurt. He's going to get taken down. Jajaz way further ahead than his team, but that means that they're going to re-engage. BKB against Yopaj. Yopaj doesn't have a Sonic Wave available. Yopaj is dropping low, but they do find the kill. Yopaj is dead. That's a huge one. Everyone left alive is JG. Gets the zip back to base. It's a 3-4-4 trade. Granted, it was a nice kill taking down the Quap with a beyond godlike streak. So, honestly, net worth wise, it actually favors XERXIA. Black Hole was also used in that instance, so that's going to be on cooldown for at least another 2 minutes.
Where's the party?
And Yopaj, let's see. Shard's a pretty nice addition as well. Because BKBs are starting to dwindle. It's a 6-second BKB on Primal. 8 seconds still on Storm. I think 8 on NP as well. Yep. 8-second BKB on Karma, who's died 8 times. I mean,
Radiant are scanning.
his nickname behind Karma is Redemption Arc. I'm waiting for that to happen right now. Come on, Karma, bring out the Redemption Arc.
Are scanning. Radiant's
Ooh,
bottom
Nova
tower
wants it
is
to.
under attack.
But BKBs are now there, so you kind of have to wait with the Sag Storm until the BKBs have been used and are on cooldown.
I'm getting
They're posturing for a fight in mid. Possibly. There's no Black Hole for 50 seconds, though. So I'm a little bit curious as to this move. Rapido pops the BKB. Jaja is actually going to get slowed down by Yopaj. Sonic Wave gets the kill. Rapido's charging all the way back. But if they get vision of him, he would have been glimpsed. He would have most certainly been killed. Natsumi's got his full Ags done as well. So that's going to help sustain the Monkey King. Also give the chance to take Roche, which there's immediately where they're headed. They've got tag team. Roche does drop pretty quickly. Karma can always TP if need be.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Does pop his ulti a little bit
Dire's bottom
preemptively.
tower is under attack.
But the Roshan first Aegis in hands and boom.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Roshan has fallen to the
I am immortal. Huzzah!
Can they get down?
Dire's
Kaya
bottom tower is
Sanj
under attack.
for JG next. Okay. He's still so far behind in terms of net worth. Bombi, luckily enough, is significantly farmed. Same as Jaja on the gyro. Jump in. A lot of damage comes out. Yopaj can get the blink away, but they're going to go for Zephyr instead. Bombi still has the Phoenix Egg. keeping it in his hands. And nice dodge there of the Static Storm. JG's going to go for the TP. And a pretty good move coming out. Even though it only got them to kill onto Zephyr. Managed to get their heroes out. They wasted Static Storm. Charge in forward. Primal going for FBZ, who wants the black hole and does exactly that. But Rupido's healed up significantly. Not going to be healed up enough. So Bombi gets silenced up thanks to the Yopa shard. And that's going to be another Yopa. Yeah, he's 17, 2 and 8 on that quad.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
That's me going for the has the basher.
Radiant's
Probably
bottom
gonna
tower
possibly
is
go
under
for
attack.
Abyssal Blade next. Makes the BKB significantly weaker, and P got the AC.
Are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is
They
under
can also
attack.
backdoor a lot better now
Dire's
with
top
the
tower
Nature's Prophet.
is under attack.
I don't know if they'd have
Radiant's
enough
bottom
damage in
tower
these fights.
has fallen.
But their opponents are starting to become really tanky. Yokai is 2.4k HP, Monkey 2.5. Then you've got FBZ with, of course, the Pipe of Insight, Guardian Greaves. Big boy. Oh, Natsumi pops the Wukong's command on the high ground. That's going to be on cooldown. They're trying to back off, glimpse onto Jaja to find the kill.
Is under attack.
What's the Wukong's usage? Up lane, split push. Karma continues.
Radiant's top tower is
Actually,
under attack.
look at this move from Xnova. They see that NP is top, so they immediately smoke, rush towards the bottom lane because they know that Karma is going to split push bottom. They get scanned out, and XERXIA know that Boom knows that they know. So it's the counter play coming in. They find themselves the disruptor taken out pretty quickly. Yopaj going for the fight, pops the BKB. Man fighting here, does have a Sonic Wave at the ready, but Natsumi is a big jump. Coming in, is the heal going to be enough from the Phoenix? Karma is healing up significantly. The Aegis gets popped. FBZ, no black hole available. Karma, can he get away? No, he cannot. Karma's going to be found out and finished off, and Bumby is going to go for the TP to safety. But they lose Karma in that. Buyback force out on Xnova, but the Aegis at the very least is gone.
Got it. Out, limb from limb.
No Zephyr, Blink Dagger next. He's got the full Boots of
Radiant's
Bearing.
middle tower is under attack.
Fast as all hell, boy. And JG. He's got the Kaya. He actually wants Shivas / Ags. I mean, if he gets Shivas and Ags, then all of a sudden Storm's a massive threat. If you get the shard as well, then you add the 25 with the attack, overload attack bounce, and then you can do tons of damage. It is a hero that skills super well in the late game. Getting to that point at this stage is the problem. Gilbud getting charged at FBZ with the black hole. Catch onto Karma. Inside the Wukong's command as well. There's no fee. It's Phoenix Egg, unfortunately, and they will lose Karma again. TP's a little bit too far. Shasha's going to be the next one down. Bombi going for the TP out. We'll be able to get the TP to safety, but Karma's 10th death. Double digits in death.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant
His TPs have been rather unfortunate.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Zip forward and immediately zip back. JG is lost all his mana there. No BKB. Glimpse back. Okay, that was I don't really know what that was.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
That was interesting.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Let's keep it at that. That was interesting. Okay. High ground push continues.
Radiant's
And that's going to be full set of racks in their hands. No storm for 40.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Farmer's getting some farm on the other side of the map currently. Has his 4-staff now built up. No buyback. But a full set of racks secured for Boom.
I'll tear you limb from limb.
Topaz got Scythe of Ice as well. He's going for Refresher next, so you're going to have that double Sonic Wave, double Scythe, double BKB in a team fight.
Oh boy.
Well, just a bit more. They're gonna smoke out. If they can play a wraparound.
Radiant are scanning.
BKB on Enigma is almost up, and at that point, you just need to find a good black hole. And honestly, Karma always obliges, so you can just get a nice black hole once he TPs in the middle of the team. Natsumi's got the full Daedalus finished up. Zephyr's got the Blink. Snova with the Force Glimmer.
Top tower is under attack.
Triton's are looking pretty scary. On the opposing side, Primals, Kaya Sanji is getting closer. Storms, nothing is getting closer.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And they're knocking on the high ground. So FPC's on the other side of the map, top side. Karma's trying to split push as much as possible. He's almost done with the Hurricane Pike. Even with the... Do you have enough damage to kill off the Monkey King? Because the reason Monkey died previously, when he had the Aegis, was because Sunray does percentage-based damage. And a lot of it. Oh, Roach number 2 is up in about 2 minutes. And that is the free shard Roche, which a monkey shard's pretty nice. Yeah, it would probably be monkey shard, jump in, Yopaj on the high ground, Phoenix Egg get dropped, Yopaj needs to disengage. That means Phoenix Egg is going to be on cooldown, and that is the biggest cooldown they have on the side of XERXIA. They won't have it for the start of Roshan either. I actually, no, that's... They will have it 20 seconds after Roche respawn, so... They can use it for a Roche fight, possibly. Budge's Refresher, very close to being secured. Just needs himself the Void Zone.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom
And
tower
Natsumi,
is under attack.
yeah, just slowly sieging top lane, the bottom lane. Locking up, summoning one of his monkey soldiers. I think they're called monkey soldiers. I always forget the name. Yeah, they're monkey soldiers. The tree gets cut. Natsumi is actually going to get stunned up. WC charging forward, wanting to black hole his opponents. He doesn't find a target. BKBs have been used. They will lose the gyrocopter, but this is actually pretty big. No BKB on the Monkey King. However, Rapido will also die, and that makes it a lot more significant. Top lane in the meantime being split pushed in. Roshan has just respawned. But without BKBs, it's a lot easier to kill off the Boom. lineup. Except for Yopaj, he's got BKB, refreshing
Radiant's bottom
BKB.
tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Where's the party?
And in towards the pit they go. Free shard, monkey shard. Maybe the tusk shard's also kind of nice, but I would assume it's monkey shard because then he can use that boundless strike leap to disengage or engage. If need be, they're looking for JG walking up, Natsumi in the trees. They're going to get the control in onto the Phoenix, and Bobby is nuked down immediately. Sonic Wave comes after the fact by Yopaj, but they just, in seconds, get a double kill. Roche is going to be finished up. No Phoenix for 45. And a huge kill comes in. It's pretty much waiting until it's all said and done here for this side of Boom.
Dire are scanning.
How can they try and rectify this on XERXIA's end? Storm is just severely underfarmed this game. Health, Zephyr is catching up.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, up the high ground they go.
Radiant's bottom
Natsumi
tower
can
is
go for
falling.
that additional Wukong command ring. If he so pleases. Are actually backing off. Karma is split pushing top. Tier 2 tower is the only thing that could defend them against being megaed.
Radiant's bottom
No force taps from the team. Oh, they don't have force taps on their teammates to help out. Zip in. And immediately the pipe gets used, so no damage even gained there for Boom. Natsumi doesn't even use the Wukong's command ring.
has fallen.
And Karma is pushing out wave after wave as much as he can. FBZ is trying to make sure that the siege creeps stay alive so that they can go for the tier 2 tower top. But it feels so much like delaying the inevitable.
Regeneration!
Wukong's down by Natsumi. Wukong's not gonna connect at all.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And Natsumi's gonna start summoning some of his monkey soldiers to help with taking down the buildings.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
One more set of racks for the Megas. And possibly one more fight for XERXIA. FBZ's got that blink BKB black hole at the ready. They find themselves a quick burst. Glimpse comes out. And that's going to send Rapido into the trees. Has a BKB. He's going to go for the stomp, stomp, stomp. Pulverize comes in. But they do get control onto Karma. Karma, can he move himself out of there? No, he cannot, because that's an Aghanim Scepter Disruptor. And they find themselves a huge kill. Karma does have a buyback available. Natsumi is going to lose his first life. That's the age is gone, but they have more. FPC with another charge forward. The black hole comes in. The control is there. Do they find the kills? Actually, Rapido is finally going to get taken down. Once the buyback comes through, JG's going to get control. 4 buybacks from the Radiant side will be used in this fight. FBZ might be the one taken down first by the side of XERXIA, but Boom is just going to back off. 4 buybacks used. Karma's BKB's on cooldown. Natsumi knows it. He's jumping for it. Wukong comes out. The rings are gigantic. The damage is phenomenal. And the game is, I assume, over any second now. The boundary strike is even predicted by Natsumi there. G to the G. No re. Boom take the series 2-0 against XERXIA and are now topping the group together with 2WE. What a wild game. Game number 1 was a lot closer than game number 2. So they did manage to, of course, rectify the problem that they had significantly, which was the laning stage went horribly wrong. After the laning stage, they did make some plays, but the problem was Storm never got off to a good start. And yeah, Storm really just struggling that game. Karma TPing in the middle of no man's land a lot of the times, which was not ideal for their team. The moment where, for instance, Bombi baited in the Tusk snowball deep behind enemy lines and then gets caught, that was a bit disastrous. As you can see, the MVP going to be Xnova. I would say it's a toss-up between Xnova and Yopaj. Obviously, 35 assists that game, only 3 deaths for him. Pretty nice. On the other hand, Yopaj was 25, 2, and 16. So, I mean, you gotta give some love to the supports, obviously, especially if it's Xnova. Though Yopaj also did tons and tons and tons of work this game. But yeah, it's not really the most surprising result that Boom wins 2-0. I do have to say, there are moments where you can really see them have some struggles. That laning stage went so well that I would have expected this game to be over in like 15 minutes. Like, they killed off, I think, the Storm 3 times in lane, the Nate's Prophet 4 times in lane. It's surprising that they managed to make it such a competitive game in the end. I mean, the graphs show it. It was pretty even for quite a long time, and then eventually, Monkey started joining the fights, and then it got a bit wilder in that regard. But it was nonetheless pretty solid from Boom, with now a 2. I think their first series was also 2-0, so they're 4-0, same as QWE on the leaderboards. XERXIA are 1-1, which, no problem just yet, though we do have some pretty nice matches coming up on Sunday. Sunday. I hope we have those at the ready so we can watch it together, which matches will be played out on this upcoming Sunday. Possibly. We'll get that back to you in a moment, and maybe even show you the current standings. Of course, it's only the first week, the second day of the Div 2 DPC for the Southeast Asian region. We are currently getting an interview ready. Actually, we have it ready. It is with Zephyr from the side of Boom. So we'll be jumping in towards that immediately. Hello, Zephyr. Congratulations on that hard-fought win.
Hello, guys. How are you?
Well, I'm doing fine. It was a good series. It was an interesting series. It got a little bit scary in that second game. What went wrong in game number 2? Obviously you guys won, but the laning stage was so dominant that eventually after the laning stage, you saw XERXIA coming back into the game. And what do you think was the problem there?
I think the problem is we're not bringing number enough when they are ready. And we letting our guard down so they can jump to us without preparation. So maybe we need to work better on it.
Okay. Yeah. The games so far, you've had 4-0 victories so far in the Div 2 DPC, but a lot of them were, a bunch of them were a lot closer than initially expected. Of course, the previous series as well. With these upcoming opponents that you're going to have, who do you think is the biggest threat from this point on for your team?
The biggest threat maybe QWE, I think, because in last tournament, I think we almost lose to them in series. So maybe we're gonna look for it again against them.
Okay. Looking at, of course, the drafting phase in this current patch, what are the key factors that you think are most important for, especially the Southeast Asian region, to keep an eye on? Like, it's obviously Broodmother and Nate's Prophet and stuff, but what do you really not want to deal with the most between, for instance, those two heroes?
Actually, I don't want to fight maybe Bataider, because as a support, it's like, I don't know. C player, I think so many people good playing the Bataider. They are really well. So maybe it's really tough against C player, against playing Bataider. And especially me as a support, right? I like to do my things, like going to the jungle alone, blah blah blah. If there's Bataider there, I'm gonna die. So yeah, maybe like that. Yeah.
You see Bat Rider, you run. Okay, so obviously after this DPC, there's going to be the big patch, the big all-changing patch that's going to be gigantic. What are you hoping for the most that will come into the next patch?
As support player, I want the XP is back. I feel after the patch is kinda getting hard to getting 6, or at least they get extra tome for the supports. It's like 10 minutes to tomes of experience. Yeah, because in this patch, if you not win the lane, you ain't getting destroyed, then it's so hard to recover the experience you need to get from the kills. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for.
That's actually a valid point. I mean, gold is not something you should complain about in this patch, but experience could still be some changes there. So yeah, thank you very much for the interview, and congratulations again. Hopefully the rest of Div 2 will suit your needs, and we'll see you in Div 1 next season.
Okay, thank you. Bye bye guys. Thank you.
Well, that was Zephyr right there. They are 2-0. There are chinks, definitely some things that need to possibly be checked out and possibly even worked on for the team. QWE is going to be a scary opponent for them later down the lines, but we will be checking out the results for all the matches of today. Quickly see what the scores were. UDV beating Myth Avenue Gaming 2-1. Of course, Myth Avenue Gaming now playing with Miracle as +5. It's an interesting scoreline. QWE beating Team Tough 2-0, and Boom Esports winning against XERXIA 2-0 as well. And the number 2 and number 3 team right there, QWE and Boom Esports, that's going to be the big matchup possibly in the season. We'll check out the standing to see where everyone is currently situated on the rankings. QWE and Boom are both tied up 4-0 at the bottom. We have only Team Tough. They've played 2 matches so far, lost both of them. XERXIA's tied 1-1. It's still early days, so the standing doesn't really show too much in terms of what's transpiring, but definitely, last season we saw it pretty much Polaris and the Army Geniuses being the 2 big threats at the first week. This time I think it's QWE and Boom Esports. We also have more matches for you on Sunday. The schedule, which matches will we have? Obviously there's a lot of stuff happening on Sunday. That's not only on our own stream. We have here XERXIA and Horizon facing off against each other, then Spawn Team versus Myth Avenue Gaming. That's going to be a pretty good match, and QWE versus UDV. Honestly, if I'd have to pick one of these matches, I'd go for Spawn versus Myth Avenue Gaming. That one looks like a doozy, ladies and gents. But I think that is it for me for today. I am really, really, really tired doing a best of 3 solo casting. It is, I love it, but it is incredibly draining to be talking the entire time. Hopefully you at least enjoyed the show. Don't forget to join and follow the ePols Gaming channel, our social medias as well. Have a wonderful day. And in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.